Hello everyone, welcome to the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Chess Championship held right here in the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Alejandro Ramirez. We're coming back from a day off after 5 rounds, so today we'll be bringing you all the action from round 6.
I think the day after the rest day is one of the most exciting ones to watch. Players come in with a renewed energy. Something different has happened. The players that have lost some of their games previously have the chance to recover, to bring new ideas to the board, to psychologically detach themselves from the previous half of the tournament, while the leaders, because of that rest, usually a little bit of pressure is added on them. They have that psychological stigma that they have to keep up their pace, that there are people chasing them. We had excellent games just before the rest day in which Caden Truff increases his lead in the tournament, while we actually had a change of leaders in the girls section.
I do like the day off too, and I feel like the tournament can be divided into two halves. You have the tournament before the day off and you have the tournament after the day off, and I feel like the day off can really turn the tide for a lot of the players. If you've been having a really bad tournament, it gives you the opportunity to forget about your tournament, just forget the first 5 days happened. This is like round 6 is round 1 of a new tournament, and it kind of helps you to let go of everything that happened, so you're just starting new. Not anything that happened before just doesn't matter, so it's a new start. And yes, as you mentioned, we did have a change of leaders in the girls section, and we have Caden Truff who keeps dominating the junior section, so it's going to be very interesting to see if he's going to be able to keep up his lead, or are we going to have another change in the girls section. So I think today is the day that really going to determine how the rest of the tournament is going to go.
Absolutely. We're in the final stretch here, the last 4 rounds of the event, the second half if you will, but it's definitely some of the more crucial games as nothing has been decided yet in either tournament.
Right, and let's take a look at the standings, and we can talk about what's going on in each tournament more thoroughly. So we do have Caden Truff with 4.5 out of 5 completely dominating the field. Getting a little lucky breaks here or there, but even so, you still have to show good chess to be leading a tournament with such a dominant score. Chasing him with a full point, we have Evander Liang and Nicholas Cheka with 3.5 points each. Akshat Chandra, who was unable to win his game yet again because of time trouble, now sits at 3 points. Rui-Feng Li and Michael Brown drew their games, so both have 2.5, 50%. Mika Bratton and Bobby Liu at 2 points, Andrew Tang at 1.5, and Joshua Collis, who's still really struggling and still has 0 points in this tournament. And in the girls section, we do have Akshita Gordy, who defeated Emily Nguyen before the day off, a very important point for her to score, and is now leading with 4 points. Maggie Feng and Emily Nguyen still very close behind, only half a point behind. We have Apurva Verkut, Rachel Ulrich, and Annie Wang at 3 points, Agata Bukovtsov at 2, Dalia Cervantes at 1.5, Ashrita Eswaran at 1, and Carissa Yip with only half a point, not doing much better than Joshua Collis in the junior section.
Yeah, as we see,
the
arbiter Mike Comer making sure there is no funny business up there, no electronics allowed in the playing hall. Doesn't matter who you are, you can be playing any tournament here at the club as long as it's an official rated tournament. You cannot have any electronic equipment on you. This applies to the Friday night specials all the way up to the Singfield Cup.
I didn't know about the Friday nights.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we're not messing around here. And we're going to have a very exciting round today. We have some very important games that I'm really looking forward to watching and commentating on. And also with us, we have Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, and he is going to tell us about the matchup of the day.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back, everybody, to Day 6 of the 2017 U.S. Juniors and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls. What an exciting first part of the event we had on our hands. In the junior section, Caden Truff is simply dominating the field. He's playing pure chess. He had his fair share of luck, but so far he's taking full advantage of it, and he's steamrolling through the field. But there are some chasers behind him. We have a Wander Liang who's been having a brilliant year, and Nicholas Cheka. The key matchup of the day in the junior section is the game between Caden Truff and a Wander Liang. A Wander Liang needs to do something dramatic if he wants to catch up, but he is playing as the black pieces, so he's not going to be easy to destabilize the leader. In the girls section, another key matchup on the books, we have Amy Wang versus the new leader, Akshita Gurdi. This is going to be a fantastic round full of excitement, and we are very, very excited to bring you all the action here from the St. Louis Chess Club.
It's a new position here for Akshita. She now has the lead instead of being one of the people chasing when Emily Gwen had that position before the rest day. So it's a different mindset. She needs to gather her resources. She has a very important game today.
Yeah, she does. And I think, as I was saying, today's round, I think, is really going to determine what is happening. But besides those key matchups, we have other interesting games going on. So let's take a look at the pairings and see what's going on with the rest of the tournament. So in the junior section, we have Andrew Tang versus Joshua Colas, Mika Bratton versus Nicholas Cheka, Caden Chow versus Wander Liang, our key matchup, Ruifeng Li versus Bobby Liu, and Akshat Chandra versus Michael Brown. In the girls section, we have Agata Bukovtsev versus Carissa Yip, Ashrita Eswaran versus Rachel Ulrich, Talia Cervantes versus Apurva Verkut, and I think the next two games are really the important ones for the round. So we have Emily Nguyen versus Maggie Fang, both players only half a point behind the leader. So I think we might, depending how this game goes, we might have a tie for first, and of course Annie Wang versus the new leader Akshita Gurdi.
It's an important game here for Maggie. I think that she's shown good chess. Not been brilliant, but she's never been in trouble. She's played solid chess. She's taken advantage of the opportunities that she's been given. She hasn't risked too much. Now she has a position where she's black against a player that's lower rated than her, but more importantly, just got crushed before the rest day by her opponent. I mean, Emily got blown off the board by Akshita Gurdi. And can Maggie take advantage, maybe psychologically, of this pressure on her opponent to recover, to win an important game with the black pieces and try to fight for first place?
I mean, Maggie is taking a very Wesley So approach to the tournament, right?
That's
Just
true.
playing solid and waiting for your opponents to make mistakes. And we know in this tournament and at this 2300, even 2400 level, there are going to be a lot of mistakes. And Emily did lose a very bad game, but I can't say she got blown off the board because she just messed up her opening and she never really had a chance. It's not like she got outplayed or anything. She basically just, I want to say outplayed herself, or she just basically just gave the game away. So I think in a situation like that, maybe it's even easier to get over it because you didn't really lose a game, right? You just gave it away. So
well, we'll see.
You want to focus on remembering your opening, and then like if you've been playing fine and then you lose in the opening, I think it's different than just getting outplayed.
Yeah, that's
or
true.
blundering, because like a loss is a loss, but there are different ways of losing a game, and I think each has a different kind of effect on you.
Another player that I'm interested if he can bounce back today is somebody that I think has been showing very good chess in the junior section, but I wouldn't say that he's luckless, just that his handling of the clock has really...
That gave it away, what you're talking about.
Has really put him behind on opportunities to convert in certain games. I mean, we can say that Akshat Chandra could easily have an extra point than he has right now if he had managed his time better, if he had taken some of the opportunities that he was given, had the time to think and figure out things over the board.
And one of those half a points would have came from Caden. So he would have been tight for Caden.
Yeah.
But again, in chess we always have could have, would have, but didn't happen.
And this is going to be an important game because even though neither player is really close to first place, I mean, Akshat is a point and a half away, Michael Brown only with 50%.
I feel like Akshat is looking straight at me right now.
I feel
like he knows we're talking about him. Quick change
Well,
of topic.
Akshat, play faster. There you go.
No, now he looks away. He's like, no,
I can't do it.
I mean, I empathize because I do have a problem with the clock, and I've a lot of times I found myself in the situation where, because of my time management, I've missed opportunities. But I do think I played in time trouble quite well, at least so I tell myself.
And we have three people. Three of the most stressed out people of the tournament standing up is Chief Arbiter Tony Rich. He's had an easy job so far, perhaps this tournament. But sitting down next to us is Akshat's father, and on the other side is Caden Trove's mother, Kim, who suffer every tournament. I've seen them travel with their children in many, many events, and perhaps they're not at the master level, but they have a computer, and when they see that engine evaluation go up and down, man, are those some stressed out parents.
Yeah, I feel like the engine has actually made everything worse for the fans, especially the parents, because you don't understand chess, and then you see this EKG machine going up and down, and the only thing you're thinking, why is my child losing? Why can't they find the move? And especially if you're not good at chess, you don't quite understand it. I feel like it just makes everything so much worse.
Oh, I agree completely. I could not imagine, because I remember back in the day when my dad used to come to my tournaments. I was a teenager. You know, the only way he knew how my position was at the moment was either he asked somebody, which was kind of rare. You can't really go around asking people. Or
body language.
Or my body language, exactly. My body language would be the giveaway on how my position was going. But there was no engine that would be able to tell him. He couldn't pull out an iPad. Those didn't exist back then. To tell him exactly what the evaluation of my position was, which made things, I would say, a lot smoother for his heart.
Yeah, but I think a lot of players, their body language really gives away. Sometimes, like, you can walk into a playing hall and you don't even know the players. You just look around and you just tell whose position is good or is bad. But our round is underway, so let's not waste any more time and let's just go straight to our matchup of the day.
Matchup of the day is, of course, Caden Trove with the white pieces against Wonder Liang. We were discussing before the round started, the broadcast started, what would the approach be towards such a game? Caden Trove here has the white pieces, and he has two real choices. He can try to play a normal game, win, take some risks that way that he has been taking. For example, the way we saw it against Michael Brown, where he just risked everything in that game. Or take a more sedate approach, not really care if the game just transforms into a quick draw, the way that Wesley has been playing a lot of his tournaments recently, in which he gets a 1 or 2 point advantage early in the tournament, and then the rest of the games are ultra solid.
Yeah, but as we were talking about before the broadcast, that at Wesley's level, when you have a point or half a point lead and you're drawing, and especially the person who's close to catch you is black, like, you know, you kind of have a, like, you know it's going to be a draw most likely, so I think your risk is a lot smaller. Whereas in this situation, as we've seen in these games, I think there's a higher degree of unpredictability. So I think he cannot afford to just start drawing every game. And I don't think he needs to take any unnecessary risk. I think he should just play his game and see what comes at him and take risks accordingly. Like, if the position offers you something, you take it, and if your opponent just plays a really solid game and you just cannot put a pressure on him, then, you know, that's how it just works.
Well, I'm a little confused about why I Wonder is thinking, because I do remember Caden already employing the Nimzo Indian defense with white in this tournament, and if I am not mistaken, he did play this Capablanca/classical variation with Queen C2.
Against Michael Brown.
That's what I was thinking, yeah, against Michael Brown. So I'm not entirely sure why at this moment I Wonder is taking his time. You would think that on the rest day, with the 20,000 coaches that I Wonder has worked with, one of them would give him an idea.
Maybe they gave him too many ideas.
Sometimes that's what happens. You have too many dogs barking on your ear.
Actually, I think we are mistaken, Alejandro, and I just remembered against Michael Brown, he did play knight c3, but immediately after knight c3, Michael deviated and played the move d5, if I remember correctly. He didn't play,
that's right.
He didn't play bishop b4 specifically for this reason that Trove doesn't have any games in this knight c3. It's a novel thing for him. So bishop b4, I'm sure Wonder knew that he's going to play this, but he didn't know what to expect in this position. There's so many ways of playing as white. You can play knight f3, which is very dynamic. You can play e3, bishop d3, knight g2 to put the knight there to defend the knight on c3. Queen c2 is one of the main lines, and I'm sure we're going to see a very, very tense theoretical battle between these two guys.
Yes.
I think the game we're thinking was Ruf English game where he played with d6, b6.
That was actually Michael Brown with the white pieces.
Right,
yes.
And there was like the Nimzo
structure. Yeah.
Nimzo Indian and Nimzo, like the hybrid.
So we're going to have this line with c5. It is one of the main lines to quickly strike at the center with the move c5. White, because of the poor placement of the queen, can't hold on to the center very well. D takes c5 is the main line, after
96.
which black usually plays the move 96. Do you want to recapture with the knight on this square? So far, pretty well-known theory. I do not know the c5 line as well as I know the d5 line, since I've studied it more deeply, but I do know that these structures are quite well known. I've seen them played several times in the recent past. I saw more than one game in the Continental Championship. A crucial game was actually the Peruvian Grandmaster Jorge Cori, a strong 2600 player, playing against the currently Paraguayan but formerly Cuban Grandmaster Neudis Delgado, both 2600 players, and White won a crushing victory.
So I'm not gonna say that I play this line, so I don't get asked any questions.
You do play this line, don't you?
I do play this line.
All right.
I think I played this against Irina Krush in the last year's US Championship, and I lost, but it wasn't a crushing victory. Just had to put it out there.
Of course. We'll do have other interesting games, so perhaps Tatev, you can lead us to where we want to go.
Let's jump to the girls section. We have two key matchups of the day, so let's take a look at Annie Wang, which is actually the Gordy, our leader, new leader, playing against Annie Wang, who is a full point behind her.
All right, we have the Annie Wang with the white pieces against Takshita Gordy. A little bit of an interesting move order that I've seen you play, actually. D4, E6. A lot of French players are not afraid of playing with this move order. In case of E4, they just go back into the normal French. White still has many options, but for example, the possibility of knight f3 is pretty much eliminated. You can't play knight f3 in this position and hope for an opening advantage because of the move c5.
But you can play e4 here.
And then, okay, then you could play e4, and then you have to know d4, d4 knight f3, and you have to know the Taiman of Sicilian. But not everybody knows
So
this.
you have to be careful against someone who plays both d4 and e4, because you don't want to start, you're playing go French, and then they go e4, and you're like, oh, now I'm playing Sicilian, I don't know.
I actually played that once against the former US women's champion, Irina Krush. I started the game with knight f3, and she played c5, and after thinking for a while, I was trying to remember if she was a Sicilian player or not.
I think exclusively.
Unfortunately, I didn't remember correctly, and I played e4 and ran into preparation. Immediately after the opening, she banged out 20 moves of theory, and I was unable to win the game. I drew, but of course, this is a completely different scenario. But of course, it just shows how many transpositions there are in the game of chess, something quite unexpected. So we go back to the normal channels: knight f6, knight f3, b6, pure Queen's Indian defense with bishop e7. Knight c3 was played before castle, a little bit of a deviation. Normally castle is played first, but it doesn't change too much. Knight e4, bishop d2.
I think it gives you an extra option if Black doesn't play in the move knight to e4. In this position after knight to c3, if you play just a move such as castle, I have the move queen c2, and I'm taking full control over the square e4. So then knight e4 is no longer possible. You will have to play something with d5. But in general, if Black plays d5, then he simply accepts a worse position. White is going to play knight e5, control this diagonal, and he's just going to have the space advantage and the advantage in general. Instead of that, she did play knight e4, bishop d2, and now this strange move, d6. I looked in the database, and White scores around 70% already after d6. With this move, d5, immediately clarifying the situation in the center. And I'm going to ask you, which piece are you going to exchange? Are you going to take my knight on c3? If you do that, I'm ready to take with the bishop on c3. My structure remains intact, perfectly fine. And after a move such as e5, I'm going to go castle, castle. This bishop on b7 is going to be very, very restricted in the upcoming moves. And my simple plan is to put the knight on d2, and then at the right moment play either e4 and f4, or just simply f4 and try to challenge you in the center. This is not going to be a very pleasant structure for Black. White has the space on the queen side, and he potentially can challenge Black on the king side. So after d5, the main move is knight takes d2. At least you want to grab a strategical trump. You're going to get the bishop pair. And now White obviously can take with the queen or with the knight. Black will be forced to close up the center, and this is just going to lead to a maneuvering game in which simply White has the space advantage on the queen side. Black is going to try to do something on the king side. His biggest problem, this bishop on b7. At some point, he's going to try to reroute it, but whenever you start going away from the long diagonal, this c6 square becomes available. Your structure is a little bit damaged, in my opinion. I think White definitely has the better chances in this variation.
So we're going to enter like King Indian-esque kind of structures, except white hasn't committed e4, which means f5 is not going to be a break. And which is why after bishop d2, bishop f6 is a move, so d5 I can reach the same, well, first of all, d5 doesn't make sense here because my pawn's not on d6, so you're just weakening the c5 square. But in the future, if you do that, then we can take on c3 twice, and then if I put all my pawns on the dark squares, then at least I don't have a dark square bishop.
Yeah, this would have led to normal waters. For example, after simply castle, castle, this to just a main variation of the Queen's Indian, pretty much. Something that's been seen thousands of times, literally.
Knight e5 is the main line, the new trend kind of in this position.
Where?
This position?
After knight d2, knight bishop f6, castle, castle. I think knight e5.
Knight e5, yes.
If I'm not mistaken. Knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, we exchange the bishops and then d6. And white has an interesting idea of just putting this knight either to g4, either to d3 and to f4. At the right moment, I am going to play d5, and once again, I'm going to try to stabilize the structure on the queen side and then take advantage of that, create a pawn storm. But the position is very close to equality because of the limited material. Nevertheless, it would be a long game.
Oh, it's going to be a long game. Even with the inaccuracy that Akshita, I think, just played, it's not giving any kind of big advantage, just something very, very, very slight. And I do expect a very long game here between Annie Wang and Akshita Gordy.
Unless we were talking about in this kind of opening, if you make a slight inaccuracy, you're not going to lose the game. You're just going to have an unpleasant position that can still go either way, as opposed to when you're playing more very risky opening, like King's Indian. If you make a slight inaccuracy, you're just going to resign if your opponent finds the continuation. But also many times we've seen that we see these inaccuracies like d6 or castling too early.
Right.
Even in the grandmaster level, we see that don't always take advantage. They just kind of go to their positions that they know because they just play automatically almost.
Almost. Well, we see Annie Wang thinking here after the move d6, which was played in the position. A good time to think, to figure out what's different about the move d6 compared to normal variations. And we'll see if she finds the move d5 that I rather like, as Christian has pointed out.
Let's take a look at Emily's game versus Maggie, which is going to be very important for the standings, I believe. And we have a stonewall, I believe.
There's definitely a stonewall, but something already went a little wrong for black, I think. D4, E6. Okay, we have the same move order.
I used to play this with this move order.
With this move order?
Yeah, because I didn't like D4, E5, Knight C3 kind of stuff.
And then you became a grandmaster.
Hmm?
And then you stopped.
I think I stopped before.
Well, the stonewall, I think, is just a suspicious opening overall.
Yeah, but it's okay if you're a kid.
I don't know about that. Knight H3 is an idea. It's a known idea in this kind of structures. The knight many times just wants to reroute to E5, but it allows this knight, which usually lacks squares, to go to F3. This knight can go to F4 and D3, and then to E5. And also, it prepares a move such as bishop F4. Now, all of this can be done because after the move C6, black has 100% committed to playing the stone wall. There is nothing else she can do at this juncture. So knight H3, D5 castle. We have pretty much a pure stone wall with a knight on H3, which makes the next move a little dubious. The move bishop d6 is kind of running into bishop f4.
I've actually seen this idea, and then you're basically saying both of your pieces are fighting for f4, so you commit your bishop and then your knight on h3, as opposed to allowing you to, as opposed to just playing bishop e7 and allowing you to transfer your knight. You're just forcing them to put a bishop there, and you're saying your bishop is not as well placed.
All right, knight d2, castle, and then queen c2. And this is currently the position that we have on the board. I'll be the first to say that...
White's better.
Yeah, of course, because the stone wall I have never believed to be a good opening. I think it's just dubious. It works at certain levels. This is definitely a level that it works at. But I found the pure stone wall, which is the one where white can develop however he or she wants, to be a little dubious. When white has already committed some certain things, like for example, when they play a very early e3 and the bishop is forced to be trapped behind the pawn structure, like in the semi-Slav, I think those structures are more playable for the black side. Whereas I think when you face a fianchetto, the stone wall, even though it's playable and of course black wins many games, is highly suspicious. Just a personal taste, I think. It is playable, of course. I just think that white usually has the easier game than the more logical plans, whereas black normally you know, sometimes they play some logical moves even that expand on the king side, and then they don't know what to do.
I did like playing Stonewall against e3 because you play bishop d6, then you transfer queen e8, queen h5, g5, and then you try to play aggressively. Also, we have to mention why white is trying to exchange bishops because of the pawn structure. Exchanging the dark square bishop is going to be a big trump for positional trump for white.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Because the bishop on c8 is even worse than the French bishop because you have an additional pawn on f5.
Yeah. Now you see that Maggie Feng is thinking, and you may be wondering, well, why doesn't she play the logical move knight b to d7? And here's where a little bit of trouble starts. She has to make sure that this move works. And by works, I mean that she has to be able to meet c takes d5 with the move e takes d5. Taking with the knight ruins your pawn structure. This allows a future e4. It allows pretty much anything that white wants. It allows access to the knight to c4.
Even if I give up the bishop.
Even if you give up the bishop.
Because
I'll give it
e4 is just going to kill you.
Yes. Taking with the pawn leads to a pretty horrible exchange Slav structure, which after rook fc1, white is without doubt much better. While if you take with the pawn, and this is a problem sometimes, this knight on d7 is now currently blocking the bishop on c8. Tactically, black has to figure out if there's a punishment to queen takes f5. If there is no punishment, white simply grabs the pawn and is a good pawn to go. So you have to be very careful in this kind of positions as the black side when you develop the knight to d7. And this is precisely the point of the move queen c2. That if black doesn't have the move knight b d7, she's going to have to find a move to play. You don't necessarily always want to put the knight on e4 because it kind of begs to be kicked out by the move f3, especially with the knight already being on h3 instead of f3. Sometimes when the knight is here instead of where it is right now, you have to move the knight and then prepare f3 somehow. But since the knight's not there anymore, I can just play f3 right away.
Yeah, which is why this is another reason why I found this system to be annoying to play against, because white's idea, long-term idea, is to play f3, e4 and challenge your structure, right?
There's several ideas. I mean, you have f3, e4, you can just play b4, b5, which I've always found incredibly dangerous, is to just throw the pawns forward on the queen side. And I've never found a very good way of dealing with this. I remember some old Yusupov games with the white side in which white just won by throwing up the pawns. She's played the move knight h5, which I find to be highly suspicious because I am going to simply put my bishop on e5. I wasn't really going to go anywhere else.
The knight d7?
Yeah, but I don't really care if you take the...
Go knight f3?
Well, I wasn't really going to care if you're going to capture this bishop or not.
Really?
Yeah, because, I mean, as soon as you capture my bishop, I'm going to take with the pawn, and your knight on h5 is going to be greatly suffering. I have choices here already. I think knight f3 might run into g5. I always have to be worried about this idea.
You can go back and then that's why you play g5.
It's possible. So knight h5 is not necessarily forcing white's hand because, I mean, I'm not particularly scared of you taking my bishop in any kind of scenario. I like white a little bit more, but it's just a game.
Right. Okay. So let's move on. We're in the girls section of the set 2 games. So let's keep looking at the games. Let's look at the Purva's game.
Purva is playing against Talia, two players that honestly could have more points than they have. Let me just.
I feel like especially Talia. At least half a point more.
All right, we have some kind of Carlsbad structure. We have seen several of these throughout the tournament. Let's see how they got there. Okay, this bishop e7 subtlety, it's one of the many ideas that black has in the position, a little bit more of a solid line. Pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, bishop f4. It's all well known. Knight f6, and h3 is an interesting move order. I don't remember all the subtleties here, but I don't think there was anything wrong with just the move e3 in this position. h3, okay.
Maybe just knight h5 after e3.
E3, knight h5.
Can I go bishop
g3? I thought these lines with bishop e5 were a little dangerous.
Okay, f6.
Ooh, really?
Maybe. f6.
Okay.
So if you go e3, knight h5, f6. I would assume you want to play maybe bishop bishop e2. I take.
No, bishop e2 is probably wrong.
Okay, we shouldn't enter sketchy territory.
No, bishop g3.
So probably just the usual bishop g3.
That looks kind of ugly for black, honestly.
You want to provoke f6, and then after take, you also haven't played castle, so the rook is very active on the h file. But okay, maybe I can still play a move such as g6. And I agree, it looks bad, but if I manage to stabilize my position, maybe castle long, put the knight on b6, develop my pieces, then my two bishops are going to be quite potent in the long run. Obviously, structurally, White's position is definitely better. But okay, let's say I go a move such as g6.
Well,
bishop d3.
I can't wait to have this position against you, Christian, in a tournament. I mean,
or maybe should I go f5?
Yeah, this is just worse for black.
I agree. Okay,
this is just
you
worse.
convinced me.
Wow, that didn't take a lot of effort.
You convinced me. So yeah, e3 is definitely
more accurate. It is more accurate. There's nothing wrong with the move h3 because it's going to be useful in the long run anyway. I mean,
and
you're
playing
giving
white, so it's hard to make a mistake like h3.
And you're going to allow your
Right.
bishop to go back to h2 in many occasions, and you are preparing to move g4 sometimes. So all very useful things that h3 does.
So can I play g6 again here and try to exchange the bishop?
Well, you can. We're talking about this idea.
Oh, it was played?
Not right now.
Not
right now.
At the end, in the last position.
G6. But the thing is, here sometimes I can consider, once I have the move h3, to just play the move g4. And again, black doesn't have a lot of choices on where to castle, whereas white sometimes just castles long. And because you played g6, I'm going to be able to follow up with h4, h5. Not necessarily the end of the world, it just sharpens the position a little bit. I'm not saying that g4 is the best move that I've ever come up with, but it is an idea. Otherwise, I really don't know what white would have done against g6.
It's the best move you came up in this position,
that
for
is
sure.
Yes. Castle,
okay, so castle
e3, knight b7, bishop d3, rook e8. Okay,
so this is very standard.
Yeah, knight f3, knight f8. Now we go back to a very normal queen's gambit decline, but the bishop's on f4 instead of g5. That's pretty much the only difference. She has castled short. She also had the option of castling long in this position, and g6. And we have mentioned this idea of g6 with the idea of an eventual knight e6, knight g7, excuse me, and allowing bishop f5. Actually, the move knight e5, knight e6, bishop h6
Was this played? Oh, no.
If this is played, this transposes back into many known games. Bruzon played this with black several times. I know that Kramnik played it with white a couple of times, in which after knight g7, white is pretty much forced to play the move g4 in order to take control over the square f5. A little bit of a sharp variation. White's trying to play f4, f5. Black, on the other hand, plays a very quick c5 and tries to undermine the center.
Right.
Play becomes a little bit sharper. It is possible, but it's not the only way that white can play. Taking advantage of the fact that the bishop is on f4, not on g5, sometimes white can simply retreat the bishop to h2 and play something more calm, like rook b1. Idea is, of course, the minority attack of b4 and b5. Perfectly good way of playing this position. It's really up to Talia about how she wants to handle the situation. Both, I think, are equally acceptable.
Yeah, and we've seen this structure before. Probably one of the more standard and most common structures in chess, playing the Carlsbad. And we talked about these ideas before b5, doing the minority attack, which means you'll have less pawns on the queen side, but you're attacking with the minority against the majority pawn.
Yeah.
Playing b5, basically forcing your opponent to make a decision. Either they let you take on c6 or they take and permanently weaken the d5 pawn. And it's going to be a long-term strategic battle.
Absolutely.
That is not going to... So we can come back to this game, and I feel like this game is going to be here for a long time. But let's keep going. Let's take a look at... Ashita versus Rachel. As we saw, Rachel has been really well prepared, and we've seen several Sicilians, and we're seeing another one right now.
All right, this is something interesting. I like when the young guns take theory on their hands, and they try to find what to do with certain experiments. I know that Ashrita has been coached by Bulgarian Grandmaster Boykov for quite a long time, and sometimes you can see those brushes of coaching. Here we have a normal Najdorf. Literally every move has been tried.
Including a3.
Including a3 was played by Giri recently. a4 is the main line. f4 is the Karpov variation. h3 is extremely popular nowadays, as is g3. Rook g1 was tried for a very long time. The English attack is bishop e3.
My variation.
Bishop g5 is known as the sharpest variation. The Sozin with bishop c4 is well known. The classical bishop e2 has been played. f3, of course, also leads into an English attack. The move h4 was tried by Naroditsky against Jerebuk in this year's U.S. Championship.
That was a very strange game.
Yeah, that was a very strange game. So when we're talking about like pretty much every move has been tried, I'm not really kidding. Also, the moves with the queen, like queen d3, have been attempted.
Queen f3.
And queen f3. The move knight b3 is a new wrinkle on the Najdorf, which is, sometimes it's amazing the new wrinkles are being attempted. And it has a couple of points. This is an idea that was more or less championed by Polish Grandmaster Mateusz Bartel, mostly at the beginning of this year, a little bit late last year in the Bundesliga. And the point is that if you play e5, you don't really want to do this, as instead of playing the bishop to e3 and just transposing into normal English attack, the bishop goes all the way to g5. And now you have some problems with the d5 square. A subtlety, but an important one. If you play the move e6, which just transposes into Scheveningen structures, first of all, you're not playing your normal Najdorf ideas. And second, after the move g4, you're entering a bad Keres attack for white, or slightly bad because you've committed to move the knight back, and black has played a very reasonable a6. But you are basically saying that the Keres attack structures are so dangerous for black that you can do it pretty much down a tempo.
Well, I mean, they're so dangerous, you can just give up a piece, right?
Sometimes, yes. So whether this is correct or not, I think theory is still out there. It'll take a couple of years, I think, before we decide as grandmasters, not me, because I don't play e4 and definitely don't play the Najdorf. But every other grandmaster can figure out if the move knight b3 is as valid as one would think.
It's the same thing with h3, because when people started playing h3, it was so unpopular, and then all of a sudden now Anand plays it, I believe, regularly.
Anand plays it
all
religiously. The guy
Yeah.
plays h3 every single
So
game.
that's the thing, like someone starts a trend, and then like you finally like, okay, a breath of fresh air, and then everyone starts playing it and then gets ruined.
Sometimes you find a refutation. I remember that this Sveshnikov didn't pick up for like 30 years, and then a couple of people played it in the early 2000s. Leko played it, Topalov, Kasparov even gave it a try, and then suddenly everybody was playing the Sveshnikov. A couple of years later, people found a couple of problems with it, and it just fell to ruins. Nobody's playing the Sveshnikov anymore except Gelfand.
But I think knight b3 is a very tricky move against an e5, like a Najdorf player, because against bishop g5, if instead of knight b3, you would never go e5, right?
Never,
so if you
never.
go e5, bishop g5, you just get a worse version of it.
So we got this position, which is already kind of out of theory, even though the plans are obviously known. Bishop e7, and I think we have a couple more moves. F4, knight takes e3, queen takes e3. So this is the position that we currently have on the board. Basically, white has done this with her pawns.
My favorite. Close your eyes and push the pawn, hope it works out.
On the other hand, and she has a severe advantage in development. On the other hand, black has the pair of bishops. She hasn't committed her king, which is sometimes a good thing. And because of the absence of the dark squared bishop, a lot of the ideas such as g5 aren't so easily executed. I expect that this is a slightly unpleasant version of the Sicilian for black, because I do think that the amount of time that she's given up is very considerable, but more than that, I don't find her next move.
I was considering e5.
Yeah, I thought about e5 also, Christian. Actually, you and I are thinking
F5?
along those lines. But I was wondering if
Or
I can really avoid h4,
And now
g5.
b5. I want to remove the knight from c3 so that I can move my knight from f6. Otherwise, if knight d7 doesn't work because of knight d5. b5 seems like a very normal developing move. And as you were mentioning, Alejandro, I think in that position, if you play b5 first, then the problem is
E5,
this
yeah.
e5 is coming and the bishop on g2 gets active. So that's why I wanted to play e5. I want to soften up your dark squares. It's very important. If I manage to gain control over the dark squares, then my position is going to be perfectly fine. The problem with e5 always is that it gives away the d5 square. Another idea could potentially be maybe g5.
Yeah, g5 is definitely something I would look at. As a Sicilian player, I love the move g5. Sometimes it just sacrifices a pawn, and it doesn't really matter. The point is to get the stronghold on e5 for one of the knights. Since one of them disappeared already, I'm going to obviously use my f6 knight. But more importantly, since the dark squared bishop has disappeared from the board, undermining white's attack and controlling it by controlling the dark squares is such a useful way of stopping this. You see this a lot in the games of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where he uses it against the bishop g5 lines of the knight orphan, and g5 is always a good resource. He's won some nice games, for example against Giri last year, and he's lost horribly some games, like for example against Nakamura in the London Classic. So definitely an idea, but as you can see, already very risky. Well, although saying very risky might be redundant, Rachel has to play something a little bit offbeat already in order to develop her pieces, either e5 as Christian was mentioning, or g5 as he also suggested, because normal development is already failing. Castle will get checkmated, b5 loses to e5, and even the move bishop d7 looks horrible against e5. I mean, the knight just doesn't have any squares to go to.
I think
so
e5 is already a threat in this position, right?
It might already be a threat, so she has to be a little bit more creative than usual in order to develop all her pieces. She's probably fine. She has trumps in her position, but she needs to be think outside the box more than just develop her pieces naturally.
Yeah, because once you play a committal move like h6 or that h5 move we saw in a purpose game a few days ago, it makes castling really, really hard, especially when I have a pawn on g4. The second you castle, I'm just going to put, like, I'm not even going to look, I'm just going to push g5, and you have a very unpleasant decision to make of taking or allowing me to take, and either one is not going to be pretty for you. So here already normal, like bishop d7 as we mentioned is bad, so either e5 or g5, but I think if you go e5 I'm just going to ignore it and play something like king b1 and see what you do.
We'll see,
I don't know if
how
I
it
should
develops.
commit with f5.
I am curious in which direction she's going to go. I particularly would like for her to play g5 just because I love those structures, but we'll see if she comes up with it.
Yeah, she needs to come up with something. And also it's worth it to mention that after knight b3, g6 is a move. So you're basically playing a dragon and you're saying my a6 move is more useful than your knight b3 move. But again, you need to have flexibility, and I think if you're the kind of Sicilian player who just plays exclusively knight or for you put your pawn on e5, then playing g6 is not something you would even consider because you don't fancy your bishop in the Sicilian. But yeah, so this game is going to be definitely one we want to keep an eye on, even though it's not so important in standings, but it's still a really interesting game. And I think we have one more game left in the girls' where when you looked at it, Agata Bukovca versus Carissa Yip.
And I think that Christian has some updates for us in that game.
Yes, that's
Perfect.
Another game that's simply exploding, another Sicilian that's going to explode. We've seen Agata play this Sozin with bishop c4, bishop b3, then usually she leaves her pawn on f4, on f2, but in this case she decided to play the move f4 and try to go for a different route. So after b5 she immediately played this move e5 and the game just simply explodes. I'm going to open up my pieces, I'm going to bring my queen to h5, and I'm going to try to focus all my forces surrounding your king. The problem is this e5 runs into, okay, d takes e5, f takes e5, knight fd7, and now you're going to have some problems with this pawn on e5. If I manage to repeal your attack and exchange the queens, enter an endgame, then black's structure is going to be clearly superior. Bishop e3 was played. This is, by the way, still mainline theory. Knight takes e5, queen h5, knight c6, knight takes c6, knight a6, rook to f3. We have this position on the board. I was checking the database during the break, and white scores very, very well in this position, something around 70%. Black's defense is far from trivial. I'm going to go rook to d1. All my pieces are focused around your king. Rook to h3, attack you on the king side. And we've seen Carissa is out of theory. She already spent around 8 minutes from her clock, and she's going to have huge difficulties finding the best defense. If you make a slight misstep in this position, you're going to get checkmated. This is going to be a very, very interesting game to follow.
It's that practicality that some players have, and I really like about some people that I can say I don't have, which is to just sacrifice a pawn in many situations, not for something very specific, but just to muddy the waters and say, hey, this is so complicated, I don't really care. You got to figure it out very well.
How not to get checkmated.
Yeah, which is funny because I'm a Benko Gambit player. But yeah, in this kind
but
of
you do it knowingly.
That's true. I do know it knowingly. Whereas this kind of positions, I mean, they're a little trickier. She's played the move b4, which
really?
Which is already a mistake.
Well, what do you do after rook h3?
Good question.
I mean, you cannot play h6, right?
You have
I mean,
to play
I
h6.
understand, but like that.
After
My point is,
b4
you don't want to play h6.
Wait,
but
I'm
you
sorry.
have to.
What?
There's absolutely nothing, and then I'm just going to take it.
Wait, what?
How can you play b4? Like, you're getting checkmated. How can you push
The only move right now is to play g6, and I think this is what Carissa is trying to figure out, and she hopes that she figures it out. But after queen f3, I'm not really sure what you're going to do next. You have
You're
the
going
rook
to take
under
the
attack.
knight. I mean, you're going to take the knight.
Okay, I take
No,
on c6.
no.
you
If
can't.
you take
Oh, yeah,
the knight,
queen
I'm going to
c3.
take on c6.
Oh, I cannot take on c3, sorry. I'm already
C takes
pondering.
b2, then I'm going to move my rook somewhere. Okay, you have a very, very powerful pawn on b2, but if I manage to corral it and actually grab it off the board, you're going to have huge problems. You're going to be simply, also I have queen c3 attacking checkmate potentially if this bishop goes away from h6 and the pawn on b2. So this is already, this looks very, very treacherous for black. And if she doesn't take on c3, maybe she plays something like bishop b7. I can just simply take the exchange, bishop takes, let's say, and move my knight to e4, centralize my knight, knight to f6. Your squares are still quite vulnerable, the dark squares, and if you play bishop g7, all my pieces are simply coming with tempo. I managed to develop my pieces with tempo. It's very important. And your initiative, given the fact that you have this dark square strong bishop, is going to evaporate quite quickly if I manage to put my pieces on the right squares.
Cristian, I got a question, because in that variation that you are showing, perhaps to a human eye, once you have a pawn on b2, you are getting quite a bit of counterplay. What I wanted to ask you was, after the move rook h3, which looks very natural to me,
So you want to move your knight.
h6, I just wanted to move my knight.
But I think her idea is to play queen d5 and force an exchange of queens.
Well, there's a bishop on b3, so
Oh.
I doubt that's the idea.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether
Sorely
this
do
was her
wonder.
idea, but indeed after rook h3, h6, knight to e4, this b4 idea does have some interesting nuances, and that is that we're opening up the 5th rank, and I have this extra move, queen to a5,
Queen
That's what
try
I
to
meant.
force the queen swap. Again, if I manage to get the queens off the board, that's going to be winning for black.
So it's a very sharp variation, because I think as a human player, even though the more you analyze it, the more you understand that the pawn on b2 is not going anywhere, sometimes you're a little scared about it, right? There are some tactical ideas in this position that Cristian was showing us, like rook h3, h6, bishop takes, all of this looks...
But to me, that line just looks losing.
it looks scary, but I'm not sure if it's losing, because g6 attacks 2 pieces.
Okay, so queen c6.
I'm going to assume that Cristian has a refutation against the move rook g3. I'm not really going to dwell too much on it.
Queen g3, I might just check you on d4.
Yeah, so queen f3 looks strong. Takes,
Take.
takes,
Okay.
and rook f1.
Yeah.
So we get to this position, and I understand that the computer really prefers black. Sorry, white.
I mean,
right?
I really prefer white too, because I think I'm just
But-
you're falling apart.
I'm not completely convinced of falling apart. Like, if I just play the move bishop d7, right?
And then I simply play queen c3.
But
oh,
here's
you
the
have bishop
thing.
f6.
Here's the thing. I do have some tricks. I do have the move bishop f6,
Oh, that
and
is annoying.
I'm taking advantage, of course, of the fact that this pawn is very powerful. Although even then, after rook takes f6, I'm not entirely sure that I would like to be black in this
Oh, I
position.
love this.
Yeah, the idea being that you can queen.
But I think you have queen b6 check.
Well, queen
Oh,
b6 runs into bishop b3,
No, I mean, I have to give up my queen anyways, but at least... Oh, but now I'm getting mated on h8.
but now you're getting mated on h8.
I would love to see this position on the board right now.
Yeah, despite the 2 queens, it seems that black's in a little bit of trouble. I'm not sure how much trouble, honestly.
Well, we do have an engine that we can check with.
But this kind of crazy variations, they're not so superficially analyzed by a human who has to see that position from here.
But
and that's the biggest problem, right?
How do you play b4 so quickly?
Well, that you can definitely ask Carissa when she's downstairs after the game, because I do have to heavily reproach a decision such as b4 in such a dangerous position. If b4 is not prep, you cannot play it in under 15 minutes easy, because, I mean, this is the key point of a very sharp game.
Right, because in this position, I would really hate to put my pawn on h6.
Oh,
Like,
yes.
I would try to do anything
not
to
to
put
do
the
that,
pawn on
yeah.
h6, because you're just inviting the bishop to capture
You're
it.
inviting trouble. You're just inviting trouble. I agree completely with you. I don't like her approach to the game. I haven't really liked her approach to the tournament too much, but I have to reproach. Perhaps b4 is not the worst move on the board, and perhaps the refutation is very computer-esque, but just playing it so quickly is...
But I don't think the refutation computer risk, I mean, I think it's natural. You play there, you sacrifice. I mean, it's just a matter of calculation. I mean, even before Cristian was attacking, when you're looking at the position, I think those moves just stand out to you.
That's
I mean,
true.
rook h2
That's
is
true.
almost forced, right? And
I
then bishop
agree.
h6 almost forced. It's like everything feels forced. It's just a matter of calculation.
I gotta agree with that.
And
yeah.
I have seen Carissa play very fast before. I remember once I was looking at her game, and I just like approach, I kind of like, oh, she has this option, the option, and she like quickly played something, and I was like, how can you play that and not consider everything more thoroughly?
Yeah, definitely a mistake there in the approach to the position.
And I know it's something common for young players. Like, I never had the problem of playing too fast. I have the opposite problem. So, and a lot of people told me, oh, that's normal. Like, a lot of young people play like that. But it was very hard for me to understand how you can possibly play that fast in a tactical position.
I don't know. I do think that my time management is relatively good. But I know that a position like this deserves time.
So if you give this position to Akshat...
the opposite will happen. He'll probably just
no,
flag.
but yeah.
All right, let's move on because I think
Yeah.
we've seen all of the girls' games so far, and it's a good time.
Speaking of Akshat, let's
we can go to Akshat's game. Let's see how much down he is on the clock.
So I lost to Akshat twice, so I cannot really be critical of him.
Yes,
Well,
he
I
is.
can, but...
Well, he's 13 minutes down, so that's not too bad. He is playing against Michael Brown, a super solid player of the Spanish nature. He's played the Spanish ever since I've known him. I've actually known Michael for quite a while, almost a decade, I think. I had the pleasure of teaching him in camps in Arizona and seeing him in random tournaments in California. And he's always played the Spanish. That guy has never played a Sicilian in his life. I don't think that even in a blitz game. Bishop a4, d6, and he's using a Steinitz variation, which is way out of fashion. It fell out of fashion maybe 100 years ago, no exaggeration. Most people are preferring to play knight f6 or Cangels, Marshalls, all this kind of stuff, which he does play. I don't know why he's playing such a solid setup nowadays with d6, but okay.
I don't know if this is a usual thing for him on just this game.
He's not. He doesn't because I have played him in tournaments,
Oh, okay.
and he does go into mainline Spanish. So I don't know why he's deviating. Perhaps he's noticed the trend that Akshat spends a lot of time, just wants to get him out of theory. Bishop d7, d4. This is a known line. Not much to say about it. Knight takes d4 is considered to give white a slight edge. And bishop takes, and we have the position here where a position of the queen on d4 coupled with the pawn on e4 gives black a little bit of trouble because white has almost a permanent space advantage that is slight but stable. Also, white has a little bit of development edge. So the combination of these things, which is very small, gives white a little bit more of a pleasant position, but that's pretty much it. I mean, a very solid approach.
Oh, he did. He
But
moved.
to be honest, I'm definitely not impressed with his approach because the material is very limited and White's moves are not going to be difficult. He's going to keep a small advantage for a very long time.
Very
And
long time, yeah.
You were mentioning Akshat is having huge problems with his time management. Now he's going to have the easy moves. Again, material is very limited. I feel like maybe a Briar would have been a very interesting idea to keep a lot of pieces on the board, give your opponent a lot of options. And I remember you were mentioning Michael Brown, he's playing the Rui Lopez for a very long time. One of his best games was against Yu Yang Yi, a 2700 player. He beat him as black in the Chicago Open just a few years ago, and he was playing the main lines. I don't remember exactly which one. I think the Briar, but I don't want to commit to that. I will check it in just a second. Nevertheless, I don't like his approach. I don't like Michael's approach.
I gotta agree. The game becomes a little easy to play for white. He doesn't have any weaknesses, not really too much to worry about. Whereas black already has to think about how he wants to develop, has to deal with the knight coming to d5 at some point, which is kind of annoying. It's easy to play with white. I agree with this.
So where do you want to put your pieces? I was thinking f4, knight d5, b3.
I'm not fond of the move f4, even though I
figured
know
you wouldn't be.
I know that you love this move f4. One of the moves that you've played in chess that I've hated the most was actually an f4 against Irina Krush earlier this year. That bishop, because it's the same thing. The bishop on c1, I think, would lack
I'm a
squares.
French player, I don't care about my bishops.
That's very
But I
true.
wanted to fianchetto my bishop.
You couldn't fianchetto the bishop without committing to f4, I think. You can play knight d5 at some point, continue with some sort of Maroczy bind with a c4, c5 idea. Depending on how I want to expand my structure, I'll put my bishop either on f4 or on e3. In certain cases, the bishop will go to g5 if black goes, for example, g6. Because it's not trivial to move the bishop away. I mean, you cannot really chase it down the board without weakening your structure, and it doesn't achieve very much. While you can see that the f6 square will already be very weak. For example, you can already see that there's a couple of problems for Michael to develop the bishop. Bishop on e7 is always going to get hit by the knight on d5. But if you don't do that, if you
Are
play
you going to take my
g6,
bishop?
eventually. I think that's the thing. You have the option that's not going to go away because you don't really want to put the bishop on d8. But if you don't,
Well,
I always have the option of taking the
I might
bishop.
put it on d8, but I don't think anyone else will put it on d8. But so again, like playing the long term bishop versus knight, and
Yeah.
since the game is going to be on both sides of the board, bishop is going to be significantly stronger.
Yeah,
if
it's
you
not.
do
I
fianchetto
wouldn't,
it.
I wouldn't rush into taking this
Right,
bishop,
right.
but I love having the ability to capture it whenever I feel like it. And he has played bishop e7 because
he
the
has to
alternative was g6, but that looks like it's a little bit too weakening of the dark
Like if I
squares.
right away play knight d5, bishop g5, it already looks unpleasant.
Yeah, this already looks like you're begging for trouble to come down, knocking on the door with bishop f6, and certainly black's position looks not like
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
crumbling,
this-
but it looks bad to me. I'm not a big fan of Michael's approach. I still think that after knight d5, which is back to be played either right here or in the next move,
20 minutes later.
yeah, white will have a slight edge.
No, I agree. Because we know like this kind of a classical thing, right? The e4 pawn versus d6 pawn. And I think this is something we teach beginners.
Yeah.
Like when you're playing the Scotch, like not to take on d4 twice, and then you're forced
Right.
to play d6, and you get the e4 pawn versus this d6 pawn, just like a pleasant advantage for white.
Agreed.
Okay, so we have an evaluation in this position. Let's keep going. Let's look at Rifeng's game. Who,
Absolutely.
After that very suspicious game he had against Michael Brown in round 5.
Yeah.
Oh, Sicilian.
So we do have a Sicilian, Rifeng specialty, which is the closed Sicilian with an early g3.
Oh, first time he didn't play bitter in this tournament.
That's actually true. This is the first time he essays the move e4, which is of course one of his specialties. And he decided to go for a closed Sicilian rather than an open Sicilian. He is more familiar with closed, one of the few grandmasters that regularly employs it. He's playing this idea with knight h3. Because I played Michael earlier this year with the black pieces, I was actually ready to face this variation specifically with knight h3. And I found that there are
You mean Rifeng?
Sorry, Rifeng. Yes, Rifeng. I found that there are two distinct ways of playing this line, with a very early d5 or just playing a simple d6. Both I thought were actually quite playable. I wasn't totally sure what I was going to do on the board, and I was just going to figure it out. f4, knight f6 is perfectly fine, bishop e3, and queen c7. I'm not sure why the queen's on c7. These are the kind of natural moves that you play almost automatically, but I'm not entirely sure why the queen is on c7 rather than something else. And the thing is that after f5, surprisingly, black already has some problems, because you don't want to play e5 ever, as you just give up the f5, the d5 square. But if you don't, you're going to be facing knight f4 very quickly, either before or after I take on e6. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on the e6 pawn. And I was analyzing this line with d6, as I mentioned earlier this year, and I thought that there is some trickery to it, especially when the knight's on h3. When the knight's on f3, things are a little safer. But when the knight's on h3, there's very quick f4, f5 can become an issue.
And the F file is actually open. It's
The
not
F file's
like
open, the knight's coming to f4 or g5, then the bishop's coming to h3, and it's really unpleasant. I think I had a game against Morozevich in Blitz here, where I just got annihilated.
That happens when you play Morozevich.
Yeah, but then I beat him on time, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
I was down like 3 pieces, and I beat him on time.
Yeah, and then we have to mention if the knight moves, let's say, to e2, and then even if you play e5 now, like if we compare the d5 to d4 square is not an outpost because I always have to move c3, whereas you just given up the square d5 forever.
Yeah, and then c3 and d4 are also options. Knight e2 is obviously the natural move in this position. You can consider to take on e6, but
I don't think you want to start something.
That strikes me as unnecessary in this
Yeah.
position. I say knight e2 seems like the most natural move over the
What
board.
about knight b1 though? I don't like knight e2 for the simple reason that you're not going to have g4 as easy as with the queen on d1 and that diagonal unblocked.
Okay.
So against knight e2, e5, I would like to play g4,
G5,
and immediately start my attack on the king side. Knight b1, if you play e5, then I can go knight d2, knight c4, and so on. I have a lot of nice squares on the light squares. So
Yeah.
I do like knight b1 a little bit better.
I have to agree. Knight
Yeah,
b1 does
definitely.
seem... Yeah, Knight b1 is an important subtlety here. I do like the move Knight b1, as Christian's mentioning, better than my move Knight e2.
I agree, and I always like this move, like going all the way back and then rerouting the knight. I think it's such a really cool idea in chess.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think this is a perfect example of Knight b1 being a useful idea. We'll see where Ru Feng decides to put the knight. As I mentioned, I don't like the move f takes e6 so much, so we're going to have to see what happens.
So let's go to that game, the right above it. I just looking at your screen. Yeah.
Kaden Trove against Awonder Liang. Of course, the game of the day is a very heavy theoretical Nimzo Indian, which is following more or less the game that I mentioned earlier between Cody and Neudis Delgado. It's our 2,600 players.
Wait, oh, who?
Cody,
Jorge.
Cody, and Neudis Delgado. You know, when you pronounce Armenian names, I don't give you a hard time about it. So 96, bishop takes,
I've
bishop
played this
takes.
line before. I think this is my game against Armenia. I think I played 98 here.
Yeah, 98 I think is a line. I think rook c8 is fine also. 95 takes,
Actually, I
takes.
didn't play bishop g5 against me.
Okay. Takes, and we have this position. I'm not completely familiar with the theory, but black's supposed to be completely okay. There is some trouble with the pawn on d7, but as long as he can tactically solve it, there's enough counterplay with the rook on c2, coming and taking a lot of pawns. Usually the move queen a5 kind of solves everything, because if you ever take, you have problems with, again, the move rook c2, some pressure here on the queen side. Many times the move rook fd8, if you don't have queen b7, for example, is kind of an issue, because I can take on d1 and then take on a2. A lot of tactical details on this position, but if black can solve it, usually just this pressure that white has on the d file is not enough to claim an advantage.
Because there's only one weakness, basically.
There's only one
I mean,
weakness.
there's the b5 weakness, but it's hard to...
It's hard to get to. Usually this is supposed to be fine for black, but it's not super easy. Like, you still have to show the quality. And I think this answers the question on what kind of approach Trove Kaden was going to be bringing into the game. He's not going to be risking very much, because white, even though he's putting a little bit of pressure, he has about zero risk in this position.
I really like the move rook c7 here and just play queen a8 and threatening queen a8 and doubling my rook.
Yeah, that's also possible. Rook c7 or queen a5, something along the lines of what I'm expecting. I think that, again, the fact that you only have one weakness is not enough. Black should be okay.
Do you think this is a must-win situation for Awonder, being a full point behind?
It's tough to have a must-win situation where you're with the black pieces, because right now it's a little bit out of his hands. He can't really force anything in this position without risking exorbitant amounts. He needs to just neutralize white first, and by the point that happens, I mean, a lot of times white has the option of just simplifying into a draw. I don't. If it was a must-win game, this was a terrible option, but I don't think it was. I mean, from the tournament standings, Kaden is a full point ahead, but you're black, and you're playing a grandmaster. It's not the easiest thing. If the guy makes a mistake, great, but how are you going to force such a solid player like Kaden to make such mistakes? I mean, I don't think that it was a must-win. I think that there's still plenty of tournament left. That Kaden still has 2 blacks left in the event against strong players. I think it was not a must-win for Awonder, but I think a lot of players might think differently than me.
I think he should have tried for a more aggressive approach, because let's remember who he has in the last 3 rounds. He has Akshot, he has Michael Brown, and he has Rui Feng Li, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a fire 3 rounds for Awonder. It's going to be very difficult to surmount this lead that Kaden Trove is having in those 3 rounds. And Kaden is not having such difficult games. I think he's playing the lower rated in the event. I feel Awonder should have taken a little bit more risk in this game.
Yeah,
No.
perhaps that's true, actually.
I
It's
agree
because
with
of the turn. I forgot about how
Yeah.
different the paths to the end are for both players. I think that one of the stronger games that Kaden does have is against Cheka, which is also going to be an important round.
I think he has Michael Brown left. I think that's the highest rated player to play, because he played Rui Feng already.
Kaden against Michael Brown?
Caden played.
They already
Oh,
played.
they played. I'm sorry, they played.
They already played.
So who does he have? He has, oh yeah, he has Cheka, he has Micah Breton, and he has Joshua Collis.
Micah Breton and Joshua Collis. I mean, not to detract anything from the strong players that they are, but they're not having the best events, and they are two of the lowest rated players of the event.
So he did get his points from the highest rated players. He got it from Rifeng, he got the half a point from Akshat.
I mean, we've seen surprises left and right in the US Juniors, so I don't want to call anything out, but those are not the worst pairings you could have finishing the tournament.
No, definitely. So it's like, if you just look by rating, he
Okay,
does have the easier
this changes
path.
my evaluation. I mean,
He's in a very positive situation.
yeah,
Caden
this
trying
changes
to
my
draw.
evaluation of a Wonder's necessity to risk. He
And
should have chosen something sharper.
And he did, so that actually explains his approach, right? Because you're basically playing an equal position, and visually it does look kind of nicer for White, right? Like White has no problems, and Black
White has no problems.
at the 7 pawns. So for you to do something, you have to take some not necessary risks, but unnecessary risks, and
Yeah.
we've seen what happens sometimes when you do that.
I mean, it would be hard to reproach just drawing a couple of games and hoping that your opponent makes some kind of risk at some point or some kind of mistake, because Caden sits very comfortably with a full point ahead. This is definitely something that he can easily play without risk.
Yeah, so taking the Wesley So approach in this situation, I think might actually make sense, because I remember during the interview when the Wonder came here, when we were talking about what does he think about his winning chances, and he was like, well, I still have to play Caden, I have to play Rifeng, and
Akshat,
and we're like, oh, tough tournament ahead.
Yeah. Well, Christian, give us your insight perhaps on another game or more about this.
Another one of the chasers behind Caden Trophy is Nicolas Cheka, who is also on 3.5 points, and he's playing the lowest rated player in the event, Michael Brattain, but he's having huge difficulties. In this position, Michael essayed the Reti, and knight d7 was played castle, knight gf6. Now, the question is, are you going to wait for black to play e5 and take control over the center, or are you going to play d4 and completely shut him off? He played the move h3, bishop h5, and now the move d4. I remember I analyzed recently this idea, and in this position I already consider White as having the more pleasant game because of this specific variation that just followed. c4, c6, c takes d5, e takes d5, queen to b3, and now we see this queen attacks two things simultaneously. It attacks the bishop, the pawn on b7, and it attacks this check on e3. The problem is, how are you going to defend this pawn on b7? If you play a move such as rook b8, that will be very bad. Bishop f4 attacking the rook, and the pawn on b7 is going to fall. If you play queen b6, which was played and is usually the most optimal defense, the problem is I'm going to play this move queen to e3, and now we see why it's important to play h3, bishop h5 in advance, because with the bishop on g4, Black could have potentially withdrew his bishop on e6. Unfortunately, right now, that's not a possibility. Bishop to e7, but right now, due to this pin, the king is going to be stuck in the center for a while. Knight h4 was played, immediately threatening to play knight to f5, bishop to g6, knight c3, king to f8. Once again, we see it's very, very difficult to deal with this pin. This is, by the way, a theoretical novel approach. There's very, very few games that have been played, maybe like 20 total. And I've seen some very, very nice wins for White. I think Vasher Legrave beat a very strong player as White in this position. After knight takes g6, h takes g6, queen d3, rook to e8, White is going to play at the right moment h4, stabilize the structure on the king side, and slowly, slowly he's going to prepare the move e4, blast open the center, and try to take advantage of the king on f8. Let's not forget to mention that he also has the bishop pair. So this is going to be a long-term advantage for White. I'm definitely liking Michael's chances in this position.
Well, I agree that it seems that a little
It's
bit
like
of
a
a subtlety.
Carlsbad-esque structure,
Yeah.
right? Except your king's on f8
Yeah.
and my before b5 is. I mean, I can play both ways. I can play the e4 just before b5 and.
Yeah, the king on f8 is just bad against no matter which variation Mika decides to go for. I agree that Nicholas has a little bit of an unpleasant position. Again, nothing major, but a little unpleasant. And the person that must be happiest about this is obviously Caden Trove.
Why?
Well, because
Right,
Nicholas is one of the
right,
few
right.
people
Yes.
only 1 point away from him. He has, if he wants to win the tournament, Nicholas is on a must-win situation against Mika Brattain. No, Braden, he is one of the lowest rated players in the event, and even though he's very solid, I mean, you gotta beat some of these players when you're trying to win tournaments, and currently he finds himself in an unpleasant situation.
Yeah, I mean, before b5, and now my bishop on g2 is so much better. If it
So
was,
much better.
Like, completely useless on d3 in this position.
Yeah, I agree. This is a little bit of a pleasant position.
So
for
one
Mika.
game we haven't looked at is Andrew Tank. I know there are some developments in the Rifeng game, but let's make sure we looked at every position.
This is
I feel like we saw
another.
this position.
This is another Stonewall position. This is different than the one that we saw
Right.
Maggie Feng have. The
So
players.
knight on is an f3 for one thing.
I'm not totally familiar with the move order that the players have used, but okay. This move doesn't make a lot of sense to me. White's getting pretty much everything he wants from a Stonewall. Doesn't yeah.
Take.
Well, that's okay actually also, because the problem with Black's move order
You
is
don't
that
have knight d7.
you don't have knight d7 because of knight takes c6 and the bishop is just hanging. So actually knight d5 prevents knight d7, which makes the entire approach strange, to put it that way. Castles, bishop d3, queen e7, and now he plays this kind of clever move c5. And the point is that, well, obviously you don't want to take,
No.
but after bishop c7, because the queen is on
You
e7,
still don't have knight d7.
after castle, you still can't play knight d7
Oh,
because
knight
knight
d8.
d7, now c6. So he plays the kind of sad move knight e8. Usually the bishop is the one that wants to go there.
But he's threatening g5, so you have g5, f4.
That's true. That's why he plays h3, and the bishop is simply going to retreat. And to say that Black's play is a little slow would be generous. Black's play is extremely slow, and White's simply going to play b4, even b5 in the upcoming moves. I think that Maggie Feng's Stonewall is like 10 times better than this one. Whatever Joshua has
You don't
done,
have a knight on e5 in that
What-
position.
Whatever Joshua has done has backfired terribly. This is a really bad Stonewall.
I don't think his preparation has been
on point.
impressive
Mm-mm.
or
No.
quite there even, because with several times we've seen him just get bad position out of the opening, and his approach was like, well, I thought this was fine. When we look at it, we think, wow, this is just bad.
I think this is just bad.
Yeah, the same one against Mika. Was it against Mika when he played that?
It was against Bove,
Oh, against Bove, that's Sicilian,
the
right?
Sicilian, which was absolutely atrocious.
I think Christian wants to give us some updates.
On one of the key games.
Yeah, on Rifeng.
Huge
Rifeng games.
development in the game between Rifeng Li and Bove. In this position, we were considering knight b1, knight e2, very tame approaches to the position, slowly improve our game and play for a long-term advantage. But let's not forget about it. We're talking about Rifeng Li, one of the most exciting and enterprising and original players we have in the field. And in this position, he took the decision of taking on e6. B takes c3 will follow, almost forced, because right now if you take on e6, I'm going to play the move knight to e2 and knight comes to f4, or even a move such as knight to a4, stabilize the position here, open it up with a3, and all your structure is just completely damaged because of this pawn on e6. You no longer have support over the e6 square. I'm going to be able to play knight f4, knight e5. If you play e5, the position is very bad. So after f takes e6, you have to take on c3. This is going to be a very interesting game going forward. Take. I'm going to take on c3. I have 2 pawns for the piece. I have the b file open. The king, your king, is finding it quite difficult to find a good spot. And I also have this idea of knight g5, bishop to h3, take full control over the light squares. This is going to be a very complicated battle, but it's anybody's game.
But how sound is this idea of f takes c6 is what I'm wondering.
It's balanced.
It's
Really?
Balanced.
well,
Says
the
a lot
computer
about this
says-
opening.
Yeah, seriously. If the computer thinks it's balanced, then it's certainly very dangerous for Black to play this kind of things, because from a practical point of view, as Christian was mentioning, the ideas kind of play themselves, whereas Black needs to be able to coordinate his pieces properly in order to repel White's attack. Perhaps I underestimated the value of e takes e6, and of course the most important thing is that in any variation that we were analyzing previously, especially the ones that involved the move e5, usually this shut down White's attack. But with the absence of both of these pawns, the one on f5 and the one on f7, ideas such as knight g3 and bishop h3 become so much more dangerous in this kind of scenarios. And because there is no pawn on f5, this knight can dream about going to g3 and f5 in one position. The file is already opened here for the rook. It's completely different ball game than with both pawns still stuck in the board.
Yeah, and Bobby is thinking about taking. I think he played before, not really thinking about if x6 is possible.
Right.
He thought that knight is going to move, and then I guess he had to commit to e5 or think about what he was going to do.
Yeah, this is a very Rui-Feng type of decision. We see that he's not very attached to material. He is a player that will very easily sacrifice anything in order to create kind of an initiative. I remember when I played his game, my first game against him in the GM Invitational, he sacrificed a pawn for very dubious compensation, but it was just kind of his style. And from a practical point of view, and perhaps if you have an engine, it's very easy to refute such attacks. Not this one specifically, but overall his style is sometimes easy to refute with an engine. But, well, guess what? You're not playing with an engine ever, and you have to come up with your own ideas over the board.
Isn't that annoying?
It is the worst. So practically, sometimes it's very difficult to face.
It is, yes, and we see Rui-Feng is a very practical player. He even made the decision against Michael Brown, which I don't think actually was a very practical. I can't call it a very practical decision because you're basically playing for 2 results in that game.
Well, but that's the kind of player he is.
Playing for 2 results.
Well,
none of them favor him.
If you tempt him with a sacrifice, he is not the type of player to say no.
I feel like a Wonder is kind of like that too. But
I think a Wonder's a little bit more sedate about it, but Rui-Feng, I think, is the one that you see that if there's a sacrifice in the position, as long as it's not losing immediately, he's going to go for it.
And it's funny because he plays 1b3, like he doesn't play this aggressive opening. Like he plays quiet openings and
Oh
then
my
he
God,
just like
it reminds me
everything
if you have a computer and you want to see a crazy game, and you want to just look it up on your database, the game between Rui-Feng Li and Sam Sevian of this year's GM Invitational from the Winter Classic. The game started at b3, d5, bishop b2, bishop g4. 10 moves later, white had sacrificed a piece for like 2 pawns. Black's king was on e8. Everything was blown apart. Black's king got checkmated on a3.
Okay.
Okay,
so
that's the kind of player that Rui-Feng is.
I definitely want to see this game, and I think Bobby is going to take his time, and he actually has already spent some time.
Yes, thinking about his decision. Yeah.
So I think we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll let the players to figure out what's going on, and we will be back shortly, and they'll give me a time to look up this fantastic game you're mentioning. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I'm gonna do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the coverage of the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Chess Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Alejandro Ramirez, and today is round 6 after the day off. And as we're coming back from the break, we do have a result in the Kaden Truff game, a game that we thought was going very mellow and was probably going to end in a draw, and it did end in a draw. So it'll be interesting to talk to Kaden and see if this is something he was okay with, or he was hoping for more and just didn't want to take any risks. So we will have that interview coming up. And we also, when we left out, we had the game of Rifeng Li that was completely insane. And it looks like his opponent did take the knight on c3.
Yeah. Let's just go through the final moves here of Kaden's game. We left it off around rook f1, and we were mentioning how the rook on c2 was giving more than enough counterplay, and what ensued was a gigantic exchange of everything and a repetition on an obviously drawn 4 versus 4 rook endgame.
So the only chance you have is you blunder rook a8, rook f7.
There is no chance. So
if black blunders with rook a8,
it's still a draw. Oh no, because you interrupt. Never mind. So
yeah,
this was a draw, and thankfully we have other games to keep us entertained, because obviously this was not the game of the day.
Right, but of course, given he still has a full point lead over Wonder,
yes,
and Cheka is also a point behind, so that's an important game. It's going to be important for the standings.
Correct.
But we did have that Rifeng game with the piece sacrifice on move 11, and I did actually look at that game you were mentioning, which is Rifeng Li and Sam Savian. Actually, Sam Savian won that game.
Oh, what? Did Sam Savian win at the end?
Yeah, and at the end, Black
they kept blundering back the advantage. So at the end, I forgot who won.
Black was up like a million pieces, and then White was getting checkmated.
No, but White was winning at some point.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So f takes c6, b takes c3, check here, and bit takes c3.
So this is what we're looking at.
So this is what we're looking at right now. A huge time advantage for Liu Ruifeng, who has 40 minutes on his opponent, Bove Liu, with only 37 minutes to find out what to do in this, I wouldn't say difficult position, but he needs to play. He needs to play, and he needs to find a way to coordinate his pieces, which is sometimes not the easiest thing to do when your opponent has very obvious threats. You know, you can imagine he's going to go knight g5, rook b1, bishop h3, and start harassing the black pieces, specifically the king on e8 and the bishop on b7 might become targets, and black doesn't have any obvious counterplay. So obviously, with the extra piece, he has good chances of maneuvering around and defending, but he needs to do so in a particularly specific manner, because otherwise his pieces might suffer.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very critical position for him, because if you play a natural move like bishop b7, knight g5, knight e6, and I mean, your queen on g6 already looks very uncomfortable.
No, I agree that Bove needs to come up with some creativity, the same way that we were looking at, I remember Rachel's game, where black was probably fine, but she still needed to find some kind of creative way of proceeding, because the normal lines might already run into trouble. And
we will go back and look at that game too, because it was fascinating. But we do have Kaden Truff still the leader in the junior section with Chris.
With the leader of the junior section, Kaden Truff, still playing a very, very solid event, very powerful chess so far. But today it wasn't the most exciting game ever. Was this your strategy going into this game?
Yeah, I mean,
given the fact that you have an easy, let's say, quite easy pairing in the last 3 rounds.
I mean, I still think there will be a lot of battles, especially tomorrow. Nico is one of the people just right behind me, so I kind of think, you know, tomorrow especially will be kind of my key game. But yeah, I think in general, I kind of knew that, okay, if a draw would be okay, and you know, I thought I actually thought maybe he would be a little more aggressive because, you know, I'm a full point ahead of him, that even though he's black, maybe it's becoming, you know, necessary for him to start pushing for a win. But kind of all in all, I just wanted to kind of, you know, not take too many risks today, you know, play a little more solidly, and then kind of go, you know, maybe start to be a little more aggressive in these last 3 games, try and get some good wins and clinch it. But yeah, I mean, I thought I had good prep even still to get like a slightly better position, but somewhere I was missing like this rook c8 idea, and somehow it just...
Did you expect him to play the Nimzo, or were you expecting more of like a Grunfeld or like a King's Indian? I know he plays Grunfeld quite extensively, but...
Yeah, he plays the Grunfeld a lot, but so do I with black. So, I mean, and I've played a lot of different things with white, so it's one of those things that you kind of get a feeling you're going to be walking straight into my preparation playing the Grunfeld. So it's, I mean, you know, just because I play with black, I'm sure that gives him some hesitation. I kind of expected the Nimzo. I wasn't sure what line he would go into, so I was just trying to look, you know, a little bit at everything. But I mean,
is Nimzo one of the new weapons in your repertoire?
Yeah, I actually don't play knight c3 like until this tournament. So I played it once before, actually, in another U.S. junior. But that was like very specific preparation, whereas, you know, I've spent a long time wanting to add it as just like a possibility, and this seemed like a good tournament to do so. And yeah, I mean, I think it went all right so far. So.
Well, good luck in the rest of your tournaments, guys. Caden Trough still leading with authority. Took a very practical decision today, and we're going to see if he can keep up the tempo in the last 3 rounds of the event, guys.
Well, we'll see what Caden can do in the last 3 rounds, already the final stretch there. And I think that today he is very happy to have gotten rid of one of his main rivals in the tournament. Not only one of the people that was following him with 1 point, but also one of the talented youths of the year, I would say. I wonder really having fantastic, impressive results. Ever since the year started, he's had tournament after tournament where he's been winning rating.
Right, and we're talking about his approach, and we're saying whether or not he's in a must-win situation. And Caden felt like a wanderer must be in a must-win situation, so it should be on him to take risks or command how the game is going to go. And we saw that the game really didn't go anywhere.
I guess that answers our question.
Right, and he still maintains his half-a-point lead over Wander. So the only person that can catch him, Nicholas Cheka. And if you take a look at his game, some developments have happened, and actually we're at a point where we might have a draw depending on what White decides to do.
Well, Nico can't quite catch him, but he would have half a point less if Nico wins.
That's true, because he was a full point behind him, so he will have half point behind.
So in this position, which we consider to be slightly unpleasant for the black pieces, bishop f4 was played, and Nico decided to attack the bishop retreated, the knight retreated, and say White was like, okay, I can play it here again. And currently this is the position that we have on the board. If White decides that he wants to play the bishop f4 and draw the game, there is nothing black can do but to accept the draw, because that would be a 3-fold repetition. That being said, the position is better for White. I mean, I think that's quite obvious with the pair of bishops and everything else that Christian was talking about earlier. So right now it's up to Mika to decide if he wants to draw against a higher rated player with the white pieces on a better position, or play for a win. I want to say that Mika is playing for the top positions by any chance, but it would be nice to see him fight for at least a better place in the tournament. And I think this is a pretty golden opportunity when you're slightly better against a high-rated player. At the very, very, very least, it's a good experience to play such positions out. And you can see him here mainly debating whether he wants to take the draw.
Yeah, he can actually claim.
He can claim the draw immediately, or whether he can push for a win, which I would like to see him do.
I really hope he's not going to take the draw, because I did enjoy his maneuver starting from rook b1 a5. I want to develop this bishop. Why not? Let's develop it after bishop f4. Very intelligent decision. Bishop d2, knight to f6. At least now I have my bishop on d2. Okay, we repeat it one more time. But a move such as h4, prepare the move bishop h3, activate my bishops, rook fe1, e4. I have so many moves that will improve my position, while black is struggling to find a plan, struggling to find piece placement. So I don't see why he wouldn't continue this game.
I agree. It's a practical choice here to continue the game because you are slightly better. How often do you get this nice, pleasant advantage against a player that's, what, 100, 150 points higher already than you are? I think this is a great. I think this is a great opportunity for Mika to really show what he's made of.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're not playing for anything, then you should definitely play it. Like, who cares if you make one draw here, one draw there, right? You're here to play chess, and it's funny how you have you have no chances yourself, but you can influence the standing so much because if he draws,
or wins.
No, if Mika draws in this position. Yeah. I mean, if he claims a draw, then he's going to change the standings significantly because that's going to put Czech a half a point behind instead of a full point behind if he wins.
Yes, but imagine that Mika wins in this game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, he has so much influence, but if he makes a draw, I mean, it's just going to change so much. And then tomorrow's game, I think tomorrow's a decisive. Kaden is playing Czeka.
Yeah, Kaden's playing Czeka. If that's also a draw, I mean, it's hard to imagine somebody actually catching up a full point on Kaden with only 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, so this is... Wait, if Czeka draws, he's still going to be a full point behind. Why am I saying half a point?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I would not appreciate this decision to make a draw. But I mean, maybe he's looking for a plan. Maybe he's very committed to a3. But like, if you go a3 here, I'm going to go queen b3, and then you cannot go b4. And maybe he's struggling.
Well, he has ideas. I mean, he just needs to figure out what he wants to do. But the main thing is that it doesn't matter what white decides to do. Black's counterplay is very, very slow, and it's difficult to find moves for black more than for white. And this is the reason that Czeka, despite having such a good position in the tournament, is okay with the draw, because you can see that he's tacitly offering a draw. If he thought that he had any chance of really putting pressure on his opponent, of doing so without excessive risks, he would not be taking a draw, because imagine that he wins, he's clear second place. He's only really agreeing to such a thing because he thinks his position is inferior. I mean, that's clear.
I think he thinks he's making the objectively best decision.
Yeah.
And he thinks after bishop f4, I cannot allow the bishop there, so I have to chase it, and then
I
cannot leave my knight on h5, so I have to go back, right?
It's hard to argue with what he's doing.
Okay, so I don't. So we'll see what Mika decides. I feel like when you put yourself in this situation and you debate too much, eventually, like, you either make a mistake or you end up taking the draw because you spend too much time. Let's go back to our key games in the girls section. Yeah. So we had 2 games we were keeping an eye on. One was the game of actually the Gordy, who's leading the tournament. So I see we got a very King's Indian-esque structure. So I feel like d5 was played if we go back to move 8.
Yeah, this was Christian was talking about this move d5, breaking the structure and the kings on the center and actually forcing black to push the move e5. Obviously, I cannot take on e6 right now because g2 is hanging, but after castling, it becomes a real possibility.
It becomes a threat because you're threatening to
take on f7. So e4, and we have this kind of King's Indian resemblance of a King's Indian on the position, where white managed to play a very quick b4 c5. Compared to a King's Indian, many things are different. First of all, black somehow has won the dark squared bishop for the knight, which is good for her, but that's pretty much where the pluses end. First of all, her bishop on b7 is very badly placed. White has gotten c4, c5 very quickly in. The fianchetto structures are usually relatively more safe for white than most King's Indians are. And the knight on d2 is very close to achieving its ideal square on c4.
I don't like how black has played. I don't like putting the knight on h5 because you're playing a pure King's Indian and you're not. I think here black either had to play a5 at some point early on if we go back, or at least play bishop c8, bishop d7, because the bishop on b7 is just horrible.
Yeah, this is the current position that we have on the board. It's still a little tricky.
I'm also not sure if white had to commit to e4, he could have just left the pawn there.
I like e4 though. I usually don't think that the breaking of the center is particularly good for black. This looks fine. I mean, this position looks clearly better for white. there is no real threat from black. F4 will pretty much give up all of the light squares. That is a very dangerous move to play from a strategical point of view. E4 doesn't really accomplish very much and leaves the structure slightly weakened. And he has played a very natural move, knight to c4. The knight does everything you can possibly want. It pressures d6. It will be coupled with the knight on b5. The knight can retreat to e3 on a necessary day. There are tricks that involve the move knight takes e5 and a push on d6 to open up the bishops against each other. Maybe tactically this works. Let me give you an example. Queen e7 loses to knight takes e5 immediately. Pawn takes d. Oh, it doesn't.
Yeah, because
the queen defends. But you get the ideas, right? That
right.
sometimes this is going to work. So the knight on c4 is just a very good is very well placed, and I gotta say that I like Annie's position much better than Akshida's.
I agree. I really think black has completely misplayed this.
Yeah.
Playing like a different position.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 is really, really suffering, and I think that
Because sometimes I might even play c6 at the right point. If I make sure your bishop cannot get out, then you just down a bishop on a rook.
right. And the main problem for black is that what is the next move? Like, how are you going to continue? Moving something like bishop c8 currently seems a little bit too slow. White is threatening some things. Like, you will be playing knight b5 at some point to threaten your structure on the queen side. This knight on h5 does feel more misplaced than it is good. I'm not entirely sure why the knight hopped around all the way to that square.
To play f5, but I think putting the bishop on d7 was more crucial.
Couldn't you do it before that? Like in this position, couldn't I just go f5 immediately?
I think she was maybe afraid of taking bishop h3 kind of moves.
Perhaps.
Or
But
the
still,
problem is if you take, then you don't have knight f6. But
she thought maybe her knight would have been stuck.
yeah.
Still,
But then I think you should play this, and then before you go a5, and like exchange those pawns, and then exchange like the whole queen side, and ask why. Like, okay, where's your play? Like, there's nothing on the
sometimes
queen
this
side.
idea of a5 forcing the move a3, and at least you get a file for the rook.
Right, and if you go c5 at some point, I'll take on b4, I'll take b takes c5, and be like, okay, where's your queen side? You're committed, and the queen side's gone. So where's your play? Something like that. So or hurry up and put a bishop. If you're letting before c5, your bishop really should be on d7. So at least knight b5 is not coming at you.
I agree this, but the current situation does favor Annie. Still a complex game,
I
but
think
I have to give White the advantage.
the only upside is the bishop on g5 is stubborn rook c1, so you're not going to get killed on the c file at least.
For now, at least.
Right, so
Yeah,
I think
for
that's
now.
one thing you have going for yourself. I mean, it looks like black has some kind of activity on the king side, but long term, I don't think it's anything at all.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Let's go back to Mega's game because we had two. What's the structure?
It was Stonewall.
Stonewall. But before we do that, I think Christian wants to give us some updates on some other games.
We have a thriller on our hands in the game between Bikovtsev and Carissa. If I'm not mistaken, between these two girls, out of 10 rounds, we only had one draw, and that is one of Carissa's draw. Agata, she's been playing crazy chess. She won 2 games, lost 3, but every single game is so explosive. A lot of tactical shots hanging around in the air. In this position, after rook f3, we were mentioning after b4, which was played extremely fast, rook h3 was the natural move, which was played, but after h6, she took the rash decision of playing the move rook d1, missing Carissa's point of queen a5, and now she's in huge trouble. She has to take some serious decisions, and she did. Knight to d5 came on the board. E takes d5, giving up simply a piece, but cutting off the action of the queen on the 5th rank, as at least for the next one move, because I am threatening to play the move d4, exchange the queens, and that would be game over for white. Rook to g3 was played, which is again an inaccuracy. Rook takes d5 should have been played, but after bishop takes h3, rook takes a5, this would have been a completely unbalanced mess. Instead of that, she played the move rook to g3, getting the rook off this action of the bishop on h3. She is threatening queen takes h6, but if I simply play a move such as bishop f6, it seems like black's pieces are managing to escape the checkmate. After queen takes h6, I withdraw my queen with the attack of taking on g3, and then the pin is no longer going to be there on the g file. The queen is going to be hanging. This bishop on b3 is not playing for the moment. I'm retreating my pieces, and I'm reestablishing dominance against your pieces on the king side. As black, I am a piece up. This is not going to be looking good for white if she doesn't manage to checkmate her opponent, which it doesn't look like it's there anymore.
So Christian, humor me since you have an engine and I don't. Continuing that variation at the end with the move bishop f4, because I wanted
I'm
to
just going to continue taking my queen off your attack.
So
how are you going to place your pieces to try to create any sort of initiative on the king side?
So basically you're saying that there is just no way that white can arrange herself.
You can play c3, bishop c2.
I
understand.
You would love maybe to take rook takes d5, rook h5. The problem is
mated,
checkmate is coming on the board, and you cannot do it in this position either because queen takes g3 come on the board. So all of my moves are with tempo.
Is queen c7 an only move?
I don't think so. Queen c7 according to the computer is the best move, but is the only move that keeps the advantage. There are some moves that still maintain the balance, but queen c7 makes a lot of sense. You need to do something with this queen. The queen is not standing perfectly on a5, completely on the other side of the board. You have to bring it back, and why not bring it back with tempo? I think this moves makes a lot of sense.
This is a good position for a defense book, like you know, when the best defense is to attack. But I'm not sure if queen c7 is such an easy move to find.
Well,
no,
first of all,
I understand it makes sense,
so.
But I don't think it's easy to find at all.
First of all, she has to play bishop f6
right.
because I think rook takes g7 might be an idea in this position. Rook takes g7, then queen takes h6, and then rook takes d5 with the checkmates coming on the board. I think that's definitely a threat. So you have to firstly solve the problem of your king with bishop f6. I'm not really sure if there's any other move. No, bishop f6 is the only move, so she does have to find a few only moves in the next two.
Bishop f6 only move to save the position or to
keep the advantage.
Oh,
keep a decisive advantage.
What other options does she
There
have?
are some moves that keep the balance, but probably white is going to be able to force a perpetual. Bishop g5 is another one.
Yeah, bishop g5 makes
d4 is another one, which makes a lot of sense to open up the fifth rank. But then after rook takes g7, king takes g7, queen takes h6, king to g8,
have at least a draw.
queen to g6, king to h8, queen to h6. You cannot. The pawn on f7 is pinned, so you cannot take on g6.
d4 looks like a very scary move because you're opening up the bishop.
It does. It does for the moment. I think bishop f6, again, for me, it makes a lot of sense. You're defending your weakest points in the position. You're bringing another very important defender to the game.
Something was played?
And
no, nothing has been played yet.
Potentially even try to bring the knight back, knight to e7, knight to g6. If you manage to clog this g file, then your position is going to be perfectly safe. But once again, she does have to find a few accurate moves in order to maintain her advantage.
But I think you can only play bishop f6 if you see queen c7, because otherwise you're relying take on h6 and then your bishop hangs, right?
It's a very tricky move. This backward moves that attack something on the other side of the board are some of the easiest moves to miss for computers. They don't really care what type of moves they are. They find them quite easily. But on the heat of the battle, this move queen c7, even though, I mean, once you see it, the more you like it, sometimes it's not easy to just come up with it. Because you're
no, I completely agree.
And sometimes you're being threatened queen takes f6, and it's such a scary thing that you don't want to think about it.
And you're not attacking the pieces, like directly attacking your king. It's the pieces like holding the whole attack together.
Yeah.
It's like the reason white has an attack is because of rook g3. The reason h6, bishop h6, queen h6, rook g7 is because of the rook. So that's the piece you want to go after. But yeah, I don't think that's an easy move to find.
No, not at all. I think Agata has taken some risks. It's perhaps she missed this move queen c7. In her calculations. I wouldn't be surprised as the attacking force. I am not surprised at all that you would be missing such a defensive resource. As Christian was mentioning, other resources seem to be failing. So Aquarius is the one that has to be quite careful. Agata has the initiative. Even if objectively she might be lost, it's still a game that's up in the air because of how sharp it is currently.
I think Carissa just simply is at the crossroads. She has to make a decision. D4 is very obvious, but that allows rook takes g7.
Yeah,
and that's just going to be a draw. She knows that if she plays d4, white has the draw in her hands. So she's at the juncture, at the very critical juncture in her game. Bishop f6, she will have to spend a little bit of time to find those defensive resources. But we'll see what type of mood she's in.
So after d4, maybe feisty. After d4, rook g7 is forced. I don't have anything else.
I would be surprised because the move queen
g6 runs into queen e5.
I mean, bishop d5 is an interesting idea, maybe.
Bishop d5?
Yeah, just
throw away all your pieces. Who cares? No, but once you take on h6, it's game over because you don't have g6. I mean, I think d4 is such a scary move to play. I would be terrified to play d4.
I would also be terrified to play the move d4. It looks like you're getting mated.
You close your eyes and then you open to see, did I get mated or not, or am I still alive? Like, d4 just looks...
No, d4 is very inhuman. I gotta agree.
But from white's point of view, I think you play this attack and you calculate for a few lines and you think it works, and then you're like, okay, let my opponent figure it out, because I mean, I think once you play, you didn't take on h6, like you're invested. You cannot just go into an endgame down a pawn.
No, I agree. But we'll see what Carissa has in mind. You can see that she's carefully checking out that her kings are not going to get mated. We'll see which specific variation she chooses, because there's more than one line that I can imagine that in which black gives up a significant amount of material, but is still relatively okay.
Wait, you're up a piece. So so you can give away a few pieces for a queen.
Yes, you can actually give 2 pieces away for a queen if necessary. I'm not entirely sure how that would happen, but you could if you needed to.
I think Christian showed a line, right? What black had.
It was the rooks. You got the rooks.
Right.
I also think it's very important to remember Carissa's tournament situation. She's half a point out of 5 games possible. She lost a lot of games, and her morale is definitely at an all-time low. So whenever that happens, you start seeing ghosts. And when you're attacked, when all of your opponent's pieces are swarming around your king, you start doubting your decisions. So this could be a very critical juncture. She could also just blunder something really fast.
It's so easy to do.
It's very easy
not only
to do.
because it's Carissa, or because she's in a tough situation in the tournament. In this kind of position, everybody could blunder. She has put
she did play bishop f6.
F6. I would be surprised. Agata doesn't play queen h6, but she does have choices. I mean, you can start thinking about rook d5. You can think about bishop d5. I don't think that queen h6 is the absolute forced move. I mean, you can also think of the move bishop h6. I'm not saying that they're good moves or bad moves. I'm just saying that there are temptations here also for Agata. So I expect her to at least calculate a little bit on what she's going to do.
So bishop d5. The problem with bishop d5 is you don't have a threat. You're not threatening c6.
No, bishop f6 was played, sorry.
Yeah, so I think your bishops... maybe you'll allow something like bishop e6 or whatnot.
Yeah, perhaps just... Well...
I don't know.
I don't know. Because bishop e6, you now have queen h6. I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it changes anything. I'm threatening bishop e4, right? For example, queen c7. Bishop e4 is now completely different. The bishop reroutes to the attack, and this is kind of what we're talking about. Things change.
Yeah, I think now you're getting mated. Or I'm getting mated. I don't know which side I'm on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so let's see. I mean, we already looked at this. We said queen h6. So what's the evaluation after queen h6, queen c7? Black is just better?
Probably just winning.
Black is winning.
Black is winning. Okay.
I'm not surprised. I mean, if you are able to repel such an attack with so much extra material, and the attack doesn't actually manage to give dividends, it is very common that you repeal the attack and it's just game over.
But in chess there's 2 types of winning. There is the technical, easy, everybody knows it win, and then there are this type of wins in which nobody actually knows that it is a win unless you have an engine next to you. So I would say from a practical point of view, this is still not winning. Even if she finds queen c7, this is still not going to be a winning position. There's a lot of play left.
Yeah, there's a lot of play. It's not like one side's dead or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a lot of room for mistakes.
Oh, yeah. All right, we'll see what Agata has in store in this position.
Let's look at was it Rachel's game? That's the other system that we had?
Yeah, it was Ashrita against Rachel Ulrich. Somehow...
I don't like this at all.
For black?
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow this king's on b8. Let's see what happened. We left off the game here, and we didn't like the move bishop d7 very much, precisely because of e5. Now, she might have decided not to go for e5 as white because of takes, and knight takes g4, taking advantage of this trick.
So it doesn't work.
but it doesn't work because after pawn takes g4,
I take every single piece basically.
I basically take everything. And thank you for all your pieces.
I can give up a rook and still be winning.
Yes, you can. So after e5, I actually have no idea what on earth.
Maybe just take and move the knight to h7 or something. I mean, okay, you're winning the tempo, but what is your position? Or maybe just move the knight?
Takes, the knight has to move, otherwise it's a free knight. There's bishop c5, but I'm not terribly convinced that changes. No, there's a knight on b3. My god.
Not the only one blundering. Okay, so knight somewhere, let's say h7, but then I play h4 or king b1. I'm very
I don't like this knight on h7. It's not.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
I don't know. This looks very scary. E5 was something I would have played if there's. Oh, sorry. If there's no tactical problems, I would have thrown in e5 without too much of a question.
Are we missing? Are we blundering?
I don't know. It's just one of those positions where the engine's gonna yell at us for being very bad at chess. Maybe Christian can tell me what's wrong with the move.
No, you guys were actually on the right path. E5, d takes e5, f takes e5, knight h7, knight moves away. And I mean, there's nothing immediate happening for either side. But I do like the move just knight e4 after that, centralizing the knight, taking control over the d6 square, preparing knight d6, taking away bishop g5, which is very, very important. So
there is no queen e5 here because what, rook d7?
Maybe you're right. Yeah, knight e4, queen takes e5. Yes, I didn't check this.
Yeah, and if rook d7 here, I have bishop g5.
That's very pretty.
Yeah, bishop g5. The problem is you're pinned. The knight is pinned. You cannot take on g5. Game is over. So, yeah, after knight h7, I can just simply play the move king to b1. Take my king out of this very, very dangerous diagonal h1, h6, c1, and then prepare the move knight to e4. I am threatening that move. I think if a knight lands on d6, then you're going to have huge problems. And if you want to castle on the queen side, h4, g5 is coming. With the knight on d6, I can also focus on the f file on the square f7. So I really don't like black's position here. I'm not really sure why she didn't play e5. It's a very disruptive move. With the knight on f6, her coordination is good. With the knight on h7, her coordination is all over the place. It's terrible. So I really like the move e5, very disruptive, but unfortunately she just took the very safe, tame approach with king b1.
All right.
I don't know why. I was just like e5.
I don't know.
I mean, if you're not blundering something, you just play it. It's very strange. Okay, king b1 looks natural. Okay, can I go e5 now?
Yes. Of course. Of course you can go e5 now. I don't know why, but she played this move queen a7, which it's a little strange to me because the queen's a little lonely in the attack here.
I don't have knight a4. Okay, so of course, but now e5 looks even stronger because if your opponent takes, you get an f file.
Yeah, I agree. She didn't do that. She instead took this bishop on c6, but then promptly retreated the queen.
Threatening e5. Well, you're not really threatening because now I'll go d5.
No, the game has suddenly changed. It seems like white has, for some reason, expanded on the king's side. But
I don't know about this b5 move.
A b5, right? It's also a very suspicious idea.
Yeah, I mean, it just went by fast, and I was like, whoa, that came out of nowhere.
That's true. I'm not entirely sure about the move b5 because it does weaken black's king. It can't be a terrible move. I do like gaining the space. So this is the position that we have currently on the board. I think that she just played something, but I can't reach to see.
For black?
No, I think white just played something. She just played queen d4. And I think black's in a little bit of a pickle here to defend this pawn on g7, but she's managed to create some decent counterplay. You can see the c file's hers, the knight's coming to c4 at some point. So still some attack on the queen side against some attack on the king side, but compared to what this game was a few moves ago, I think black has solved a lot of problems.
Well, white wasted a lot of time with queen a7. Queen a7, I mean, I'm not sure I wanted to take that c6 bishop even.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that I agree with what Ashritha has done, but I think the resulting position should somehow be maybe slightly better for white, but acceptable for black.
One thing in chess we have to always ask ourselves if our opponent's threats are actually real. Queen takes g7 is not a real threat because b4 is going to come on the board, and the action of the queen and the rook on the c file is just going to be decisive. b4, knight has to move away from the c file, queen takes c2, and the bishop on g2 is hanging. So queen takes g7 is not a threat at the moment, and I can just play a move such as knight c4, which is very natural. I'm bringing my piece next to your king. Queen c5 even, to try to exchange the queens. That would be a favorable endgame for black because of the stable structure. You're a little bit overextended here, and maybe at some point I will be able, for example, to play e5 and then disrupt your pawn structure on the queen side, on the king side. So black has a lot of options after queen d4. White did something very, very wrong to end up in this situation.
White wasted a lot of moves. Queen a7, queen f2, queen d2, queen d4. So you made like a triangle-ish kind of thing, and your queen ended up on d4, right?
Yeah.
It was started on d4.
Yeah, I can't agree with whatever she's doing. It started on e3, but still.
Okay, so
it's
that's a
not
lot of wasted moves.
Yeah.
Do we have any updates in the Carissa game, or because I know
Yes.
Ogata didn't have a lot of moves. Oh, she took on d5.
We have a lot of updates in that one.
Oh, queen c7. There we go.
Well, queen c7,
Underestimated.
so rook takes d5 instead of queen takes h6, queen c7. Now I don't have the option of taking on h6 because of queen takes g3, as we had mentioned, is completely lethal. I'm assuming that her idea here is to take on h6 with the bishop. I
So
don't see
queen
anything
c7
else.
here is not as impressive because it's an only move, right?
Yes.
So that's why she found the correct idea, but it's like a forced idea.
Bishop h6 is what I'm assuming is Agata's idea.
Can I ignore you?
I don't think you can ignore me because I am threatening checkmate.
Oh.
Bishop takes g7 is just, must be just checkmate. Somehow.
It definitely is a checkmate.
It definitely has to be a checkmate. You cannot possibly survive Bishop takes g7. But, which means
I
black.
cannot ignore you. So
Black
what
is
can
the
I do?
one that needs to
Can I
come
take
up.
on g3 or?
I'm not sure about that because you don't get a queen, right? I mean, oh, this must be lost.
Let's bring the knight to the defense. Knight to e7.
Knight e7. Now the difference is...
No, you have to play bishop h6.
Sorry. The difference here is that I will eventually have, I assume, some idea
Can I take?
on what.
Bishop takes g7.
Yeah,
Really?
but now rook e.
I cannot take
g4.
queen takes g3 because of queen h8 checkmate.
So rook g5 now?
Rook g5, and now maybe I take on g3. That seems a bit flashy. Too flashy.
Flashy. I don't
flashy
think, I don't
is
think
a-
flashy is the word.
Flashy is a nice word of saying suspicious. Suspicious is a nice way of saying, what on earth are you doing, man? Are you
Wait.
serious? There's
What's the
like
material?
So
Oh,
well,
okay.
you're not material as black because you have two pieces for and a rook for a queen, but
Wait, what about knight f5?
here
I'm just going to defend. After queen c7, rook g5, knight f5. So knight e-
now I'm feeling you. Now I'm gonna be greedy, and I'm going to defend.
Can
knight
I-
f5.
can I
Knight
go-
f5 is one of the moves actually there is, according to
Is-
the engine, there's
okay,
a lot
so
of...
rook h3 here?
Okay, rook g7 also looks.
Yeah.
Rook g7 at the very least, white is not worse in this.
I mean, at the very least, you have a
Going to
draw.
at the very
That's
least, I have a draw
Queen
with
g5,
rook takes.
queen h5. So
Yeah.
rook takes g6.
So something's going wrong because you're telling us that black was winning. So
yeah.
after bishop h6, what are you supposed to play? The
Instead
bishop
of
h6 is going to be played.
knight f5 is a perfectly good idea. The problem is that I firstly have to activate my queen. So I will play. I will throw this check on
So
b6.
let me see. Here takes check.
Yes, king to h1,
King to
and
h1.
then knight to f5. And this position should be perfectly fine for black. Perfectly fine. I mean, unless you get checkmated. Moves such as rook takes h3 with the idea of queen h8 checkmate.
Yep,
But I will
h6.
just bring my
Oh,
queen
queen
back.
h6.
And at all costs, I'm going to try to exchange the queen. If you exchange the queens, then I take, and okay, I gave up a piece, but I still have a piece up, so this would be just winning for black. I'm not really sure how you're going to stop me from doing that, though, after queen h6.
So as in the famous words of Cristian Chirila, as long as you're not getting checkmated,
You're fine.
you're fine. So in this position, I
Especially
think,
when you're two pieces up.
yeah.
Okay, so let's go back. So bishop h6, knight e7. So let's see if do I have to take on g7? Can I go rook g5 right away?
Which rook?
Well, which one do you think?
This one. Rook fg5. Not sure.
dg5.
Whatever.
The rook's not on g3.
I'm not sure it changes very much. I mean, I can take on g5, right?
And then if I take with
I think we can take with the
it's
queen.
stupid check again. You cannot go g6.
Queen b6.
Yeah, again you have g6.
But I mean, I'm going to try to not be such a computer because I can't keep up with it. I'm just gonna play human moves.
Play
Knight
human
f5 is probably fine,
Okay,
right?
bishop g7.
And now I can take on g3. Take on g3, and now I'm up material. I'm gonna follow this up with bishop e6. This should be an easy win. I mean, I'm up a piece, really.
Okay, so let's go back again.
Okay,
So rook g5. Can I take with the rookie?
Oof, that's a little ambitious. That is a little ambitious there.
Well, I think we're already...
Past that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but after knight f5, I think this is just nothing, right?
So if I take on g7... Oh, it has a stupid check again.
This check is always going to protect me. I'm controlling the...
Every
Not here.
No, you don't have a
Not
check
here.
here.
Not here because
So
bishop
where?
d4 counter check.
After
So
rook
perhaps,
g5.
yeah, I just check right away. King h1,
stupid check.
and then I go knight
So
f5.
basically after knight a7 I need to play a prophylactic move king h1.
But that prophylactic move king h1 could have changed the character of the position actually, but after queen c7 and bishop h6 pretty much forced. Knight e7 still requires not only good calculation but icy
Instinct.
veins, really. To play something like this really requires you to have some sort of cool collected heart.
Well, the problem is you're running out of options. You do have to bring some defenders next to your king, and the knight, we know that it's one of the best
she's
defenders.
about to make a move.
She's
I
going to
think
play
ready
bishop
for a
h6. I
bishop,
mean, there's
yeah.
really no choice about that.
Yeah, so she took.
Yeah, this is becoming crazy. So now you're telling me that Carissa's best move is the move knight to e7.
But
That
again,
I believe.
Again, it looks natural. At least you want to
Yeah. Transfer the
Yeah.
pieces.
not leave the king so lonely.
Right, and I mean the threat of bishop g7 is pretty lethal. There's only a couple of ways in which black pieces can influence the square g7, and one of them is knight e7 f5. So in that sense, it does seem like it. I mean, Carissa has been training this kind of things of calculation, especially calculation in defense. I saw her do a camp here with Gary Kasparov, and one of the things that they were working on was calculation under heavy pressure. So, I mean, she has trained this kind of things. I want to see if she spots 97, and if she does it, how quickly.
If you're going to recommend Kasparov as a coach.
I heard it's pretty good. He had this guy, Magnus Carlsen. He did pretty well.
Who?
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
All right, let's see what else we have around the horn here in the girls section. Perhaps you can lead me somewhere.
Which games do we have left? Do we have I think the only one... Did we look at Emily's game?
Emily's an important game here against Maggie Feng. We haven't looked in a while, in a Stonewall that has significantly changed.
I looked at bishop on g6.
I don't know how all of this happened, but okay. Knight f3, so Emily did decide to give up the bishop, which is quite normal. Knight f5, and Maggie decided to take everything on the e5 square and play a very quick f4. So these kind of structures usually favor white.
Queen c3. I don't know about this
Queen
one.
c3, I'm not sure what it does. So
I mean,
here white has to find a plan, and the plan is b4. You play b4, you play b5, and you undermine this structure. Start bringing the rooks to b1 and c1, and black usually runs out of moves. So queen c3 is fine, probably, but I'm not sure what it does. Actually, I have no idea. Bishop d7, rook d1, and I think this is a strategical mistake to play e4, because it exchanges the f4 pawn that honestly was not very threatening for an important central pawn.
I was actually considering taking on f4 and going e4.
Taking on f4 and then going
Which
e4.
looks a little suspicious, but I mean...
But it opens up against the threats on
Right.
d5, right? Which it might be completely playable, actually. That deserves a serious attention, I think. I'm not very fond of the move e4 immediately, forcing black to take on e3. And after queen takes e3, bishop g6. It seems like black has solved many problems. Her bishop's out, her structure's fine, there is no real weaknesses on the dark squares. This is almost unrecognizable as a Stonewall because of this exchange of the e for the f pawn, which almost never happens. And I think black has solved all her problems. I wouldn't say she's better either. I don't think she is, but she's fine.
Yeah, I mean, my pawn on d5 is not just a passed pawn.
It is. It's very going to be blocked for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I understand that, but it was a target.
It was a target, and now it's a
yeah,
strong
I mean,
asset.
if I don't understand why you would commit to it, I think you would just leave it forever, and if your opponent ever takes on G3, then you take H takes, and then
You're happy
you always
about
want to keep that E4 threat in the air, even if it never happens.
I still like the idea of players playing B4, B5 in this position. I don't think that's gone away. I think B4 was the right approach. I'm not very fond of this move E4.
I really don't like this. But Queen C3, E4. Well,
Yeah,
I guess Queen C3 was almost preparing E4.
Yeah, I think the entire concept was flawed, quite honestly.
No,
Because that resulting position is fine for black. I mean, you look at it for 2 seconds and it's obvious that black has solved a lot of her problems.
Yeah, I mean, that bishop on G6 is now a great piece. Now I'm going to play Queen A5. My rooks
Yeah,
are
Queen
gonna
A5
come
or
in.
even Queen B6 at some point. Just try to exchange some of these pieces and use the fact that at the end of the day, I mean, it is a passed pawn. Some endgames might be unpleasant.
So unless you can somehow play a 4E5, which I don't see how.
That's very,
And
that's
like
very far
go
away.
after that D6 pawn.
Yeah, the D5 pawn is fine, so eventually White's going to position her bishop on H3 to pressure the pawn on E6, which is one of the trumps that she still has, is that she can pressure E6. But she still has to be worried about the fact that a bishop F5 is going to trade those bishops, and the rook endgame, or the heavy piece endgame, is not going to be really any promising for either side.
Great. Let's take a look at any Wang versus Akshita Gordy. We had that sort of King's Indian position. So okay, so she did play bishop C8.
So yeah, it feels like White's played chess and Black has passed her turns, because after G takes F5, I mean A4, bishop C8, A5, White's just throwing the kitchen sink on the queen side, and this is a very natural approach to the position. You're just weakening as many pawns as you can. The rook on D1, you maybe wanted it back on A1. Many times this move rook A D1, as natural as it looks, is more of a waste of a tempo. Even back here, the move rook A D1 is not entirely clear what it does.
I agree with that.
So a little bit of a misstep that you can see now a little bit clearer with the pawn on A5, but I still like White a lot.
And I think the position is so good you can afford it. And the problem is, once I play rook A1 and you can never go bishop, well, we can go bishop D7, but I always have this like C6 thing hanging in the air.
Yeah, no, I still like White's position a lot. She's taking on C5, which is usually a last-ditch resource, because you don't want to keep this many pawns on the queen side before you take on C5.
Which is why I wanted to play A5, so we could have the same position without the A pawns, and now I have bishop A6 option. I have some room to breathe. Whereas now, I still have bishop A6 here actually. Did this bishop
but
happen?
bishop A6, if you play bishop A6, you have to be worried first of all bishop F1, and ideas of, for example, knight takes E5, knight C6 winning a pawn. I also can just defend with queen A4, take control over this square, and prepare knight B5.
I think at some point I might have to exchange and then
Exchange
once C4,
yeah,
I might have to. I'm not saying I want to. Another problem for black is that knight on G7.
It's just so bad.
That knight just like went all over the board. He played with knight D7, knight F6, knight F5, knight G7. It just cannot find a good square in this position.
And it's not going anywhere, because the only way to improve the knight would be to put it on F5, but that requires you to play F4, which kills completely the bishop on G5, allows knight No, you cannot play F4. It's just a strategical suicide. So the knight on G7 is quite unhappy about its position. It might have to retreat all the way back to E8 just to have a defensive resource. I'm not fond of what Akshita has done. This might blow open the entire girls section if Annie Wang is able to defeat Akshita, as Annie catches Akshita in that case, right?
Yes, and if there's a winner in Emily Maggie game,
that would be the new leader.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're just actually, if Emily can claim the lead again, but I don't think she will, based on the
her play
position.
so far.
So I think we might have a big tie. So if Annie wins and the other game's a draw, we're gonna have a 4-way tie.
Still a big if. So let's try to look at so much more action that we have around the boards.
So I think the only game we have left in the girls section is Talia versus Apurva. This game was...
It was this Carlsbad structure, but with the bishop on F4. And she did play this plan of a very quick knight E6, knight G7, trying to control this position on F5. Talia did play this normal idea of G4 precisely to take advantage of this square. And we have this kind of double-edged positions in which White can very easily expand on the king side, but on the other hand, Black's very solid, and a C5 idea might rupture her opponent's position. But the idea that, well, forcing f4 isn't particularly a gain. You were going to play f4 anyway.
The next few moves, once you take a look, are quite puzzling by black.
Did she really go queen e7, queen c7, queen d8? Queen e7, queen
This is like free moves for white.
She's played 3 free moves. I mean,
That's exactly what happened. Black didn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was being hyperbolic in the other game. You know, black did do something. She improved the bishop.
Alejandro, have you heard of triangulation in the endgame? Well, this is triangulation in the opening / middle game.
With the queen.
With the queen. Lose as many tempos as possible. Allow your opponent to take full control over the position.
Oh my gosh, she lost 2 more
and then
tempi.
strike back.
But I mean, I think
she lost 2 more tempi. She played queen g2, knight d7, and then knight f6.
I think it's like finding ways to pass the move. Wait, so I'm assuming I cannot win a pawn because tactics. Right, I cannot win a pawn because it's just take on e5, but...
So, immediately I'd be worried about a move like knight f7, honestly. I don't know if knight f7 just wins.
So if Rifeng was playing...
Oh, he would have...
instantly knight.
But I mean, if white has 5 free tempos on a sharp...
And you're white,
and
so
you're white,
start with an extra move.
it would be natural to assume some tactic wins.
What if I just go f5? Push
I
my
mean,
pawns.
I think more than one should win. f5 is already putting a lot of pressure on black's position, but I do like my idea of just doing this.
You always like your ideas.
Of course. And then playing f5 next move. I'm not even going to take your piece back. Like, if you move the bishop, I'm just going to go f5 next move.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite puzzling what
I mean,
the was
the
doing.
king on f7
Okay.
is ridiculous.
I think she's reaching for something. Let's see.
But I agree with Christian that, I mean, I can't even postpone the...
I don't have to hurry.
I
simply don't have to hurry.
I don't have to rethink this position. I can just play
Rethink through
f5. If you take here, bishop c4 is like nearly devastating.
I think your opponent wastes 5 moves, so you can waste like 2 or 3.
That's true.
I feel after f5, perhaps the enticing maneuver rook f8, rook e8 is going to come on the board.
All right, guys.
Are we allowed to say these things?
All right. f5 is a very dangerous move. So is knight takes f7. Whatever Apurva has done on the last 5 moves, just take a look at all of black's pieces. I'm going to do a couple of clicks. Take a look at all of black's pieces. They are exactly in the same position. Not even a little bit different. And whereas white has pushed all of her pawns. This usually spells disaster for black, unsurprisingly. So this should just be winning. I mean, objectively, there has to be a win. Right now, our analysis is a little bit subjective, just saying, okay, you have free tempi. But I'm sure that the engine is just saying that this is winning for white.
Completely winning.
Of course, I mean, like, you cannot give 5 free
I mean,
tempi.
you haven't even finished your development.
Knight f7 is perfectly fine, still completely winning. f5 is perfectly fine, still completely winning. Simply, black doesn't have any moves. And I wasn't actually joking with the move rook f8. I do expect a move such as this one to be on the board, because at least you're trying to defend on the f file. Of course, knight f7 comes on the board, rook takes f7, e5, or f takes g6. Everything wins in this position. This is, I mean, unless Talia does something really bad, it's just going to be a massacre.
I mean, she cannot do anything bad. But let's take a more serious look at this game. So instead of queen e7, I think you have to play something like c5, right? If your opponent's committing on the king side, you have to try to open the center.
So you're wondering what black should have done.
Yeah.
There's a couple of approaches here. c5 is very obvious, but it does weaken the d5 square. One of the things black can do is queen e7 is fine. f4. And now that the white has committed to the move f4, a very common idea is to just put the knight on d7
and play
and
f6.
prepare f6. Then sacrifices on g6 are usually not very harmful, especially because of the arrangement of the bishop and the queen not being the other way around. So f6 is a very serious idea, taking advantage of the fact that e3 is weakened. Eventually, the knight can also retreat to b6. White wants to play e4 at some point, but that gives you an isolated pawn that I can try to exploit with the maneuver bishop e6, bishop d5, once I've already played knight e6. So this is one of the many ways of playing this position. Now, this is an inferior version of a known line, because keep going to this position. Normally, this position is reached with this bishop on h6, where it's actually a target, and it's not influencing the center. So even though the bishop seems to have an aggressive spot on h6, this bishop's actually better placed on h2. So this is a known position, but the bishop usually goes on h6. Already a little bit of a victory for white. And you can see that bishop d6, the move king h1 is actually a very nice prophylactical move. The point is that the move knight d7 currently is unplayable because of knight takes f7, and since this is not check, I can now take on d6 on the next move. So the king h1 is very nice, and after f4, Perva, not knowing the ideas of the position, simply started, I don't know, playing randomly.
So we were critical of what she did, and we're saying wasting moves. So when we look at the position, knight d7 again looks like a waste of a move, right? Because your knight's there, and then you're trying to move. But just to explain, it's basically you are forcing your opponent to overextend, and then you're basically saying you're overextending. So you committed your pawns on the dark squares. So we're saying the bishop on h2 is a better piece, but at the same time, in the long term, you just block your bishop. So if you cannot push a f5 at a convenient time, you're just going to be without a bishop. So basically, we're saying you're overextending. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to exchange as many pieces as we can. We're going to play against that e3 weakness. We're going to try to play c5, open up the position, because when your opponent's playing on playing on the king side, especially when the king is there, you want to open the center so your pieces can get in. So that's more of a logical approach than just, shuffling around. Because, like, again, this danger sense, like, you're not getting checkmated right now, but this position, I mean, okay, you're getting checkmated almost in a position with, but, like, you have to have this danger sense, and you have to have some kind of a plan. And I can see it's understandable, like, you don't find a plan, but, like, you cannot just shuffle around. Like, you have to find, even if you find the wrong plan, even if you play c5 and lose that d5 pawn, I think that's far more understandable than just passing, basically.
Yeah, and I think, okay, one of the points of knight d7 is when you look at white's position, you want to play f5. That move kind of speaks for itself. And the move knight d7 prevents it, because now f5, knight takes e5 is at the very least very unclear. Also, one of the points why the bishop on h6 was so much better is because there's no influence on e5. So after the position that we have on the board, and f5 has been played by Talia, the problem is you don't have time to, as black, not surprisingly, to defend against the threats. I mean, the most obvious one, I think, is just moving the knight either to f7 or to c6 with a tempo, and following it up with the crushing double attack e5. This looks really bad for black, and even though Talia has spoiled at least 2 or 3 chances this tournament, I can't see it happening again.
I mean, okay, again, anything can happen in these games, but because we're so bad at calling these games, but yeah, I mean, the way black is playing is just basically handing the game over to her opponent.
Completely.
So, like, you have to have a better danger sense than this.
Oh, absolutely.
But I actually wanted to see what happened in the Nicholas game. I'm assuming a draw wasn't taken. We all would have known by now, hopefully.
No.
So I'm assuming White did something. I just want to know what, or if White's still sitting and thinking. So I see.
No, there was a decision here by Mika to continue the game instead of playing bishop f4. Played the move rook fe1, and I can't say I'm a big fan of this approach, closing down the center with e3. It seems like your bishop on d2 is just bad. I mean, perhaps your position is better, but the bishop on d2 specifically says, dude, at least take the draw. Don't kill me like this. King on g8, queen c2, and...
okay, but then, I don't know.
I mean, I'm still rather be white. Bishop's going to retreat to e1 to hold everything together. Black's really already looking for sacrifices involving bishop takes g3, because you need to create some counterplay. For this reason, maybe the knight actually belonged on e2. I'm not so fond of it on a4. You don't need the knight on the attack. It's really nice looking on c5, but I don't think you actually needed it there.
It's actually getting in the way. But, like, I don't like this moves, rook e1, e3, rook c1. Like, if you're going to play e3, just play e3.
I mean, I'm not really sure where your attack is on the queen side. And in the final position, what if I just play knight e6?
No, I agree. I mean, the knight is
I'm
misplaced.
trying to play knight g5, and if you play h4, now I'm going to play g5.
Well, it's kind of very similar to Perva's game. I just feel like White's wasted his moves. And even the move e3, sometimes I would rather just move it back. I mean, I'm saying this bishop really suffered. Now, and a difference between the position where Cheka was taking a draw, you can see that this bishop is cutting off a very key diagonal. I mean, the bishop on e7 and the queen on b6 are suffering because of this bishop. They can't develop, can't influence the king side. Here, if you just look at this position optically, the king side is terribly safe. White's not going to be worried about black checkmating you on that side of the board ever. If you look at the position that we have currently on the board, you can imagine that some sacrifice is going to come on the board, and suddenly I have to be very, very scared about what's going on. So things have definitely scaled in the position, and I think that perhaps White's still okay, but not going in the right direction.
I feel like he felt like he shouldn't take the draw, but he wasn't sure what to do.
Yeah, that's
it's
unfortunate.
like, you know, your instincts tells you, like, I have to play, like, I can't take this draw, like, I have to play this position, but they're like, okay, I have to make a move. So
that doesn't mean you play it
play
correctly. Yeah.
Right, so that's what I mean, I think, when you, like, start hesitating and you're not sure. But I was wondering, instead of this bishop, so if we go back to move 20, instead of rook e1, can I try something like g4? And just put a bishop on g3, or it's just too much? Or you're going to play bishop d6?
I think g4, bishop d6 is something I wouldn't like to give up the dark squares.
Right.
And I think the permanent problem of the pawn on h3 would scare me a little bit too much. And move g4 is very committal. I think what Cristian was saying
the plan
was
is
just
h4,
easy.
rook e1, e4.
I think that's what I liked. h4, rook e1, e4, taking advantage of the position of the pieces. I mean, you open up the bishops. You open up against the king on f8. I think this is by far the most natural plan here.
So why do you want to play h4? Why can't you just play? So
because you want to
e1.
open the bishop to go to h3 and not have to worry about the action of the rook on the h file.
Okay, that makes sense.
I like the move h4. But even after rook fe1, bishop d6, even here I wouldn't be afraid of just plunking down that pawn on e4. I think that opening up the position seems incredibly natural.
Right, because your opponent has to play king g8, king h7.
At some point, or leave the rook on the h file, which is perfectly acceptable, but you have to make this decision pretty much the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean e3. I really don't. I mean, why why e3?
I don't know why e3. That's a great question. Actually, after e3, I would seriously consider the move e3, e2, because this pawn on e3 is just on the way of everything. The queen can't influence the king's side. It's on the way of the bishop on d2. I mean, I really don't like the move e3.
Because if we go to the final position, it's like all the downside that there were to black's position, the king, the rook, and everything. Now it seems like they're
justified
and actually helpful.
Yeah.
So it feels like black wanted to do this. Because you're right. If I play 96, 96 like the most natural move in the board. So once I play knight g5, of course, like what else is he gonna do? So once I play knight g5, then knight comes to e4, then nothing's happened.
Nothing's happened for white, but black is definitely building up an initiative that will eventually be strong on the king's side. I think that we have updates on another game, and I would love to see the refing game. I know that Cristian has some updates for us there.
Absolutely, we have madness going on in that game. Let's look from where we left it. After queen takes f7, b takes c3, we've seen white has 2 pawns for the piece. One of them is doubled, but the problem is his coordination is just simply much better, and the king is having huge difficulties finding a good spot. The problem is this b file is open, so the pawn on c3, despite the fact that it is doubled, it's actually a strength in white's position, also controlling the squares in the center, especially this guy on d4. Knight e5 was played, rook b1, h6, queen e2. I simply just have the very natural moves, and we see white has 54 minutes left on the clock, black only has 6 minutes left on the clock. Castle was played, d4, attacking the knight in the center, queen c4, queen f2, knight eg4, queen f5, rook to d7. Boom! Rook takes b7 came on the board. Another important sacrifice. Rui Fengli is just in his element. He's playing very practical, enterprising, aggressive chess. King takes b7, e5 came, king to c7, and now after bishop f4 is Bove's move. He's down to his last 5 minutes. E takes f6 is coming. You don't really have an option to not lose one of the knights. This is just going to be killing in the next couple of moves. I don't see black surviving for more than 5 to 10 moves.
Now, objectively, tell us, Cristian, what is the evaluation of the position? Because
white is winning.
White is winning?
White is winning.
Even down a rook?
Completely winning.
Wow.
I love the rook b7 move.
Rook b7.
I actually like bishop f4. You don't take the knight. You're like, I'm going to improve my bishop.
Yeah. No, I like the way that Rifeng played queen takes e3. Bove feeling the pressure, both on the board and on the clock.
But I have so many ways of improving my position, like rook b. Okay, I'm going to take the piece on f6. That's that's a given. And then I can play rook b1, rook to
Okay,
b7,
Just wanna take on c5.
take on c5. There's so many ways I can just play this position, and
Well, for
practically it's just very, very easy.
For the small amount of material that white has sacrificed now, I mean, you're basically down a
An
pawn
exchange,
on the
right?
beginner scale, right? You're down the exchange for a pawn. I mean, the coordination difference is humongous.
But bishop on g2.
The bishop on g2 is a monster,
lovely.
but especially that king on c7 is suffering like no other. No, I mean, this is very, very treacherous already for Bove, and I don't expect a player, an attacking player like Leroy Feng to waste this opportunity.
Yeah, he's gonna really regret the first 2 rounds when he was
Yeah.
just giving away points, because now he feels like he's found his form, he's playing to his true style, and
It might be a little too late.
I don't know, because he's going to be, if he wins, he's going to be 3.5 and 1.5 point behind.
Yeah, that's
So
still a
maybe
lot.
towards the end, like if Caden draws all his games and he wins, we'll catch him. But okay, so I think we took a look at a lot of the games and we have a lot of action going on. So we're gonna let this game for a while. Let's see if Rufeng is able to convert the win, and
Yeah.
we believe he will. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break, and I think when we come back, we might be close to finishing, or we might even have a result. So don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Junior and U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm here with Alejandro Ramirez, and we are covering round 6 of the tournament. We already have one result. Caden Trav drew his game, and he's still leading the tournament, at least by half a point, depending what happens in the checker game. When we left off, we had several very interesting games going on, so crazy games going on. One of the crazy games was Rufeng Li against Bavilu, where we evaluated White completely winning after sacrificing the piece, sacrificing the rook.
Yes.
Now he's just down in exchange. So let's see what happened since we left off.
So in this position, after e takes f4, f6, queen takes d4 check was played. I thought it was slightly more accurate to just play knight f2, but perhaps what he did is fine. I didn't like this knight on h3 in any variation, but okay. King h1 is probably okay. Knight f6, rook b1. And now Bove started with only a few seconds left to throw some punches. He played the move g6, which at least gains the tempo against the queen. Material is really irrelevant at this moment, so taking on g6 is just a pawn. You're up and exchanging a pawn. You want to give up the material in order to finish the development of your pieces. Queen e6 is probably fine. And bishop g7. So this is currently the position that we have on the board. Bove Li only has 55 seconds left against Rufeng Li's 47 minutes. Yeah, I know how
Not
that
the
sounds.
best situation to be in.
Not in this kind of scenarios. I don't see a killing blow immediately, but the position is very suspicious for Bove. As you can see, his king's incredibly weak. There are always tactics hanging in the air. And he has to be very careful not to just get basically checkmated in a couple of moves. That being said, he has survived up to this point, and I still don't see something that I can just tell you kills black immediately. Perhaps the computer or Christian can,
Or both,
can find the decisive idea here in this position. To be fair, I don't doubt it exists. You can see the king on c7, you can see the development of the rook on h8. You can start thinking that there are ideas involving rook b7 check and some kind of overload on the pieces. The bishop on g7 might be a tactical problem.
The problem is rook b7 is a perfectly natural move. The problem is the queen on d4 is right now threatening to move potentially queen to d1, and it also covers this important square on d6. So c3 could be an interesting idea. If you take on c3, now you're going to have huge trouble.
Oh,
bishop takes d6, rook takes d6, rook to b7, this is game over. King goes to d8, I take your rook. I can even go queen to
c3
e7.
was played actually.
c3 was played on the... I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Now, the normal move is to just play queen to d3. But once again, the queen on d3 is a little bit unstable because after king to c8, I'm going to play knight f2. I'm going to once again attack it. And right now, you cannot find a square on the d file. So the d6 square, the d6 pawn is going to be lost. This is just simply game over. I expect Rufeng Li to finish this game in the next couple of moves, especially because of the time situation. And the position is so complicated, you actually need a lot of time to try to solve and get out of this maze. But unfortunately, Bove doesn't have that.
Yeah, he did play the move queen d3 as we see there on screen. Rook b7 is almost forced, I would guess, because you have to somehow defend the rook, and we obviously don't want to move it out of the b file. Seems very logical to just play the move rook b7 check. And then, of course, the queen on d3 needs to be expelled from this square. That was the whole idea of playing c3. So rook b7 check, as Christian was mentioning, is very, very obvious. Some
King
calculation
D8.
needs to be done. King D8 is the more logical move here.
And now you can make a draw.
Knight f2.
Knight f2, of course. Queen takes a c3, I assume, at this point. And now the killing blow.
The same. Rook b8, king c7, bishop takes d6. Once the queen is out of the d file, it's just game over.
It just repeats the idea. Yeah, bishop d6 is always such a killer, which is why the computer was preferring to put the king on c8, but the pin here is...
It's so unnatural to play king c8.
It's so unnatural because you're running into everything here. Once I vacate, I can even just play the simple bishop c6 is winning. I don't actually need a computer to win. I'm threatening your rook on d7. If you defend here, bishop d6 comes, and I'm threatening checkmate on
guys.
So you can definitely win this. Yes.
That one is over, but we have another one that we didn't expect is going to be over anytime soon. And right now it seems like it's going to end in a couple of moves.
What?
The game between Mika and Cheka. Mika just missed a huge tactic, 96. He's focusing on the wrong side of the board. You don't want to attack on the queen side. You would have actually wanted to attack in the center and try to open up your bishops. Unfortunately, he's just simply not understanding the technical details of this position, and he's choosing the wrong plan. b4 was played, knight to g5. I'm simply bringing my pieces next to your king. Now the rook on h8 is a perfectly placed piece. That's why I really wanted to play this h4 to restrict the knight on e6. b5, bishop takes g3, bishop e1, and this is just simply game over. I'm going to take on h3.
Well, but obviously he missed bishop g3. Well,
bishop g3 was, yeah,
he missed.
But I mean, when all of your opponent's pieces are coming next to your king, you have to start considering this type of sacrifices. If you take on g3, I can just simply take on h3.
Doesn't matter what you do, even taking on g3 is also winning.
Take on g3, then bishop g2,
knight g4,
knight g4,
bishop e1, rook h1.
Simply all my pieces are attacking your king, and you have one bishop defending and all the other pieces focused on the wrong side of the board. This was just a wrong plan or choice for white.
We were talking about earlier about this knight on a4, that we actually preferred it on e2, on the correct side of the board where it was defending the king, and this is a very, very exact reason of why we were talking about this before move ended up not doing very much. Knight g5, even here it is very unnatural for me to just let go of the h3 pawn. And it is not a big surprise that the move bishop takes g3 is winning. After bishop e1, white is desperately trying to hold on to the shambles that is currently his king side, and initiates some kind of counterplay against the queen side. But
I mean, at the very least, I can just check on h2 and take on h3, right?
I mean, I'm sure that there are more than 3 or 4 moves that are almost winning here for black. Any bishop retreat already looks very dangerous. Taking on h3 needs to be considered as perhaps immediately winning. Black's position is completely justified now, but bishop h2 does seem to be by far the easiest. You just check, take on h3, you're up a lot of material, and the attack continues.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the same thing we saw in a previous game, just shuffling around, not really finding a plan when your opponent regroups. And when this is something we've been talking about, right? Even if your position is worse, if your moves are easy to find, it's almost easier to play.
Yeah.
But bishop h2, king f1, and if you take on h3, I'm going to take on c6. I don't necessarily like putting my knight on h3 without actually having anything coming immediately after that. It seems like the bishop on h2, knight on h3 are a little bit displaced.
So what is the
h5.
suggestion here?
Just take on h3.
Really?
Take on
Wait,
h3.
and then if I take?
Take with the rook.
Rook takes h3.
Take on g3.
Rook takes e3.
Yeah, this is obviously winning.
I'm a piece down. Rook takes e3.
Wait, you're
take
rook
on
down.
e3 first.
You're rook down if you take.
No, he's not taking on g3. He's
e3
taking on
first.
e3. He doesn't want to give up the rook.
Not on g3.
Okay.
Wait, so how many pawns do you have? Like a million? Yeah,
3
now I
pawns.
just cannot take on c6, right? Because when the queen moves away, now you're just going to checkmate me.
Now rook takes g3 is coming on the board.
And knight e4 and knight g4. I mean, you're not even down material.
No.
This is ridiculous. No, this is losing for sure. No,
I mean, this is really going to change the standings. Now
Definitely.
Cheka is going to be half a point
Nico
behind.
will be half a point, and if he somehow defeats Caden tomorrow, he would take the lead himself. So it's all up in Nico's hands right now at this very moment for him to find the win today and to push against his opponent Caden Trove tomorrow.
I mean, Mika must be really regretting not taking that draw. But even so, I mean, he shouldn't have taken a draw, regardless of how this ends.
Yeah.
And, I think we do have, not yet, perhaps not yet a result, but it's checkmate in one move in the game between Rui Fenli and Bove Liu.
Will he find it?
Yes, after Rook B8 was played, King D8, sorry, Knight to F2, Queen to F5, Rook to B8, King C7, Bishop takes D6. This particular pattern that we were actually looking at in our analysis as well. Rook takes D6, Rook B7, King D8, Queen takes D6. I'm not sure whether he resigned or not. I think he did. This is
no, he got mated on E7.
Yeah, he got mated on E7. He played King E8.
King E8,
Which
Queen
is nice,
E7.
I think.
Okay.
He played a nice game, Rifeng, I gotta say. He played a very, very nice game. Those sacrifices, perhaps they weren't the 100% most sound thing in the world, but especially the one at F takes E6. But it was practical, it was good enough to put pressure, and Bove was unable to sustain it. It really did look like the top seed was playing with white against the lowest seed. It was a crushing victory.
He completely outclassed him.
Yeah, very practical decision, like putting all the pressure on your opponent, like even objectively it was a fine sacrifice, right? Because the computer says black is fine. White is fine, and then you let your opponent figure it out. And as a stronger player, like his opponent wasn't able to figure it out. I mean, I really like how this few wins for Rifengli have been great. The other game against
Andrew Tang, that was such a great. Yes, absolutely great.
Again,
victory.
he sacrificed a piece on G6.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a really great game. And this one, I mean, if we take out those first two games, I mean, this is like the Rifeng that we know.
The problem with the tournaments in chess, you can't just take out the games that you would like to.
Otherwise, you win every tournament, right?
Those are part of chess, and he started off very slowly with a very bad result against Mika Braden in the first game, barely surviving and losing on the second game without too much of a fight. So here we have him recovering quite a bit of ground, but he's only at +1. That still leaves him considerably behind the leader, Caden Trove. So it's going to take a little bit of a miracle for Rifeng to fully recover in the tournament.
Tomorrow. The miracle could happen tomorrow. If Nicolas wins his game against Caden Trove, huge matchup, and Rifeng Li wins his game, then he's only going to be half a point behind the leader. Actually, 1 point behind Nicolas, but half a point behind Caden. So I think tomorrow is just going to be such a big clash between Cheka and Trove. If Cheka wins. If Cheka wins.
It's still a big if, right? Yeah. It's a big if. He does have a crushing advantage.
He's going to be black. No, he's
white tomorrow because Caden was white today.
Oh, Caden was white today. I forgot. Yeah, so Caden might be regretting his decision to play a very slow game.
Whoa.
What happened?
Whoa.
I see something on F2.
What is Bishop takes F2 check? I mean, it might win. Let's take a look. Bishop takes F2 check.
So you're going to take on H3 and put a knight on E4.
I know somebody that just walked in the studio is very happy about seeing a sacrifice on F2 because he just loves sacrifices. Every piece that he can, he just throws it away. Bishop takes F2. I guess the idea is that after Bishop takes, you have Knight takes H3, and you're going to start putting that pressure on the opponent. It still looks very dangerous for White, and let's remember that he's not up material, right? Right now we have 3 pawns for a piece. You're eventually going to be up some after you take on C6, but it's not quite enough.
Wait, can I take on H3?
You probably have to, because if you if you play here, takes and take with the queen, then Knight G4, take on A3.
No, I don't. This is game over. So I have to take.
But after Rook takes H3,
can I just take on C6? Are you threatening anything?
I am. Here, Rook F3.
Okay, what's your threat?
I'm going to go with Knight G4.
Can I queen? No.
Not so easy to defend this position.
That's the problem with this bishop. Once you put a knight on E4 or G4, it's going to be over. We do have moves. Yeah, so he took with the queen.
He took with the queen instead of taking with the bishop. Perhaps a little bit more logical, since the queen is now covering ground on the king side. Takes, and Rook takes H3. So currently, Black is down a piece, and I actually am not thrilled about what he has done, because if I can somehow manage to not let you involve the Rook on E8,
or as we know, not to get mated.
Not to get mated.
I have Queen F4 here. Can I go Queen F4?
I have Queen F4. Yeah, I mean that looks like a logical. I'm always scared of the move Rook E4 with a tempo, but for now you're cutting the communication.
Okay, he made a move.
Very quickly, by the way. Is he down on time? Why is he playing so fast? He did play Queen F4. Nothing that was necessarily forced. I didn't see.
I think it's his movement is very
Yeah.
energetic.
Well, also, I guess he's really exploiting the fact that the queen actually doesn't have that many squares to go to. You don't want to go to d-file precisely because of what I just said. You want to play rook e4, and queen d7 runs into a tempo when I take on c6, which forces you to take back. So perhaps he's using that, and queen c8 was played almost instantly because perhaps all of what I just said. Although in some variations I can consider to just take, because rook e4 I'm not too scared about if I can take on
C8.
on
b7.
on b7 and
Cannot speak here.
queen my pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is over.
Yeah, this is
Okay, so c6 you have to take back.
Well, if I take back, the good thing for white
Well,
and
knight
for
c5
Kate and
maybe.
Troph is that you don't have a threat.
I'm still threatening rook
No, you're not, because of
H3.
rook b8.
Rook H3.
Oh, rook H3? So perhaps I can consider rook b3, defending this one. I want to play this and start exchanging some pieces. The knight
Okay,
could go to c5.
We're getting, I mean, we do have Rifeng, but we're getting into some moves, so I want to see what happens.
Oh, he can wait. It's not like he has a tournament to prepare for or a leadership position to fight for. I'm kidding.
That was unnecessary.
I'm
I
kidding.
mean,
But Rifeng actually wins a brilliant game today, and I think he's
all
really...
of his wins have been brilliant so far.
I
must
think all
say.
his wins have been brilliant so far in this tournament. Andrew Tang, I mean, that was, I think, the game of the tournament so far, for me at least.
I really enjoyed today's game too.
Yeah, definitely.
So that always makes up for what you just said.
So after bc6, bc6...
I mean, they were 31 moves in. I mean, they have a lot of time.
why are they playing so fast is what I kind of want to figure out.
It's pride.
Pride?
It's just pride.
Maybe it is
One
pride.
player is playing fast, the other one has to respond with
sounds like
a
ego
fast move
rather
as well.
than-
Yes, yes.
Anyways, let's see how this game is going to develop, and we definitely want to hear from Rifeng on his really brilliant win, and he's here in the studio with Christian.
With the top seed of the juniors event, who just outclassed his opponent, Rifeng, you've been topsy-turvy tournament, you're playing some brilliant chess. Today you decided to start with e4. What triggered this decision instead of your usual b3?
Nothing in particular. I thought I had more chances to checkmate him in e4.
To checkmate the opponent, the more chances you have to checkmate your opponent, the better, I think. And take us a little bit through your game. I've seen you play this particular line quite extensively. I think in the Pro Chess League you had some nice wins as well. Take us through the nuances and important details of this structure.
After here, I was hoping he would play bishop e7, because there's this high-level game between Artemiev and Wen Yang, which goes like this, and queen g4. Now if he plays castle, I play bishop h6, so he plays g6, then I can play rook takes f7 here. So I was hoping he would play bishop e7, but he played queen c7, which was pretty good. And then, okay, I guess the critical moment was my decision to sack the piece. I'm not entirely sure if it was correct, but I thought it looked interesting because I had long-term compensation.
No, it was a very good objective decision and practical decision at the same time. F takes c6, b takes c3, e takes f7, queen takes f7, bishop c3, b takes c3. You only have 2 pawns, and one of them is doubled. What made you go for this line?
I thought I had a b file for the rook, and later if I can get my light square bishop opened, it would be really good. And also his pieces are not that active, so I thought it should be enough.
Well, you played a brilliant game. You have a lot of ground to cover in order to catch up with the leaders. What are you going to do in the last 3 rounds to try to do that?
Try to do the same as in this game.
Play aggressive chess, checkmate your opponent, choose the right openings. Guys, the top seed Rifeng Li after a brilliant win against Bove Liu.
You always have that nice spirit after you win a game like this. It doesn't matter against who it is. You feel you played great chess. It was risky. It paid off. You crushed your opponent. It's always a good feeling.
Right, but I think it's a good kind of risk. It's not like risky. If your opponent doesn't fall for it, you're just done.
No, it's the smart grandmaster risky that Rifeng definitely showed today, outclassing, as Christian said, his opponent in today's battle.
So we do have Mika actually taking his time, and I think this is a critical moment because rook e4 is coming. I think knight h5 in some positions very annoying as your queen doesn't have many squares to go to. So this is a critical moment for him to decide what to do.
Compared to the variations we were looking at with the immediate knight takes h3, rather than the bishop takes f2 check that he played, this looks a lot more playable for white. First of all, because I managed to open up the b file. Second, my queen is on the correct side of the board, defending a lot of important squares. And third, I'm not actually sure that you have an immediate threat because, okay, you're taking my pawn, but honestly, that's just a pawn, right? It's not like because I lose this pawn, everything's collapsing. Black definitely has to be better in this position. I mean, you're not down material. You have 3 pawns for a piece. And
so if you take one more.
So if you take one more, you're out material. That being said, compared to the other variation, this seems a lot more playable for the white side. Perhaps the move rook b3, I'm still thinking, is okay. I don't
Can I go knight h5? Where does your queen go?
Where does my... Oh.
I think that's the main threat in the position, knight h5.
This game is over.
Oh, knight h5 is huge.
This game is actually over, and it seems like Nicolas assessed this particular position quite accurately, because right now white simply doesn't have a defense against knight h5.
I totally missed knight h5. Knight
what
h5
can I
is just
say?
winning.
I need a medal.
Indeed. Oh yeah, I forgot. Knight h5 is just killer because you can't protect the g4 square. See, the queen here wants to go to g4, and currently the queen on f4 is guarding this square. I didn't realize that after knight h5, I just don't have a good square where I can defend it.
Right.
And that's game over. I mean, if the queen infiltrates the g4, you're not going to protect your king.
I wonder if white had a better defense or not.
Perhaps. I did think he rushed through all this. Queen f4 didn't seem to strike me as any good. Because I wasn't sure why I'm forcing the queen to another square, whereas right now the queen's not threatening anything.
Right, so if you make some kind of a knight g4 other tempo move, then I can play queen f4. But then you have to find a move.
Well, I could take on c6, right? That's always I'll always like starting with taking on c6.
Okay, so I have to take back, I'm assuming.
I hope so, but that's not 100% true, but I think so. Take on c6, and now I'm not sure. Perhaps now I can play rook b3.
I just want to double.
I just want to double on the b file and try to trade some pieces. Knight h5 is obviously not a tempo.
On queen d7 it's not going to be a tempo either.
Yeah, both knight e4 and knight g4 run into queen f4, which is a completely different scenario. I don't know. I think that this would have given white some chances to survive, even though I still think black is definitely much better.
Yeah,
much better.
But also, speaking of games that are about to end, I feel like Carissa's game is going to be over very soon, and it looks like she will be scoring her first win.
Well, her first full point.
Yeah,
she has half point right now. So let's take a look at. See where did I put that game? I put it right here.
I mean, this just looks completely winning. How many pawns is it?
Well, it's 2 pawns for a.
The king is open, which is always dangerous when there's a queen on the board, but it still doesn't seem enough.
It's a matter of technique, honestly. I mean, it's not that much. A knight is very strong here in this position, especially with the structure that we have right now. White has a queen and 2 pawns for 2 rooks and a knight. The 2 rooks and a knight are just much stronger than the queen in this, especially in this position.
I just want to take on b3, double my rooks.
Yeah, take on e3, put a rook on e6, put a rook on e8, put a rook on e7. Make sure the king's safe. You're going to be harassing this king because every time that I exchange the 2 rooks for the queen, that's game over. The knight is just going to be too powerful, and the knight has good squares. You can think of going to d4 one day. I don't think this is that bad for Agata that I would resign necessarily. Like I would still play on.
Yeah, I mean,
but it should be a technical win.
So she did take on b3, so we're expecting Carissa will score her first win in the tournament.
We've expected that before.
But okay, I think this one is a lot closer, so she did make another move.
She's also trying to play fast because her opponent's in severe time pressure, although now that the position is more simplified. Let's actually see how we got here. We left off the position on bishop takes h6. Carissa decided to play queen e7. Smart idea here, turning checkmate on e1, which brings her queen a little bit closer to the defense. King f1 is a highly suspicious move because you didn't want to cover this checkmate with the king, but I don't think she found a better way to do it. Rook e8, rook e3, bishop e6, and then a more desperate than good idea, bishop takes g7.
Because I think h3 was I'm not sure if it's true, but I think h3 instead of king f1 was running into queen e1, bishop e5.
Something like that.
And then I can give up my queen for everything, basically.
So bishop takes g7, rook g5, and here I am a little surprised about the next move.
Which was?
Queen d6 instead of...
I mean, here just... Wait, do I have bishops? No, I don't have bishops e4.
I was thinking just playing check on...
I mean, this already doesn't look like enough.
It's definitely not enough, but I thought there were easier ways to try to win. Rook f3, I guess you have to deal with the rook takes f7 move in certain variations.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh,
I don't know why you want to do this. Okay, but I think queen d6 looks fine. I just want to exchange everything. I just want to take on b3 in exchange.
Perhaps, but this lets white go into this endgame. I thought there was a way of retaining more material.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you just want to be greedy.
I want to be greedy, but perhaps this is okay. So because of the perpetual threats, the king is forced all the way to the d file, and because the queen's on h4, this rook on d3 wins the queen. But as we said, this endgame looks very bad. Rook e6 was played in the game. It should be just a relatively simple win for Carissa from now on.
Let's see Akshida's game.
Yeah, let's say Akshida's game, because that is definitely one of the key matchups of this day for the standings.
So what we're predicting almost happened, except a pair of rooks has been exchanged. Well, a lot of things have been actually. F4 has been played, which we said was unplayable.
Yeah, we thought about this takes an F4, which we weren't so fond of. I think here
but Annie was just desperate.
I think Annie paid too much respect to Black's ideas. Sometimes you have to disrespect them and say you are not threatening anything. And sometimes you're right. Here, actually, the move f3 is not a threat. Even though it looks uncomfortable sometimes to allow the pawn all the way down to f3, and you think in your mind, oh my god, I'm going to get mated, they're going to trade the bishops, and I'm going to get mated somehow.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantasy.
It's actually not going to happen. After f3, you can even put the bishop on h1 instead of f1, because there is no way to defend the pawn on f3, so you always have to cover it somehow. And it's just a winning position. Knight e4 was just much better than queen e2. There was no reason to play queen e2. After bishop a6, you had to move the queen again.
Okay, so you lost the full move again.
Not the worst of things, but we get to this position after bishop e7, which is still highly superior for white.
But it feels like improvements for black, definitely. I think. Your knight will go to d4.
Some improvements. She's taking on d6.
The pieces are a little bit tight down. You cannot move the queen so freely, and the knight on c4 is kind of stuck. So I feel like black has improved her position a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. It's still bad, I think. I mean, I still prefer white. Let's put it this way. But I agree. I think that white has lost a couple of times for no reason, and that she's improved her position a little bit. She took the pawn or the bishop.
And Annie only has 4 minutes on the
clock. I think this game can go either way. I don't think, like, I mean, objectively, maybe the evaluation is white is much better, but I feel like black. Oh my god, black's moves are gonna be easier.
I like black, to be honest.
Yeah,
I like black as well.
Knight d4, and then at some point I might take on g3, knight e2 check. Now your king is a little bit sketchy. I mean, like, optically your pieces look perfect, but like,
how do you improve?
Like, what do you you have to capture something, right? You have to win material here.
Well, I mean, I think even after the move knight e5, white is better, but you still have to.
Okay, I'm just talking, then just missing a tactic.
Well, knight takes e5, I think, does give white a little bit of an edge. You have to move the king somewhere. Takes. You're going to install a knight on d4 eventually, but it's probably your only good piece. King e2 is not something I'm terribly scared of. The knight on e4 is very powerful.
What's wrong with my bishop?
Well, their bishop is just not doing anything right now.
Yeah, but I can fix it.
Eventually. But I mean, I do like ideas of queen d5, attacking e5, maybe rook e1 immediately in the position. And I agree that black has counterplay. But I think in the long run that king on h8 is going to be a little bit dangerous. I'm not saying black's losing or anything like that, but I think white has an edge. The thing is, it has withdrawn from a clear advantage down to an edge.
I think white should have achieved more by now. So this queen, like this whole thing with queen a2, I feel like it's not only tying down your queen, but also your knight.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. Queen e2, as I said, giving too much respect to the idea of f4 has tied Annie down, who has to play. She only has 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The game might become very complicated at any point, because with the king on g1, you can see black's pieces are swarming around on the king side. That means that she wants to initiate an attack. She wants to put some pressure on. and I think that she's playing a little bit too slowly. She will need this time when she needs to figure out how to defend the king.
And she still has 13 moves to go, so I mean,
It's a ton of moves.
I think Akshita
Yeah.
is puts Akshita in a better position.
Yeah.
If not objectively, I think practically, definitely.
I agree that in this position, the tide is turning, and despite the objective evaluation of the position, which I think still
Okay,
is,
she did take only 5.
yeah, and I still do think that this is slightly better for white.
So at least this is gonna give her like 3 moves, so
that's
gonna
something.
help.
That
Yeah.
is something, yeah. So there's still gonna be a long affair, but Annie, I think, is against the ropes despite the objective evaluation of the position.
Let's take a quick look at Emily's game.
Absolutely.
She is. They are fighting for second, perhaps. Oh wait.
I don't know what happened, but Black has taken over.
I love Black's position.
I mean,
this is like the best French you could ever hope for.
so it's equal.
Almost.
Almost. So after we left it off around here, Bishop G6 was a very decent move. Not sure why she's giving up the tension. Okay, Rook C1, Queen B6. Yeah, this takes advantage of the fact that endgames are not so great for white. Queen D2. And I'm not a big fan of this maneuver of Rook C3, Rook B3.
That's just Queen C7 and wait, what do you even do?
I'm not sure what the move is after Queen C7.
They're like Queen B.
Well,
Queen
she has
B1.
played Queen C7, of course.
I mean, but now E5 hangs. and
E5's
then
hanging, and I'm always scared of Rook C1. Rook C1's not lethal right now because Rook C3 forces a trade. But, I mean, it's pretty clear to me that Black is the one taking over in this position.
Actually, I'm not sure because if you play Queen D4, Rook C1, Rook C3, I might have Bishop H3.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to play Queen D4, but
Oh, okay.
you have a good point in that position. I think we have Christian with a big update on one of the key matches of the day.
Twists and turns at every single corner of the game. In this position, White played Knight to C5, and for some inexplicable reason, Black didn't play the move Knight to H5, attacking the Queen once again, enforcing his biggest threat, Knight to H5. Then the Queen has to move away. I'm going to take the pawn on E3. You no longer have the move Rook to B8, and all my pieces are just coming to checkmate you. This is just going to be game over. Instead of that, he played this move, Rook to H5. But now, for example, I'm going to play either Rook B2 or Rook C2. I'm going to bring one of my rooks on the second rank to the defense of my position, and the win is no longer trivial. Definitely Black is still in the driver's seat. He still has the better practical chances, but objectively this is far from over. Knight H5 would have ended the game on the spot, and I simply do not understand why he didn't play it.
No, I think it was just not on his radar because Rook H5 seems like such a clumsy move compared to just kicking out the queen and bringing every piece with the tempo. Once the knight's on H5, it wants to go to F4. Since I am taking on E3 on the very next move, I can't really quite understand why Nico hasn't gone for what seemed to me
that's such an obvious move to me.
Yeah,
like when I look at the position, like the queen just has nowhere to go.
Yeah. No, Knight H5 was definitely the... Rook H5 actually even seems clumsy.
Wait, so what was... Oh, so Knight C5 was played.
Yeah. So he wants to play Queen H3. That part is obvious. But after Rook B2, which I think was played in the game...
Was played, yes.
Anytime you play Queen H3, I have the move Rook H2. If you trade pieces, you might actually lose most endgames because, I mean, I'm going to take on A5 eventually, right?
Great Bishop only one.
Yeah, it's just Bishop pawn's just going to roll. So you can't really go into endgames.
I think he simply missed this idea of just defending on the second rank with the rook.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
So what is the evaluation now?
It's still much better for Black.
Okay.
It's still much better for Black, but compared to Knight H5, this is not even close.
Yeah, I mean Knight H5 was very obvious to me
It was just
because
winning.
then you're even up material after you take on E3. So
Yeah.
this is a little bit strange. We haven't looked at Akshat's game in a very long time because we have this games going on. So that was quite a fair.
Still quite a fair, but definitely favoring white, no? I mean, that pawn on A2 seems to be quite annoying.
Okay, so somehow a lot of pieces came. Are we up a pawn? We're up a pawn, no? Yeah, we're up a
that's
pawn.
also helpful.
It's like when you look at a position, you don't think to count material, right? Because you just assume it's, unless it's like Rufeng's game, then you just assume it's down a piece. But, okay, so let's see how we won a pawn. So we left over like move 12.
Yeah, something like this. The queen retreated to D3, the knight went to D5, queen went to G3.
Bishop D8.
Bishop did go to D8. And after F5, this...
oh, that's a nice move.
not the most difficult trick I've ever seen in my life. Queen b3, and you're threatening with this b7 pawn and knight f6. Not entirely sure f5 was necessary, honestly. White's not really threatening anything in this position. You can just play king a chain.
So if bishop c3, you want to play
C3.
f6?
No, I can play f6, be
Well, this
solid.
looks fun.
Or f. I didn't say it looks fun. I mean, you're the one that played this.
I didn't play it. I didn't do anything.
Silly line where you're just like crushed from the opening. You have like no space. I mean, okay, this is not the.
I do play an opening that does it, but not this.
Not this one?
This is not my doing.
All right, f5. I mean, it just loses a pawn really, because eventually a6 is going to fall, even if it doesn't fall immediately. Yeah. Okay, it just fell, and we have some piece trades and. Black is kind of banking on some kind of e3 counterplay, but it doesn't do very much. I mean, after e3, I can just take it and move away.
Well, now you just pinned yourself.
And you just kind of pinned everybody. Whereas
I mean, I think I'm just going to push my pawn a little bit. I mean, it's just lost.
Just push the pawn. I mean,
let's see the time. 5 minutes to 10. Oh, okay, so the time is actually fine. 5 minutes to 10 minutes. That's pretty close.
It's close, but it doesn't mean it's fine. They both have like 15 moves to make.
I like how in the other games like 20 minutes to 15 minutes, and this
time
one.
trouble.
And this is like.
But once again, the position is very simplified.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just push your pawn, right?
I mean, the threats. White threats are pretty easy. You just push the pawn forward, and black is the one that has to come up with some kind of clever way of counterplay.
Yeah, and if you stop the pawn, then e4 is target, so you don't like coordination is very.
But that step you said right there, that's stopping the pawn. That was very over. That was very ambitious. I have no idea how you're going to.
I can play queen e7, queen d8, and I'm going to stop your pawn. Queen
on a8.
Somewhere, somehow.
You're gonna. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
No, I mean this position looks very bad. I think this should be winning. I mean this is just a matter of technique for Akshat. Are there any other games we haven't looked at? We had.
All of them are exploding.
Oh, let's look at the Thalia game. Let's see if that's over, because we thought it might be over. No.
It's completely over.
Oh, it is. Who's winning though? Oh wow, I see a punching.
Thalia is completely winning, but I mean, look at this structure. Look at this pawn chain with this spear on e6. That's completely killing all of black's structure. You simply don't have any moves. You can resign. This is game over. If you move this bishop, rook to d7 is coming. e7 is potentially a threat, and then rook to d8. This is a very sad position. Okay, One of the saddest positions I've seen in a while.
I have to agree with that. This is one of the saddest things I've seen in a while. F6 was one of the saddest moves I've seen in a long time.
So
this is just completely lost. Rook d7 is just winning completely.
Completely, okay.
Rook d7.
I mean, okay, bishop d1, bishop d4.
How about bishop to e5?
All right, what other games do we have? This is so lost. Jesus.
This is game over.
This is just terrible.
Rufang's game is over, Nicholas. So let's take a look at Andrew Tang's game. That's one game we haven't looked at. I know it's not
the most
important for standings, but
that looks lost. Completely lost for black.
Oh no.
This knight, this rook, and this queen have no business matching up against this queen, this knight, and this rook. This is the nightmare of every single Stonewall player in the world. This knight on d4 is just dominating.
Usually in the Stonewall you don't get to get rid of your bishop, so
this is better than usual?
Yeah, this is a variation of your nightmares.
So what happened in this game? We left it off so long ago, but we hated black's position already. And you can already start sniffing out that this knight coming to d4 is going to be pretty much lethal.
And this is something we were talking about, right? Taking on e5 and
killing the knight on e8.
There was another position where the knight was on h5 when we said we don't want to take it, but the knight on e8 is not much better because again, it's not just about where your piece is now; it's about the future of the piece, and this knight on e8 doesn't have a future.
So
that was very grim.
Yeah, Andrew decided to sacrifice a pawn. Call it a quasi-sacrifice, as I'm not really sure that black can hold it on for too much longer.
I mean, yeah, you don't want it long. Knight on c5, and then you don't have moves.
Yeah. So he managed to trade off the bishops, which is about the only good thing about his position, because now the knight installs itself on d4. This king on g8 is a permanent weakness. Notice that this knight had to play some sad move, knight g7.
I mean, you can lose the a7 pawn. I'm going to play pawn on a6, going after your a7 pawn, and once I win that pawn, I'm going to queen it.
Yeah, a6 looks winning, rook c6 also looks winning with the idea of queen c5 and rook c8. There's more than one idea. I don't think that black has a sliver of hope.
Yeah, Josh is
Josh is going to go 0 out of 6. There is no way that Andrew doesn't convert such a winning position.
No. No, I agree with that.
Yeah, this is too much.
And do we have a result in the Goddess game, or is that still going?
I expect that to go for a while, because even though Black is
not like
winning,
an easy conversion.
It's even if it is easy,
Well,
it's,
you're
it's
losing.
time-consuming.
Well, you're not.
Yeah, for now, d4, you know, you would like to take it, but you can't. If you take with the rook, you just give up f6. If you take it with the knight, you give up a5. What you could do...
I can play king b6.
You can play anything. You can play what?
King b6?
No, I don't know about that.
Why? Oh, okay.
Queen c5. But
even
that
no, that's not.
It's winning, completely winning, because you play king c7.
d5, rook e5. Okay, but
that doesn't matter. I mean, probably the easiest is to just, I think, check.
Check and rook d1. Maybe.
And rook d1, you corral this pawn with your rook, and okay, this is an easy win.
But I know what you mean. Like, you have to go move by move. Like,
yeah.
you have to win a few more pawns until your opponent resigns. And so we don't have any results coming in.
No.
What about Ashrita's game?
Oh yeah,
Ashrita.
What happened here?
A lot of things.
Okay. 92 e4. Okay, what happened here? Okay, so we lifted after queen d4. Okay.
Okay, so she did think it's a threat.
She did think it's a threat, but okay.
So they don't listen to us.
At least they're not watching this show. E5 looks very natural because now the bishop is rerouting. Oh, whoa, tactics.
Hold on. So first of all, can I play rook c7? I don't want to put my rook on d8.
No, because you take on h6.
Oh, okay.
Nobody's defending this.
Okay.
So that's why rook went to d8. c3 was probably a mistake, after which queen takes e4. Doesn't win a pawn because you can recover it on b4.
Yeah, but you're giving away everything.
And of course, the idea is that if you take my queen, check recovers with interest. And this looks atrocious.
It looks like you're going to start losing every single pawn.
Yeah, you got to be very careful right now. There is a pin on the knight, so rook takes e4 is a threat once I move the bishop. But actually moving the bishop is not so trivial. And these two...
Rook c4 was played.
And rook takes e4 was played. You have to take on g4, that's forced.
Then I take on e4.
Oh.
Oh, we didn't see that. We didn't see tactics.
Can't see anything. And rook takes e4 is actually going to change my evaluation of the position, because that wins an important pawn. I was going to go on and on and on about the power of the central pawns, but if there's only one of them, then they're not so powerful.
But now we can go on about the power of the central pawn.
Yeah.
No, rook h4 was a horrendous blunder.
Oh yeah, but yeah. Well, it even looks so natural to exchange this knight on c4 for the bishop on g4, which leads me to believe that she actually completely forgot that the knight was pinned.
I've seen her blunder.
It's not her first time. Because, like, for example, the move bishop b6, which I find kind of natural, defends the rook, which allows me to move the rook forward, and also is threatening the move knight e3, attacking the bishop on g4 and the rook on d1. You don't have time to play, for example, a5 and scare the bishop away, because knight e3 looks very powerful to me.
And then once you move the knight, you're going to push d4. And once you push d4,
it's over.
Yeah.
It's just
I mean,
over.
once the pawns roll, then it's going to be game over.
So we actually have kind of a reversal of scenarios in which it's Ashrita that finds herself in a, I think, pretty simply winning position.
Yeah, rook f8.
If I move, rook e8, I wanted to take your powerful pawn.
Oh, because after I take bishop f4, rook e4, I don't have rook g1 check.
Yeah, this pin is lethal. You can't play rook g1 because of the control of the knight.
Kind of like rook f8 better, but...
Yeah, well, I'm not even sure, because here rook g2, I have knight c3, and you still can't... Yeah, you can take on f4. But
which is why I wanted to play rook f8.
Ah, you want to play rook f8?
Yes.
Okay, let's listen to the grandmaster. She decides to play...
she hasn't moved yet.
Rook f8, right?
She hasn't moved. It's her turn.
2 pawns.
Oh, they made move 40. I mean, this is move 40, so this is going to be... There's no reason for her to
rush.
Yeah, so this game is something we'll come back to. So I think we went around and took a look at every single game. So we don't want to miss the time trouble. So let's see how much time do we have on the clocks.
Let's look, for example, Nicholas has 12 minutes and Mika has 5.
Okay.
But almost at move 40.
Okay, so we are... so we already went around. We looked at every single game. Let's take a little bit of a break because we don't want to miss the action in time troubles. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
You could fly to Venice. or Paris, or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Welcome back to the coverage of the 2017 U.S. Junior and U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship. If you're just joining us, this is round 6 of the action, and we're just in time for time trouble. And as I'm finishing my sentence, I see we have a result. So I'm Tatev Abrahamyan, I'm today with Alejandro Ramirez, and I think this is going to go by really fast as time trouble is approaching. And we do have a winner in the Akshat versus Michael Brown game, and I see that White managed to win the pawn.
Well, more or less as expected, the plan in this position was this, and that's what happened. After rook e7, a4, h6, a5, e3, f takes, rook f7 was one of those cunning moves at the end, more desperation than anything else. The trick is that you're threatening queen takes e3 and mate in a few. King h1 actually diffuses the bomb, because after queen takes e3, I have queen e8 check, forcing you to trade the queens, as I'm threatening to take with the queen on e3. And if you take, I have now time to simply move my pawn to h3, or probably more precise, king g1. And
not to allow the rook.
Not to allow the rook in and just queen my pawn. After bishop h4, which I'm not sure what it does, the rook retreated.
It's desperation at this point.
And here it is very clear that the pawn is not going to be stopped. Black would have to create very serious threats in order for this to be an issue, but I don't see how that happens. Queen takes e3 seems to be a relatively irrelevant move, since after a7 you still cannot take on a7 because of queen e8 check, king h7, queen takes f7, and I'm threatening checkmate on g7. So rook f8, but after a8, I mean, you're just up a rook. Basically, you have to give up the rook for the queen, and there is zero compensation on the board. Akshat won, finally, converted an advantage. We didn't like anything about Michael's position today, even from the very opening. We didn't like his approach to the game. We'll have to talk to him if we can about what he was planning on doing. But Akshat finally converts one of his advantages in this tournament. He can be very happy about that.
He should be. I think he played a really nice game. He had a slight advantage, and he won pretty clean game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
let's go to Nicholas' game, and I want to see if I have any updates there, because when we left off, he didn't find the knight h5 move. He played. Oh, we have another result.
Yeah, we have the result in the girls section, as Rachel Ulrich has lost against
Oh wow,
Shritha
that happened very quickly. Okay, so lost all the pawns.
That's what happens when you lose all the pawns. Yeah, I mean, we left it off at this massive blunder.
Yes, just blundered.
Just blundering every pawn.
You know, winning, at least with that, was close to winning, right?
Yeah, this already is quite winning, and then she blundered another pawn. And
okay,
that's too many. That's
how many? Three pawns. Yeah,
that's 3 pawns in an endgame where white has absolutely no problems. So Rachel threw in the towel. Not a bad time to do so. You're just up down too much material. Another game in which Rachel, I think, with an excellent position, blunders. This is the second time I see her do this in this tournament. An excellent, almost winning position against Agata earlier in the event, just blundering in one move. And now, again, against Shritha, basically in a superior, maybe even clearly superior position, blundering in one move and giving up a full point. Rachel, I think, has a lot of talent. I think that she's shown great preparation, but these tactical missteps are not permissible in such an unforgiving game like chess.
And they're not even like long calculations,
no,
just one move blunders.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep going through the games, but I want to hear first from Akshat, who won a very nice game, I thought, against Michael Brown, and he's here with Cristian.
One of the big victors of this round, Akshat Chandra, who just won a very, very smooth game against top contender Michael Brown. Akshat, you're back in the fray, you're back in the title hunt. Take us through the game.
Yeah, so he surprised me in the opening on the fourth move with playing d6. I don't think he's ever played that before. So I took a couple of minutes to just figure out what line I want to go for. It seems he wasn't familiar with d4, so that turned out to be a good choice. Yeah, knight takes d4 just leads to a better position for white because I have more space. I think e takes d4 is the main move, but I haven't looked at this in a really long time, so I couldn't really remember anything specific.
But it seemed like always you're going to have a strategical edge because
Right,
of this
yeah,
pair of
exactly,
pawns,
yeah.
e4 and d6.
Yeah, and okay, it was just a typical slight advantage until he played f5. I was surprised by that, but already I think it's uncomfortable for him. So yeah, I think this stuff with queen b3 is forced. I don't know, maybe he missed the knight b6 idea in some lines after I take on b7. So king h8, queen takes b7. So like, for example, f takes e4, knight b6 is strong.
And the knight on c6 is lost. You cannot take on b6 because queen takes
I mean,
c7.
yeah, he'll get the piece back, queen e6, take, but the structure is bad for him. And I think white just clearly better here, yeah.
All of his pawns are just very, very vulnerable in this position.
Yeah.
The bishop on d8 is completely passive, tied to the defense of the b6 pawn. This looks very bad for black.
But I think it was his best try, because after rook takes e4, yeah, I think bishop c3 was good, and now I'm just winning a pawn. It was tough to decide which line to go for because there are so many promising continuations. I could have also played knight b6 on the 19th move instead of rook takes e4. That's what I was thinking for a while. Yeah, but I figured in the end, okay, I'll just take a pawn. I mean, as long as I can manage his central pawns, it's just a clear pawn up.
And it didn't seem like his pawn on e4 is actually that dangerous.
Right,
because
yeah.
whenever he goes e3, you're just simply going to
In fact, that favors me because now, I mean, in some lines, his bishop's just stuck there. I mean, so yeah.
Well, after that, it seemed like everything went quite smoothly for you. There was absolutely nothing he could have done to complicate matters. Actually, you win a very, very important game. Who do you have left?
I play Bovey in the next round, then Awander, and then Nicholas.
So still in the title hunt, you have to win some games to get closer to Caden. Good luck in the rest of your games, guys.
Well, I do like his fashion sense. There, Akshat Chandra winning an important game.
Matching you.
Of course, that's why I'm playing. He wins an important game. He puts pressure on. He puts a little bit more pressure on Caden, as there are more people now. Only 1 point behind him. He knows that if he loses any game, there are several people that could win theirs and tie him up on first place.
So we have a lot of results actually. So Joshua Claus lost his 6th game in a row, so he's really suffering in this shirt.
We weren't very surprised, though.
But the more importantly, we have a draw in the girls section.
Okay.
So that's more relevant to the standing. So Emily and Maggie drew their game, which means Emily versus Maggie drew their game, which means Annie versus Akshita is going to be even more relevant because if Annie wins, we're going to have a 4-way tie for first place.
We'll have to check that game out. This was the game between Maggie Feng with the black pieces against Emily Nguyen, and we left it off around here. You were suggesting this queen d4 move. Rook c1 looks pretty natural, threatening bishop h3. You were mentioning that this little trick that after rook c1, here bishop h3, this already looks very dangerous for white because of the checkmate. Instead of that, b6 was perhaps a little too passive. And this endgame promises nothing for
if
either
you're going to
side.
play rook c5, rook c3, then...
It's just a draw.
Yeah, let's go back to Annie's game, because when we left off, Annie had no time on her clock, but
No, she's just met time control on her last move.
But a lot of things have happened.
Yeah, the game has changed dramatically. Check.
As we were expecting because of time.
In queen d5, I was kind of suggesting this move. And we have this endgame, where the weakness of the king on h1 is palpable. You can see that currently this king on h1 would prefer to be on anywhere. That's not h1 and try to get back in the game. Black does
even though it's an endgame, it's still very relevant. The king is the king is never going to be safe.
It's just never going to be safe. And more than that, it's never going to be active, is what I'm worried.
Well, if I move my bishop, like king h2, g4, but that's...
it takes time.
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
I mean, I do like black's position more because, first of all, there's an a5 pawn that I can target, taking advantage of the better coordination of the central pieces. And I'm always scared that once e4 comes, there's an e3 idea. And you can see this bishop already controls f1, so f2 would actually be lethal. I think Akshita has taken over. I like her position.
I completely agree. I think in time trouble, whatever happened, and
Yeah.
even before that, before we went on a break, we were saying how
The tides were turning. The
tides were turning,
and this is where we have landed.
And you know, once they start turning, like once the direction starts turning, even though objectively the evaluation hasn't changed, like you can see the direction has changed,
Oh,
and you
absolutely.
can't foresee what's going to happen.
I have to agree.
And so it seems like we'll reach time control in all of the games. So
Yes.
we'll come back to the games, but first we want to hear from Maggie Fang, who drew her game against Emily, and she's in the studio with Christian.
The top seed in the U.S. Girls Juniors, Maggie Fang. Very, very solid performance, Maggie. Take us through the game. It didn't seem like a lot have happened, but I'm sure in the heat of the battle, a lot of tense situations occurred. Take us through the game.
It was a Stonewall opening with the Knight H3 line, and then I think...
Were you prepared for this?
I remember I saw a couple games, and I played this line before as black.
So what we were discussing was this interesting maneuver of bishop d6, bishop f4, bishop to e7. Can you explain that to us?
That's like when I was like looking at games, like I saw like some Carlsen game, bishop d6, bishop f4, bishop e7, and some other games. That's like the line I play.
And the idea behind this strategy is to do what?
You don't want to trade bishops first of all, and there's like maybe knight h5, g5, attacking the bishop ideas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Knight d2, castle, queen c2. Where was the critical moment when things seemed to be simplifying and going towards a draw?
Maybe like after she like traded roots and like root c1, I felt like everything. Yeah, I felt like it was like heading towards a draw. Yeah.
You played this interesting move, rook to c6, to try to double up on the c file and take control over the c file, but she defended quite accurately. Maggie,
yeah.
You're playing very solid chess, but you need to pull up a few wins in order to catch up with the leaders. Who do you have in the last 3 rounds?
I still play Annie, Akshita, and Agata.
So that's a huge huge rounds for you. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah.
Guys, Maggie Fang.
Well, I like her fashion sense better than Akshat.
All right, we have another result in the girls section as Talia Cervantes has finally,
as we were expecting, defeating a Pervan Virkut, who was completely don't have moves.
Yeah, you just don't have moves. I mean, not now, and not for the last 25 moves has she had.
Oh, you literally don't have moves. Like
yeah,
if you move your rook f8, and the knight cannot move. Oh my god.
She literally has to be stuck between king g8 and king f7. This king is just going to collect this one and pass a pawn, among other winning ideas. So not a big surprise there. Talia does score, I think, her first full point of the tournament.
Really?
I think so. I mean, she's had many winning positions, but I don't think she's actually won.
Here,
no, and she hasn't won any of her games. This is the first time that she wins.
And the first time Ashrita wins. So
yeah, as well. As
and first time Carissa will win. So
we
what a round.
We expect Carissa to win. She's still in this position against Agata Bikhovtsev, who...
this is getting closer and closer. You already lost one pawn.
It just looks losing. The rooks are coordinating quite well. Even though the pawn on h7 looks, h5 looks threatening, it's going to be corralled by the rook and the knights without too many difficulties. The king's also kind of weak, which allows the knight to have a lot of checking tricks against the king and the queen. This is just
a one result game.
It's just a winning position, yeah.
Right, and we will go back and look at Nicholas Cheka position because a lot of developments happened there. But we have Emily with us, and she's in the studio with Christian.
With the defending champion in the girls section, Emily, today was a very, very tame approach. What are you going to do in the next 3 rounds to try to catch up with the leader?
I guess just play normal moves because I shouldn't really think about like, oh, I have to win to catch up.
Who do you have in the last 3 rounds?
I'm a Perva, Rachel, and Carissa.
So it's going to be a very, very important last stretch of the event. Did you feel in trouble at any point during this game?
I don't think so. I think it was like even throughout. Maggie thought that I was slightly better in the end, and I thought that she was slightly better in the end. So I guess draws, yeah.
I think the position was very, very balanced. You're playing very solid chess. Good luck in the rest of your games, guys.
Thank you.
Well, Emily's still definitely in contention, despite the fact that she lost against the current leader, Akshita Gordy, and she's shown very solid chess all throughout. I think her games have been quite good. Today against Maggie Fang, a very, very, very solid approach. At the end, I have to agree with Christian. Rather than the two girls, I think it's just completely dead drawn, that bishop endgame. So let's take a look finally at what has happened in the game between Mika Bertin and Nicholas Cheka.
This does not look good for... Wait, let me count the pawns first before I say anything. It's still 3 pawns. Okay.
It's 3 pawns for a piece.
That was 2 pawns.
In an endgame. It is actually quite unclear. I think I'd rather be black because this rook on e4 is quite monstrous. And you can have the idea of eventually playing f5, hopefully a g5, g3, but winning is very complicated against a bishop that might control the board. If this bishop reaches d4,
that's a big if.
It's a big if, but if the bishop reaches b4, my evaluation of the game might completely change. I mean, the problem for black is that in any pawn race, white wins, because the bishop is going to be able to defend against whatever pawn is going to be threatening to promote. So white wants to be as active as possible. Unfortunately for him, it's not so easy to do this. I mean, you want to play rook b2 and rook b6 as quickly as possible. You got to watch out for things like rook c4, for
bishop
example.
e7 now. So.
Oh, here bishop e7, and then rook here.
I mean, I don't know. I felt like white should be faster here.
Actually, yeah, you're actually right. I am kind of worried about what black's position after king f2. King f2, rook b2, rook b6 would be the idea. If black's forced to be passive, it's going to be unlikely that he can hold his pawns. You can imagine that if I put my bishop on d6, there's no longer any way for the rook to reroute and defend against the intrusion of the rook on b6, which is part of the reasons that the bishop's so powerful. But okay, king f2, f6 was played, and after bishop g3, I am assuming that you couldn't play here because
now rook c4. Because you cut the
rook c4
connection.
because you've cut off the king, the bishop, correct. So bishop g3, rook b4. Now the rook is the one in charge of keeping the rook on e2 at bay. I don't know exactly what's going on, to be fair.
I like f6 because you're
F6,
limiting my
yeah.
bishop. You made me waste the tempo. You didn't let me get on b2, and I like that you put your pawns on the dark squares.
Yeah, I think with precise play, I expect this to be a draw, but I think this is a position that playing with precise play is nearly impossible. Such a complicated endgame that it's difficult to evaluate. It's very, very complicated. Let's see how actually we got here.
Yeah, I wanted to look at that too, but in that final position...
Oh yeah, let's look at the final position.
I mean, if I put a bishop on d6 and king on g3, how are you ever going to push your pawns?
I don't think I need to necessarily, right? There are not so many variations in which I absolutely need to push my pawns all the way through. As long as I can tie you down somehow to your position. I mean, if I play here and I'm given time to bring my king to g6, my pawn to g5, my pawn to f, I'm going to play rook e4. I'm going to be threatening certain pins. I'm going to be threatening d4 and f4. I mean, I think black would be on the better side of a potential drawish line, but still I think that black would be on the better side.
Well, maybe Christian can tell us more later, but now she's in the studio with Ashrita, who won her first game of the tournament.
A very, very important victory for one of the top seeds of the event, who's been struggling this tournament with her chess. Ashrita, tell us how you feel after this very, very important victory.
It feels good to win games, and I'm just looking forward for the next 3 games.
Explain us this very, very interesting novel idea of playing the move knight to b3. You're not waiting for her to play e5. You immediately put the knight on b3. What is the point of this move?
It was to wait on which setup she decides and then to place my pieces depending on which setup, because I think she can go e6 like she did, or g6, which transposes into the dragon, and knight c6 also, or e5.
So which one is, according to you, which one do you think the best setup for black is in this situation?
Maybe G6 or E5.
G6 to go into a hybrid of dragon and Najdorf. I think they call it Dragadorf.
Yeah.
But the knight on b3 is a little bit misplaced. In
Yeah.
general, you would like to have the knight in the center. She played the move e6, and then you immediately launched into the attack with g4, h6, bishop g2, and then this particular juncture in the game after f4, knight takes e3, queen takes e3. Were you still in your preparation at this moment?
I wasn't in my preparation, but I knew what the plan was afterwards, so I was comfortable with the position.
And she played this move, bishop d7. We were wondering, what did you plan against a move such as g5, try to disrupt the coordination of your piece, the structure, and gain control over the dark squares in the center?
F5 maybe? F5 and knight d4.
F5, knight d7, knight d4, and a very, very complicated strategical battle would have ensued. Instead of that, she played the move bishop d7, king b1, still a very normal move. But in this position, you kind of adventured with the queen on a7. Why didn't you consider this move e5?
I thought maybe she could go knight e8 and try to close the position up with d5. So I didn't really want to close the position up.
But if she does play the move d5, the problem is the knight on e8 is going to be out displaced for a long time. You're going to have to move the queen and then knight c7. For us, it seemed like e5 should have been played to just try to open up this bishop and disrupt her pieces. You play the move queen to a7. Take us through the critical moments afterwards.
I think c3 was my mistake on move 30, but I probably let her too much counterplay by that point. And queen takes e4 was just really unpleasant. And then she got the two passers, and at some point I thought I was losing after she took on g5. Yeah, here. And all the way up to move 37, where she played rook h4. I thought bishop d2 was better here.
In this position, bishop d2. Absolutely, and this is also the computer move, and after rook c2, which I think it's almost forced.
Yeah, and b4 is hanging, so...
Bishop takes b4, grab the pawn, knight e3 is coming on the board. This looks like a very, very difficult defense for you. Were you surprised by this move?
I was surprised by rook h4, but I thought maybe she just overlooked rook c4 and rook e4.
And after that, it was a very smooth conversion by you. Congratulations on your first win, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
It's always nice to win a game in a tournament. I have played, I think, one tournament where I didn't score a single win, and it's a pretty brutal feeling.
Yeah, I have
a 13 round too.
I had a tournament here, actually the GM round robin, where I had like 3 draws out of 9 games. So I had a very tough tournament. But she always has a nice attitude. It's like always looking forward to the next games, even when she's not doing well.
And that translates sometimes to just full points, as has happened here in her game against Rachel Ulrich. So we have the game that's crucial to the standings in the junior section, Mika Braden against Nicholas Cheka. And I see that Mika is more or less following your plan of putting this bishop on d6 and the king on g3, but I think that Nicholas is playing this quite well. I mean, you can see how the pawns and the rook are really controlling the opponents. And the more I see it, the more difficult I find this to play for the white side. I'm not saying it's losing or anything along those lines. It's probably holdable, actually, and I think the ideas of simply even playing like rook h2 or whatever down the h file to try to create counterplay should be enough. a3 to force.
Rook h2 actually makes a lot of sense as
well. I mean, I don't understand why you think this is so great for black. Like, really?
I mean, I just think that I have a lot of counterplay. I think that once I put the rook on e4, I'm going to play f5. I'm going to force you to move the king back at some point.
Okay, I go rook h2. What do you do?
Well, first of all, I was going to prevent you from any kind of...
Okay, but then I can just put my rook on h5, no?
Yeah, so what? I mean, at this point, I agree that I'm not winning, but I don't think that's white that's trying to play for anything either, because
I don't have to play king
f2.
Yeah, I mean, the way I played was not...
What are you going to do?
Rook h1. No.
Here?
No.
What?
No. You are not playing into my checkmate pattern. So, well, maybe you are. But this is the kind of things that I think the rook is currently so much more active than the opponents. And I just find easier play for black than for white.
Can I go e4 here, or that's too much?
That e4 is definitely something I would consider. I was seriously considering the move e4. But
I mean, it seems very counterintuitive to give you the pass pawn. So you can take with the rook?
It depends. If you take with the rook, you might actually even lose here, because I might not care about any of these pawns. I might just play a4 and capture this guy. And your pawns are going to take a long time to promote, and the a pawn isn't. You probably have to
I'll
take.
believe you.
You probably have to take with the pawn.
Yeah, and then play.
But the problem for white now is that you don't have a way of preventing f5. Takes and king g6.
That's why I was very wary of playing this.
f5, f4, and I still like black. I mean, there's just a lot of pawns rolling down the board. The bishop on d6. It's active, it's great at defense c5, but it's not attacking anything.
So I think this is a critical moment for white to decide
how he wants to suffer. I still think that he's on the worst side of the draw.
I mean, okay. I'll take your word for it. But we'll come back to these games. We do have Talia Cervantes, who won her game, a really nice game against Purva, also scoring her first win of the tournament. She's in the studio with Cristian.
One of the victories of the round, a very, very important victory for you, Talia. You've been playing brilliant chess, great preparation, but at the critical moment, it seemed like you were struggling executing your opponents. In this game, it was
I tried my best.
Straightforward. Take us through the game. We were really, really puzzled by all her maneuvers with queen e7, queen c7, queen d8, queen e7. Starting somewhere around this moment, after her knight on g7 was not finding a lot of good squares, king h1, queen to e7. This is the moment where it all started, queen e7, queen c7. Very strange maneuvers. What was your assessment of the position at this moment?
I have never played with g4, and this I don't have preparation on this, so I was kind of scared because, I mean, you don't usually play g4 just hoping for the best. There should be an excuse. But I think my king is safe afterwards, and I didn't think it was a problem. And my idea was f4, rook e8, rook e1, sorry, queen g2, maybe f5.
It seemed like already after queen e7 you managed to put f4, solidify your knight in the center, and then at any moment you can just simply move your rook to e1, prepare the move e4, and at the right moment, whenever you're completely ready with all of your pieces, then just blast open the center. And it doesn't seem like she could have a clear plan in this position to untangle herself.
I mean, if you ever, what are you going to do with the bishop on c8? Because c6 is a problem if you ever go b6, and if bishop e6, then f5. So I felt happy with my position.
f5 immediately, and she has to go back to the bishop with the bishop on c8, and once again you can start arranging your pieces for the opportune moment of playing e4. Queen c7, rook ac1, queen d8. What was your assessment when you were seeing all these moves back and forth by your opponent? What did you think?
I was happy about my position. I mean, if you have to go back and forth, then you're doing good, I guess. But here I was like, I spent a lot of time because how do I proceed? And there is e takes d5, I think, but then knight d5, and I wasn't sure about that. Maybe knight d5, c takes d5 and f5.
But it seems the more pieces you exchange, the easier her life becomes, because she just gets more space for maneuvering. You played f5, very, very accurate decision by you. And after g5, rook c1, d takes c4, bishop c4, it all seemed like it crumbles. Her position was just crumbling. After that, you didn't lose the advantage at any moment in the game. Very, very smooth conversion. Very smooth conversion this time. Congratulations. And who do you have in the last 3 rounds?
I have Rachel, Ashritha, and Carissa. Yeah.
Very, very difficult road ahead, but we know you're playing very good chess. You're motivated. Good luck in the rest of your games, guys.
Well, thanks, Talia. Definitely good to be on the scoreboard, especially with such a clean win. I think she showed no fear with that g4 move, and it paid off handsomely.
Right, and that's the movie I was suggesting. So let's go back to, once again, to the girls section and see if we're close to having a result. So the one we were talking about was Agata versus Chris, and we thought it should be win eventually.
Yeah, eventually. So here...
so I see she managed to...
eliminate these pawns. She's managed to make her position a little bit more complex than I would have liked to, but perhaps it doesn't matter. Here there are threats against the king, queen a5 and queen a7, so she puts the knight on c6. Always this knight on c6 next to the king is an important defensive resource, especially when you're fighting against the queen. And the only counterplay really now is the pawn on the h-file. If the pawn on the h-file didn't exist, white can just resign.
I mean, this looks like nothing. I'm going to play rook b1, rook h1. It's not like you're queening or anything. I mean, you don't have any checks. It's just, right? I mean, rook b1, I'll push b3, and this just looks over.
No, I agree. This is such a powerful pawn. Eventually, it's going to distract the queen from her duties of trying to push the pawn.
So what's your
played
play?
Something. I think it's h6. Which makes sense, right? You want to push the pawn.
Yeah, but I think rook b1 now.
Yeah, rook b1 looks good.
Threatening rook f1, possibly checkmating.
Possibly checkmating.
Probably not, but...
Yeah, rook h1 is also a threat. I mean, there's a lot of different ideas.
Yeah, I mean, if you go like you cannot even take my f6 pawn, because...
Rook f1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, this is a losing endgame for Agata. Clarissa should be able to convert this one.
What about Annie's game?
It's a crucial game, of course.
Yeah. Actually, has been playing really long games, so I think this is going to be
must
no
be tired.
Exception.
So this is the position, and it's favoring black. I think we left it off going into the end game. I mentioned this idea of e4 with the idea of e3. Sometimes f2 is in the air, and you can see the structure in the center is kind of giving white headaches. But here, at least Annie still has some resources. By the way, Annie getting into her second time trouble very quickly because she only has 13 minutes left on the clock. She has put the knight on h3, which threatens a fork against all of black's pieces with knight f4, which is why black goes knight e2, which...
I was wondering, if I play rook b5, are you actually going to take that?
Perhaps sometimes keeping the threat is stronger than the execution. I was thinking perhaps checking somewhere, I'm not sure exactly where, f6 maybe? And then just making a move, I don't know, rook a4, king h2, something along this lines. I'm a little short on moves, but
yeah,
I don't really want to take.
Yeah, I think taking just loses, no?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it looks like, because if rook, unless you have a way of, I mean, your bishop doesn't have time to maneuver around and take it.
Yeah. So, even though this perhaps it's not as clear as I thought at the beginning because rook d1, but...
Rook b3?
Yeah, but then how do you make progress?
I have a king.
You're going to put it where?
I have a knight.
My knight stuck. Oh. Your knight's stuck defending the pawn and the rook's defending this pawn. I'm not so sure this is that much better.
Oh, you have bishop c8 also, knight.
I have annoying ideas.
I'm considering king g6 with the idea of h5. If you play h5, then I'm going to go king g5.
There you go. Maybe that's what. Maybe that. Yeah. I mean, it does smell fishy for white, but I'm not surprised. I wouldn't take on d3 right away, though. I would keep the tension. I might even consider, for example, rook b5, check, king f6, and why am I taking? Just play rook d1 first.
Yeah, that looks more annoying.
Rook b3?
Yeah, no, I still agree that the position's annoying, but here, I'm not sure what your threat is. Maybe king e5.
King e5, yeah.
How is king e5 a threat, though?
I'm just trying to bring my pieces closer to the center. King e5, bishop e2, get my bishop out of d3.
Of the d3,
and then
I think the problem for white is just no moves.
No moves. All right, instead of that, she played the move knight e2. Which prevents, in a more direct way, the move knight f4.
Yeah, because knight f4 just looks ugly.
Knight f4 probably just loses. Probably.
Actually, knight f4 is the best move in the position.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we know nothing about chess.
We know nothing.
Don't listen to anything.
Has she played it, by the way? She played something, but I can't reach to see. I think she played knight g1, which looks really ugly.
Okay, so how is this the best move? Because...
Well, I was thinking e3 and takes, but I forgot that after bishop takes f3, I'm threatening the rook, so it's not so easy. This is why I thought it lost.
So you're creating a square for your king on g3.
And you're also
am I right?
blocking his king from coming to the center,
Right.
because king f6, king g5
Yeah.
is no longer possible.
Right, right.
It does look ugly to change the structure like that, and these are the type of decisions you have to make and are very, very difficult when you're in the heat of the battle. But knight f4 was necessary.
Yeah.
But can I try something like rook b5 in this position?
You can try probably a lot of things, but once I transfer
don't-
my...
I still don't. Now e3.
now e3 is still not working, because
Why not?
for the second reason I missed, that I can just remove my bishop to
Yeah,
g2.
but now I have.
No, I have king g3 next move, and
You don't seem impressed by my pawn.
I am not very impressed by
Okay,
your
I
pawn.
can always force a draw. So.
You can, but the draw, I mean, white is not really playing for anything more than that.
Okay, so
knight
knight
g1
g1.
though,
So why is knight g1 bad?
because well, I don't really have a threat, first of all.
I can just move my knight probably, right?
Yeah.
No, then you can knight h3. So you don't have a threat because if you take, I can take with the pawn and.
No, I would still take with the bishop. I would keep the structure alive, but the king's still locked in.
I still want to play like rook b5 or rook c5. I really want my rook on the second.
I really like either rook c5 or rook b5, putting the pressure not only on the second file, but also the fact that the rook on a1 can't really move up, because I always have threats in the first rank. I like rook b1 or rook c5. Sorry, rook b5 or rook c5. I don't see a big difference between them.
I was thinking maybe at some point I need to push the pawn on h6 to make sure the pawn stays on a5, but I don't want to commit to that just yet.
Also because, I mean, if you push the pawn to a6, the bishop on d3 is already targeting it, so I'm not sure I have to be worried about that anytime
Yeah,
soon.
so rook, she hasn't moved, right?
No.
Yeah, so I don't think, so taking on e2 doesn't really help you much.
Doesn't
so
help you too much. I'm always going to be worried about the rook coming in. There are some bishop endgames that are just going to be lost because of the king being so cut off. So you got to be careful with white.
Yeah, I mean, this position looks very tough.
That's a tough position, definitely.
Let's go back to Nicholas's game and let's see how we got to that position.
Yeah,
Because
we
we missed a lot
checked.
of the action because so many things happen at the same time.
All right, not much has happened as Mika is rolling down into time pressure. It's probably not a good idea. I do think that black's better.
So we're left us somewhere around move 32-ish.
We got around here, the
Yeah,
rook
there's
h5
rook h5, this whole
move.
thing.
They repeated. Nicholas obviously didn't want to draw. Played g5. Queen g3, rook h4, threatening here some rook g4 trickery. This happened. Took the king, rook c2. I was thinking here white actually had already taken over, because if you can see, black's attack has really been repealed, and the bishop should be worth more than the pawns, at least at the moment.
Still 3 pawns, okay.
I was thinking about bishop f2 simply, and then maybe even transferring the rook on h1, and sometimes you're kind of wondering who's attacking who. But rook c2 I didn't like so much because it let the queen into the game. I didn't like allowing queen b1. So somehow here, just past time control already, Mika decides to trade off the bishops, the queens in this way.
Maybe I should have taken on e4 first.
Yeah, even though this allows queen takes e4, I mean, you can see
queen
that
takes
there is, but it doesn't matter. I mean, there is no attack
king
anymore.
g1 or something?
The king g1, I'll slowly untangle. The bishop's going to go to e5 or f4. And this structure is so much superior to the one that he got in the game that it changes the evaluation of the endgame. Here, I would rather be white pretty much any time. I mean, the pawns are controlled. And my king, even though it's not the safest king in the world, for now it's fine. I'm going to push black back with the threat that any trade of pieces is bad for you, because the endgames are going to be very, very, very bad, as opposed to the endgame that we got on the board, where after trading, not only does the rook come very powerful, but the pawn on c5 would much rather be on d4. So I think there's a big difference between that endgame and this one.
Right, because you can never dream of playing. I mean, in the other position, you're not going to play like c5 and d4 to create fast pawns,
No,
because that's it's too much.
It's too much. So in this position, this is currently the position that we have on the board after king g3, and I still think that black has the better version of an uncomfortable draw for white. I think it's an uncomfortable draw for white. He has to find out how to do it.
Well, now I want to play rook d4, I want to say.
Rook d4, kind of,
threat,
well, first of all, it's black to move.
No, so I'm saying I have a threat.
Not sure. If you play f5 and you play rook d4, you're saying that you're going to take this one, right?
Well, you have a 4 here, so I don't know why
What
you
if I
played.
take rook takes d4?
I am not
Oh, you want to play king h5?
King h5, then f5, then king g6, king f5, and
It's
so
a lot
on.
of pawns.
Oh, the pawn, to push the pawn
It's
to
a lot of
a4, so
pawns.
that's
I
not
mean,
good.
Yeah, one of the good things that Nico has done with this position is that with the last pawn that he has on white on the queen side, it's never going to be a weakness, or even on a king and pawn versus king and bishop endgame, because, well, the bishop might become completely useless. If it doesn't have any targets, it's going to be completely useless. I still think that black's better. I mean, this is what I think just entering the endgame.
From a practical point of view, for me as well, it looks like black is just winning.
Winning? Wow.
Yeah, it's close.
It's very, very difficult to play for as white, because the bishop on d6 is just such a dead piece. It doesn't have any targets whatsoever. Rook d4 once again, any sort of rook exchange, that's going to be bad for white. He's just going to be going into a losing endgame. So I really don't see this as a practical position playable.
Yeah, but
for white.
he's
What
going
did
to
white
try.
play?
He played
Oh,
something
bishop
that I really
e5.
like. He plays bishop e5, and perhaps for this reason, the move f5
Was
was a little bit rushed. I think if I could, I would have played here. Because rook d4 still doesn't scare me. I go into the same endgame, and true, I'm down to tempo, but tempo are not really that important here. The bishop can't do anything. I'm going to play king h5 anyway on the very next move. I don't see how to stop that. And if you don't play that, you have to defend this pawn, and I can play f5 on the very next move, right? I think that he rushed this a little bit, because after f5, at least the bishop returns to e5, and now I think white has excellent, excellent drawing chances. Because once the bishop reaches d4, the rook has to commit to one side or the other. It cannot transfer anymore between the queen side and the king side. And the problem is that it's not easy to push the pawn to f4. If you play this setup, white's pretty much going to shuffle. And you're asking how you're going to make progress. King h5 will always be met with check. King g6, I could consider rook h8, but on a safe day, I just return the rook to d2 to prevent f4. And you can't really play f4 at any moment, because after I take, you never want to take with the rook, because it destroys your pawn structure. But if you take with the pawn, now nobody's guarding g4, which is why I put the rook on d2, so I have this resource. If the rook was anywhere else, like c2, then after f4 check, I don't have any moves, because if you take here, I have this check. And now d4 is going to be hanging.
Actually, I was thinking if you go back a few moves. Yeah, so I was thinking if white plays rook b2 and we exchange rooks, that looks like a draw, right?
With the pawn on e3, there is no doubt that black cannot make any progress, and I don't really see what white's going to do either.
Yeah, because you cannot just run on the other side, because I have king h5, king h4, and... No, I was just saying as an example, if the rooks come off...
Well, you can play, for example, bishop d4, and then rook b2, for example.
No, I was just talking about that, and like if the structure doesn't change, if the structure doesn't change and the rooks come off, like what's the evaluation of the position? I think it's a draw, because
total draw. Yeah, and I actually expect that bishop e5 just makes the game into a draw. I don't see how to make any progress anymore for black. I think that f5 was a big mistake. Christian, do you have any comments? Maybe?
No, absolutely. f5 was a terrible mistake, terrible practical move. I mean, why would you give white an extra square on e5 and allow him to bring his bishop back into the game? That just doesn't make a lot of sense for me. And yeah, in this position, just play a move such as rook e4.
I thought this was really good for black.
Improve your position to the maximum, and at least take this square away from the bishop. Next move, maybe, if you really want to play f5, then that's going to be a completely different story. If you put the rook on d3, then the rook is no longer swinging on the second rank. So I have ideas of f5, king h5, and at the right moment, I could even consider sacrificing this pawn and going d4. If I manage to get these pawns rolling, this mass of pawns rolling, then I have clear chances of winning. But paralyzing the rook on d3, playing f5 after that, keeping control over this e5 square is extremely, extremely important. And it seemed like f5 was just a rushed decision.
I think f5 was a terrible decision, and not from a practical point of view. I don't see what black's going to do to make progress.
Yeah, so I think this game is going to go on for
quite a while.
For a while, and it's Nicholas's moves. I think he's going to be thinking for a while and realizing he made a mistake. Still, oh well, what do I again? Yet again, here we are.
Yeah, but it doesn't change anything. The move rook b1 doesn't actually go anywhere.
So now I can just play rook b2, and I feel like rook b2 forces the exchange. No, you're not gonna. Are you?
Oh.
You're not gonna let me play rook b6.
I don't know. I've seen worse things happen here. Rook b2 is definitely a move that I would consider here. We already mentioned that the exchange should lead to a draw. I can't imagine either side winning that in game. But a more ambitious player might play rook e1
or rook c1
or rook c1,
and then
bishop d4. You're allowing this, and then this is where the game might become crazy. And again, 3 results would be possible.
Okay, so it's Miko on the move. Every time they look at the camera, I feel like they're looking at me. So it's Miko on the move, and we still don't have any results from the other game. So we are going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to let the players think this through and see if they're gonna, if Miko's going to come up with rook b2, if Carissa is going to be able to convert her position. So don't. Oh, actually, and I get the news that Carissa did win her game.
Oh, Carissa has won her game?
Yes. In the position, this is the final position after knight to e7. King to e6 is forced, or king takes f6, rook c6. I'm going to force you to give away the queen, and then with this rook, I'm going to be able to catch this pawn that's going for the promotion. So you don't have any sort of counterplay. This is just game over. Way too much material. h7, rook h4, game over. White gotta be resigned.
So she finally scores her first point.
Win. A lot of people scoring their first win, especially in the girls section.
So we only have 2 games to go. We have 1 game, crucial game. We actually have 2 crucial games going on.
Yes, absolutely
so
crucial games.
Both are very relevant from the standings. So we are going to take a little bit of a break. So we're going to have a Carissa with us after we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the round 6 of the 2017 US Junior and US Junior Girls Championship. If you're just joining us, we only have 2 games left as we are in the fourth hour of the play. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm here with the Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, and we're going to take a quick look at the game. But before we do that, as we promised, we do have Carissa Yip with us in the studio, who won her first game of the tournament, and she's here with Christian to talk about her game.
Thanks, guys. And we do have Carissa Yip after her first victory in the tournament, the top seed. You've been having a very, very difficult tournament, very rough. But today, you won quite a nice game, very, very tactical. It seemed like your king was in danger at some point. Take us through the game. You defended quite well. Take us through the game.
So opening was mostly all prep, and I know that she usually plays Queen F3
in this position.
No, like I played Bishop E7 in castles because after Queen F3 doesn't make sense because there's no pawn on B5 now. So then I think F4 was like supposed to be.
So in this position, if you go B5,
yeah,
then she usually goes Queen F3 and then Queen G3. We've been seeing her playing like 2 games already in this tournament, in this exact variation. You did play castle, very intriguing. B5. Were you expecting this move E5?
Yeah, I think it's the main line. And then after takes knight D7, I didn't expect Bishop E3. My file was mostly on Queen H5. But I had like this note that Bishop E3 wasn't good because then you could just take the pawn on E5 safely, which I did. And then after Queen H5, knight BC6, takes, rook F3. And then I remember B4 was in the file, but after rook H3, I wasn't really sure what I was supposed to do there. But I'm pretty sure, after like a bit of calculation, I'm pretty sure after B4...
You played B4 very quickly.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was in the file, and I was hoping she knew the line and wouldn't play rook H3.
Because after rook H3, for us, it looked extremely dangerous. After H6, I think you were forced to play this, and she played the move rook D1, kind of forgetting about your idea of B4, of just opening up the 5th rank and attacking the queen after Queen A5. But did you calculate this move Bishop H6? This seemed like the critical line for us.
Yeah, so I was thinking if I take and Queen D4, I have at least that, and then Queen G7.
Take here?
Yeah. Or maybe not. Okay.
The problem is it takes away your D4 square, no more checks. And okay, you can throw in a check, but I'm just simply going to go King H1. And Queen takes H6 still comes on the board. You cannot take this this pawn because this knight because you're just going to be
after Bishop takes H6, what about G6?
I think this is the only move, and then we were calculating this move Queen F3. So the point being, we were quite surprised that you played B4 so fast, because we saw Rook H3, which looked very natural, and then we were trying to figure out what's happening after Bishop takes H6. You didn't have it in the file, but you thought you had it in the file.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so, and after that, Queen to A5, it seemed like you're kind of out of the woods, but not there yet. Knight D5 came on the board, E takes D5, Rook G3, Bishop F6, Rook D5, Queen C7, very precise defense, bringing all your pieces next to your king. And in this position, Queen to E7, were you surprised by her move King to F1?
Yeah, I was expecting something like Rook E3, but then probably just Bishop E6. And then it's still fine for me. I wasn't really sure what she would play after Queen E7.
I think the best move was to just, make some space for the king, but on this side with H3 instead of putting the king on F1, where it's still quite vulnerable.
Yeah.
So Rook to E8, Rook to E3, and after that it just seemed like you played quite an accurate game. Nothing really happened. Your advantage never left your hands. How do you feel about the next 3 games. Obviously, you're not in the title hunt anymore, but you still have a lot of time to try to recover and win as many games as possible. What are you going to do to try to do that?
I would like to think that I have my form back, so I guess I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I'm not really sure what that is, but yep.
Carissa Ip back on a positive attitude, guys.
Well, you gotta keep doing what you're doing, whatever that means. All right, we have a big development really in the game between Nicholas Cheka with the black pieces, one of the people pursuing Caden Traub the closest. Currently a point and a half ahead, but before the result of this game, obviously. We did leave the game here with the F5 move, which was universally condemned here in the studio because it allows this bishop on E5 to come back into the game, and now things are going to get a little crazy. Rook B1, Rook B2, and Tatev, you're mentioning this idea of Rook B2 that if you trade rooks in this particular position, the game is just simply a draw. Nicholas is in no position to do that. He wants to put pressure on Caden. He wants to be only half a point away, not a full point away, and he decides to go for a win. The 3 result type of position that might occur, and after bishop d4, check, king g2, f4 is pretty much forced. You've trapped your rook on f3. You got to do something with it. F4, rook b6. We have this position on the board. Mika only has 5 minutes on the clock. But things are becoming crazy. Black has a bunch of passed pawns, but you don't need a bunch of passed pawns to win the game. You only need 1. And this pawn is going to be quite dangerous. The bishop is a bishop, so it's very good at stopping enemy pawns. And I'm assuming
some moves.
King f5 was played, which I don't think makes a very big difference, since after rook takes
you
on
have to play,
c6,
take on.
You still probably have to take on e3.
Yeah, so he took, we're expecting pawn takes e3. So let's take a look at that position. So pawn takes e3, so what is going on?
Well, things are very
That's
crazy.
A lot of pawns.
That is a lot of pawns, but not necessarily because it's a lot of pawns that they mean that they queen. Rook f6 check.
I don't like this move. King f3 just...
runs into king e4, right? Because now rook f3, I take with check, and I win your bishop, and that promotes the pawns. If I didn't have the king takes d4, then it's a different issue, but with king takes d4, the pawns are just way too fast. So after pawn takes e3, which I expect will be happening at any moment, it hasn't been played yet. White has to be a little bit more clever than that in defending against the rush of the pawns. The immediate threat is probably just to push the king to d3 and support the d5 and e3 pawns.
The problem is the bishop doesn't have anywhere good to go. Like, I cannot retreat anywhere that I'm not going to run into a tempo, because if I play king e4, bishop c3, that's another tempo, king d3, and I don't like how my rook and the pawn are. I wish I could play rook e6 here.
Yeah, but unfortunately you can't, so...
Let me tell you the smart defense in this position, and that is rook to d6,
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean,
bishop takes c3. You can no longer take with the rook because rook e6 exchange the rooks and then c6. So you are forced to take back with the king, rook to d5, draw.
It's a draw because you take all the pawns.
Literally all the
pawns.
Yeah, I mean, actually you need to take is the pawn on e4.
Yeah, so actually the correct defense would be rook d6, and I find this move very clever. Actually, I was considering rook d6 even without the idea of bishop takes e3, because, I mean, if I move the bishop anywhere, you don't have d4, which I think is a pretty key issue in the position.
So can we try to play
bishop
for more?
g7?
G7.
We can always try to lose. That is something that
we're very good at.
Can
I try bishop c3? You're going to go e2, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to put my bishop on c3 because e2 is always a tempo. But even then, things are not super clear, right? I mean, I am now controlling the square here. So if I play something like bishop a5, going to the other diagonal, it does take some time for black to create anything. I have to be kind of worried here if I was the
I wonder if you just have... Oh, you don't have rook f1 because I always have that rook e6 check. So what's...
Well, rook f1 doesn't threaten anything is what you mean. So I can just play c6.
Oh, maybe just rook c1 here? Or?
Perhaps this is...
No, but then c7, I mean, this is...
c7,
D4.
but I can... d4. So things were coming a little crazy here, because you're not promoting.
No, but this is bad, because rook e6, and then... I mean, your pieces are just sitting in the way. No, I mean, this looks winning, right?
This looks winning for white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we managed to.
For both sides.
But I mean, after c7, okay, they could have taken rook c7.
I think that white is a little justified to play for more. I think he's in more. I think black's in more danger than white, even though probably this is a draw.
So wait, which move did we try? That
I was trying rook d6 in this position. The idea of
but
putting
rook d6, king e4, bishop c3. Can I just play rook f2 check and rook c2?
Probably. And then if I put a bishop on... Oh yeah, I don't like getting my... Like, I don't like allowing you to play d4 with the pawn on e3.
I would love to play d4. Connect my pawns. I'll give you the pawns on the g file. And then
I don't want those pawns. No, what I don't like is you pushing d4 with my pawn on e3. I want you to push d4 when your pawn's already on e2. But,
yeah, but it's not so easy to force.
Yeah.
So rook d6, I mean, I do like rook d6 no matter what, even if you don't find the move bishop takes e3. I think the rook belongs on d6 because it's behind the pawn of d, so it prevents you from playing it as soon as you want to do. I don't see any other logical move, honestly, besides rook d6.
Yeah, but I mean, this is very tough with a few minutes on the clock.
He has 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He needs to really hurry up and play something. It's a tough endgame that is still 3 results possible. Rook d6, king e4, bishop takes e3 is a tough defense to find, but if you find it, that seals the draw. That would immediately make the game into a draw.
Okay, so let's see. So rook d6, and I wanted to try something else. So king e4, you wanted to take, so I take.
Take is a draw, as Christian has mentioned.
So you're taking on
here?
d5? Yeah, so king e3.
Of course, I take
Okay,
here.
so check and take on a2.
Yeah, but you run out of pawns, right? I play here. I exchange this one for this one.
Okay, so you play that. Okay.
And
yeah, and
this is
then
just
I'm just going to take the g-pawn.
Yeah, this pawns just fall. And even if they didn't, it's still a draw.
But given the time situation, I think this is...
practical point of view, if you were able to find it, you probably just go for it because you're down on time. But actually finding it is sometimes counterintuitive because the mind sometimes thinks that black has a million pawns, and you don't count that they're actually all falling because you sometimes stop yourself from sacrificing the bishop because you think black's going to be ahead pawns. But there are such bad pawns that, in this case, you are able to sacrifice the bishop without any problem.
I feel he's also calculating rook f6 in that position.
He made a move.
Rook f6
rook f6
silly.
He played
king
rook
e4
f6?
and rook takes f3.
No, he
didn't.
played
He played rook d6.
Okay, so king
No,
e4 is going to be forced.
But that line looks silly. I mean, that loses easily.
Take, and then, okay, I go here, and then you take my bishop.
No,
I go here.
It doesn't even come close to working for boys.
Probably.
I mean, like, not even close,
pawns.
right? That's way too many pawns. No, he played rook d6. I mean, this is
okay,
the obvious
so
move.
question is what's going to happen after king e4? Okay, king e4 only move. Because I don't think rook f2 works
Rook
here.
f2, king...
I mean, you also have e2 here, but I don't think e2 is good.
You don't really want to play
No.
e2 and give me the chance to blockade on the dark squares. I have to be a little bit careful here, but I think after bishop f2, I'm just...
I wanted to play g2, but then I realized that hangs the rook.
Bishop f2 is just winning, I think. I mean, this pawn is really fast, and the king has not managed to really communicate with the other pieces. e2 looks like a bad move.
So I think the other option is rook f2.
Rook f2 is the other option here. Okay, king g3 probably just leads into a draw. I mean, I don't see any move for rook f3. You can try to be a little bit more ambitious and play this move, but again, this is one of those ways that everybody can lose.
Yeah, but because here king e4 is impossible, I just take on e3.
Here?
Yeah.
King e4, yeah, you can just take on e3
and you can take because okay, we have moves.
King e4 was played, which is the most natural move. So he played something that I'm not able to...
Pawn was not taken.
No, it was played bishop c3 was played, which is the move that we were considering as very logical. So now comes the issue, right? Is e2 a move that you consider, which we didn't like?
This is losing.
Or rook f2, rook c2, right?
This is losing. Rook to f2 check, which makes a lot of sense. King g3. Now not rook c2. I'm just going to take your last pawn. Rook takes a2. Then I'm going to play rook c2.
Very greedy move.
And I have another weapon on the board. The pawn on a4. This one coupled with the connected passers on the e and d file. This is just going to be too much. Bishop c3 was just not the practical decision, especially with 1 minute on the clock. If he would have seen bishop takes e3, I don't see why he wouldn't play it.
I think he just didn't see it. I think he just didn't see it.
There is no way.
There's a mental block, I think, that doesn't allow you to see bishop takes e3 because you think black has too many pawns. You don't sit down and count them, especially in time pressure. You don't realize how many pawns your opponent
rook f2, king g3 was played.
Yeah, so this is the position.
And then he played rook c2.
Rook c2
he didn't take on e2. But rook c2 also looks very good.
I mean...
Not as good.
Why not?
Okay, let's see. I give a check.
Okay.
Throw in a check.
We'll throw in my king forward.
And I'm going to go here.
A5?
Yes, because you're trying to queen us.
But you're hanging a pawn.
Which pawn?
No, because bishop
Yeah,
b6.
bishop b6. Oh, okay.
Bishop b6. And
you want to take on c5? Yeah, bishop b6, and then the e3 pawn is just hanging. I will go c6 now, rook c2, c7, a3, and let's figure out how to make a draw here. Okay. Run.
I mean, okay, but with no time on your clock, this is a crazy thing to play.
Christian, you show me many things, and this is the one that I think nobody's going to figure out. I mean,
the
rook on a6.
I'm just giving you the objective evaluation of the position. The
and
practical
I agree.
evaluation of the position is obviously completely different. Black is still on the driver's seat, but rook c2 is a big inaccuracy.
Okay, rook c2 an inaccuracy, but I think that Nicholas is taking a practical approach of playing fast, because he knows that if he puts pressure on his opponent, he plays natural moves.
Okay, so he played bishop somewhere.
No, rook e6 was played.
Oh, wow.
Which was forced.
If we see that position, I'll just be amazed.
Bishop a5 makes a lot of sense.
I think bishop b4, like, you're defending the pawns. I think that just seems more intuitive almost.
Well, perhaps, but I mean, the bishop is in a very bad square. King d3 was pretty much the only move, right?
Okay, so you have to either play bishop b4 or bishop a5, because otherwise you're hanging a pawn.
Well, it also doesn't make a lot of sense to have put the bishop on any other diagonal if you're going to put it on c3 initially. So yeah, bishop b4, bishop a5 are forced. Since since the pawn is not hanging, I would put the bishop on a5 to support it going to c7.
Okay, bishop. Oh,
A5?
he did go a5.
Yeah,
wow.
bishop a5 definitely.
This game is crazy.
I
kind of want to take a break and look at the other game. I feel like if we do, we're going to miss everything.
Yeah.
But maybe Christian can look and see if anything's going on while we're looking at this. And actually, your board doesn't want to move.
Yeah, it doesn't want to move. Oh, I got it back. So here, and rook c5, as we mentioned, bishop b6, and I would be able to take the pawn. This looks very drawish, although probably white's on the driver's seat.
Both games are entering their final minutes, and the other one is winning. Objectively, once again, is winning for black, but the game is not over. Nevertheless, not a lot of things have changed since the last time we've seen this position. Black managed to swindle his rook on the second rank, activate his pieces a little bit. White is still very restrained. The king on h1 is in a bad situation, and she is also down to 40 seconds. White is down to 40 seconds, while black with a superior position, she also has 4 minutes on the clock. So this is not going to be a very easy defense by any means. Nevertheless, that endgame with the bishop and the rook, that's very, very interesting. I'm really curious to see if Nicholas is going to be able to outmaneuver, outsmart his opponent.
And I think we have a new move here by, well, here Nicholas is thinking at an awkward time. He could have done that before he took the pawn.
You have the wrong word.
Yeah.
So what did he do?
No, nothing
he's
has
thinking
happened.
after. Yeah,
nothing has happened.
No, but I think here he's going to play for a while. So let's take a quick look at this game, because I think Nicholas is going to think for a while.
Especially because Annie is so far behind on time, and it seems like we're not we're finally receiving updates of the position, because after King e5, I don't have a new move.
King e5, King g1.
Yeah, King g1.
King g1
she just played King g1.
Okay, King g1
so where is the win in this position? You said it's winning. So check on knight back to d4, I'm assuming?
e3 also looks very tempting. I don't know if it works.
Oh, you hear it? Oh, no, f3 hangs with it.
The thing is, once I managed to activate the rook and put it on the second rank and ready to jump on the first rank at any time your rook is leaving away, then this is just paralyzed. The white's pieces are just paralyzed.
So
and as you mentioned, King h1, knight to d4. I'm going to start attacking this pawn. I'm going to go knight b3 next move. Take that pawn.
Yeah.
I have a lot of options. Knight b3 or knight c6. Grab this pawn, maybe activate my king. My king, actually, for the moment, is controlling your pieces a little bit. And you simply cannot attack my targets.
Yeah, and here you don't even have King g1. I can just take on f2 tactically, I believe. If I'm not blundering everything again.
Yeah, it might not even be necessary, honestly. You can even just play anything else. And the position
just
should
rook
just
a2 or something.
Yeah, it should just win itself. As Christian said, the white position is completely paralyzed. She's on her last seconds. Let's see, she's played something. I need to check.
Okay, so
King h1 is...
No, but King h2?
Knight c3, game over.
Oh, she played King h2.
King
but
h2.
now Knight c3 is just going to be over.
That's a very
and she's going to see it. There's no way she's not going to see it. That's an easy tactic.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a very easy tactic.
You're just attacking her rook.
Yeah.
So, but how much time? She has 4 minutes. Yeah, of course she's gonna find it. So
yeah, what was the big difference although? Knight c3 against king h1? Why
you're not taking it with a check at least?
Yeah, but who cares?
I don't know.
Maybe rook e1, rook takes f2, and then king g1, and then you cannot move your rook as knight f3. I don't know, something like that.
Not a rook e2, right?
Yeah, okay. I mean, it has to be winning.
Yeah, I agree. So knight c3 is the immediate finisher of the position. Knight c3 would capture an essential pawn here on f2, and it does not. White hasn't improved her position. The pawn on f3 will just be rolling down the board, and this gives Akshita a huge win against Annie Wang, and that increases her lead to, I believe, a full point.
Yes, because Emily and Maggie drew,
Maggie
so they have it 4 points. So if she wins,
yeah, she situates herself in a brilliant position in the tournament here, with the black pieces winning against one of her closest competitors. As Annie was one of the few girls that had a point less than she did.
And then we'll have 5 points in each section.
Yeah,
the juniors and the girls.
Yeah, both sections would have a player with 5 points, and we have to see what happens in Nicholas Checa.
Okay, so she moved knight c2. So I mean, they're playing on increment. Let's see if she's what the next move is.
We'll keep an eye on the other game, but knight c3. This is definitely the game that I wanna see.
I mean, the other game Nicholas is gonna have to be thinking for a while.
Yeah, and I actually don't have a board update there. I'm gonna have to rely on Christian.
I don't have either.
Okay, so I guess we're just gonna guess. We're gonna guess what happened in the game. Okay, so she did move after knight c3.
Yeah, rook
so
e1, but this is already irrelevant. You can play rook takes f2 check. It's a free pawn.
I mean, it's the same thing with the king h. You're gonna play king
I
g1.
have to be, yeah, rook takes f2 check, king g1, and rook e2. I thought was just completely winning, right?
Yeah. Yeah, completely winning.
Completely winning.
And then if rook takes e2, I can even, I think, take with the pawn on e2.
I actually think every single legal capture wins.
And then you want to play like e3 or something? No, you can't just hop around. You have knight d1, knight e3, knight c2.
Yes, exactly. And then this is just game over.
Okay. So
it's going to end in a matter of 1-2 minutes, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, because the pawn is just too powerful. Here, actually, it's just making sure she's not blundering anything. She wants to have that smooth sailing into her victory. Rook takes f2 check is definitely, that's the obvious move. King g1 is forced. There's not much to think about that. And because the rook is currently attacked on f2, she has to move it to somewhere where f3 is still defended. The only way she can release the win here, I think, is by moving the rook not to e2 and forgetting about knight takes f3. But she's a very experienced player. She sees tactics like this pretty easily. I expect rook e2 to be on the board very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And there it is. There it is. Rook e2. Not a big surprise there from somebody of Akshita's strength. As you mentioned, rook takes e2 allows the immediate coronation of the pawn. So, but there's not a lot of choices. I mean, otherwise the pawns just roll down the board anyway. So this is just a completely won game for Akshita Gordy, who will be scoring 5 out of 6. A tremendous position she's finding herself in. And here
she took, so we're expecting.
Well, it doesn't matter here. Actually, you can take with anything and win.
Yeah, so but bishop hopefully takes. F takes just finishes the game in a few moves.
F takes finishes the game, but bishop takes is beyond winning. I mean, it's just completely winning, because you're going to follow up with e3, right? It's unavoidable. Like sometimes if you don't want to calculate out anything, bishop takes e2. Just
but they're young; they have no excuse for not wanting to calculate.
King f2. I mean, I'm not saying it is completely winning, but
knight d1,
knight d1, king e1.
Okay,
e3.
She did take somehow.
E3 and
yeah,
then
she took with the pawn. So I mean, a few moves we're gonna have a resignation.
Yeah, because now you're promoting by force. There is no way to avoid this pawn becoming a queen. And that's all she wrote. That is an excellent win for Akshita Gordy. From a position that we thought was a little dubious from the opening, she managed to outplay her opponent, especially in time trouble, turn the tides of the game, and win.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've seen her be in trouble.
It wasn't even that serious of a trouble. She's slightly worse. But
I think her position was quite unpleasant.
It was unpleasant, maybe slightly worse, clearly worse, but nothing decisive.
Not like in other games that
other games that we've seen.
So hopefully we can get a shot of Nicholas's game, because probably
there's not working on that.
Yeah, our board's not working, and probably there have been several moves. And okay, so we see here knight d1. Yeah, so knight d3 is resignation.
We can just expect the handshake. We can actually stay on the handshake, because knight d3 is very obvious. She's making sure that there's no tricks, and I expect that after knight e3, and he will just resign.
She gave her the death stare.
It's the Tatev
like,
stare.
Resign.
They learn from the best.
Always.
Yeah, this is done. What a round. I mean, for Akshita, things couldn't really go better. She won her game, and the two closest competitors both dropped half a point.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything that you can possibly want from today's game.
So let's see who she has left to play. Okay, so I'm just gonna look at the paper in front of me. So she has to play Maggie.
That's a big one.
So
That is a big
yeah.
one.
She has to play Maggie, she has to play Apurva,
Is it
and
tomorrow?
she has to play Agata. I don't have the... I mean, this doesn't really tell me this is standings. So Agata, Apurva, and... What did I say? I forgot already.
Apurva, who showed very bad form today, losing
Maggie.
very, very easily. Agata, who also hasn't really found her point. What is she, on 2 out of 6 right now? On -2, that's right, yeah, 2 out of 6. Also, not terribly impressed with her play this tournament. So the Maggie game is going to be crucial.
Yeah, Maggie game. And also, I have to say with Apurva, like, Apurva with Agata in that game where, like, a lot of things happened that shouldn't have happened. And who else did Apurva beat? Oh, Apurva has a lot of points, actually. And she also beat Carissa in another game where she was lost.
Yeah.
So,
There we have it. The
so we do have a score. Yeah.
We have
so
the handshake, and that's it. Akshita Gordy becomes the clear leader by a full point. More than it was earlier today.
So I think her game versus Maggie is going to pretty much determine the course of the tournament.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when they're
playing, but well, we can ask them, and we'll have that information for you shortly. We would like to get a shot of the Amika against Nicholas game, see if we can follow it. Unfortunately, we can't really see very much, but I think that there's a rook on a2. So if I can guess correctly,
I feel like I think he hasn't moved yet.
Oh no, sorry, you're right. He has not moved. He hasn't moved at all after bishop a5. So I don't know why
because it's black's move.
So actually, the position that we have here after bishop a5 is the same one that we had the entire time we were talking about the other game. Nicholas thought, okay, they're talking about the other game. Let me wait for my chance on the spotlight.
Yeah, let them finish so the focus can be just on me.
And bishop a5, he's thinking, realizing the position's not so simple.
Yeah, bishop a5 was a great move.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I'm a bit disappointed with Nicholas just play after rook c2. Why would you play rook c2 instead of just stopping, thinking, and actually taking the pawn on a2? Because it becomes quite obvious. Once you understand that you take on a2, you're creating another weapon on a4. It just seemed like he undervalued the precision, and that's a very, very dangerous thing to do. Even when your opponent is in time trouble. He thought he's being practical, but White just played the best moves in the position, and now it's equal.
I agree. I completely agree, because there's that point where like your opponent is low on time, so you want to play fast, not to give them the opportunity to think. But at the same time, like if you're a point, you have a win that you still have to find the win.
You have to find it.
Even if you're in a situation your opponent has time to think, if there's position doesn't have anything to offer, then you have to think and
right now
find the continuation.
He's in a crossroads. I mean, he has so many choices. He can try to push his d pawn. He can try to push his e pawn. He can capture on a2. He sees that nothing is quite working, unsurprisingly. So he needs to choose one variation, but man, is it becoming tough for both sides to play.
But, I mean, this is actually not an easy decision, because if you push d4, like if you don't take on a2, what are you gonna do?
You can push d4, right?
And then I push d6. How are you gonna continue pushing your pawn? Now your pieces are in the way of each other.
Like this?
Yes, but this doesn't work because c7.
I don't know. I don't know if it works.
Bishop b6.
I don't know if it works.
Check on rook d3.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So it's draw.
So it's a draw.
Is it?
Well, maybe.
As we've determined. Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps d4 is still a draw. I mean, I can also consider d4 here, king e2, bishop b6 first.
Right.
Bishop b6 first.
Yeah,
and,
this is what I mean. Your pieces are in the way of each other. This is not the setup that you wanted.
No. I mean, there's real danger. You can't overpush this position easily as black. It is possible to lose. It's not one of those positions where, oh, I can't find the win, I'm going to do whatever. You actually have to be very careful as either side. The bishop is very strong, and once the pawn reaches c7, I mean, it's a 3-result game.
Well, I mean, but if you're in that situation that you might lose, you should just take on E2, right? Unless you think it's losing.
Taking on A2 also has its dangers. I'm not saying that it's less or more dangerous than anything else, but I would still have to calculate it. And Nico is spending all his time here.
Well, I mean, he has to, but I mean, he's in a situation. I mean, he's at the moment that he has to spend his time.
Yes,
I
he's
mean,
spending
because you're
his
not gonna play fast now and then think about it. I mean, okay, he should have thought to move ahead before.
Yes, definitely.
But that train has left the station. So we're gonna keep an eye on this game. But in the meantime, the girls section is over. We do have a clear leader, same leader as before, but now a point ahead. And actually, the Gordy, she's here with Christian to talk about her win today.
With the leader of the girls section, Akshita Gordy, after a tremendous victory against one of her main rivals. Akshita, very, very nice game. Congratulations. Take us through the game.
Okay, so she played the Queen's Indian. So I actually didn't really see any games where she played the Queen's Indian, so I didn't know she was going to play it. So I didn't actually know this line that well. So, but I just thought that well, d6 looked okay, and then just get my knight to d7 and maybe play e5, because I was expecting like d5 here, and then I thought I was going to take, and then play e5 and play that type of structure. I wasn't sure that structure was that great, but I decided to go for it.
Objectively, probably a little bit
Yeah.
suspicious, but d6 especially is a little bit suspicious. I think f5 or bishop f6 are the two main moves. Nevertheless, it doesn't spoil anything. It doesn't throw you in a losing position by any means. d5, knight takes e2, knight takes e2. So you grabbed the bishop pair, but now she has a lot of expansion possibilities on the queen side. How did you feel at this juncture in the game?
Well, yeah, I was expecting her to quickly expand on the queen side, but I thought that she'd probably play e4, so that f5 is harder. So after castling 5, e4, yeah, so I decided that maybe I could play like knight d7, then knight f6, or, well, it depends on what she does, but knight d7, then maybe play f5 next, and then, well, I thought maybe I could get some play. Well, I was going to play g6, then f5, but, so after knight d7, she played queen c2, and then played g6. Yeah, I didn't really fully know why she played rook fe1, because I thought she was going to play immediately like b4 or something, and plus rook fe1, yeah, something like maybe b4.
Just not to lose any time on
because,
this side.
yeah, rook fe1 also loses control of the f4 square, and there's some ideas of f4 if I ever play f5.
Interesting.
So, f1. I played, yeah, I thought to prevent f4, because I was thinking about f5, but I didn't really like the structures where she takes and maybe plays like f4 or something later on. I don't know. Yeah, something is possible. I'm not really sure. But I just thought bishop g5 anyway, and bring my bishop looks
This is a very classical way of meeting f5 with take, f4, and try to block you on this side. So I definitely understand your fear. Rook ad1, knight f6, b4.
Yeah, so I thought to play like f5.
It seemed like she's grabbing the initiative. It seemed like her attack on this side is just simply coming faster.
Yeah, I thought that too, but I didn't see a clear way to exactly like penetrate through my position. So I thought if I played knight g7 and maybe play f4, knight f5, I could get some play, and then yeah, I should play queen e2 and played bishop a6.
It seemed a bit strange, queen e2. Just
I think she was trying to prevent f3.
She might have forgotten about this bishop a6, because you did play only a couple of moves ago, bishop to c8.
Yeah, but she played a5, so now like there's no knight b5. So
correct.
I have bishop a6.
And where did you feel you took control over the position?
Well, after I went to the endgame, I thought I was clearly like not. I think I was better after the endgame. Yeah. Well, I knew I wasn't winning yet, but it seemed like she was also in time trouble, so it seemed like my pawn structure was better and my pieces looked better, so I could still push on for a win.
Well, and you did. Yeah. You won a very smooth conversion afterwards. You're now in solid, 1 point ahead of the field. You're going into the last 3 games. Who do you have left?
Agata, Maggie, and Apurva.
Well, good luck in the rest of your games. One more question. What did you do in the free day?
Well, I went to Maggie's birthday party and then just relaxed. That's really all.
So there was a party, guys, and we missed it. We weren't invited. Guys, Akshita Gordy, the leader, back to you.
Commentators are never cool enough to be invited to parties.
No,
That's
but
how it works.
we do have a lot of developments in this game. So after a lot of thinking, Nicholas
he decided to take on C5.
He probably got scared.
We have this endgame. I see that my board's updating a little slower, but I think this endgame is just a draw.
So he took on C3.
Takes, and takes on G4 should just be a draw and endgame. I'm going to explain a little bit why. Mainly, Black doesn't have the time to take everything.
Okay, let's say I go D4.
D4, I just take on G5.
And then I push.
And then I just bring back my king. And this is a very obvious draw. I mean, you're not in time to do anything. D2, check, here, takes, and it's true that you're going to win this guy, but it's completely irrelevant.
And the king is a knight move away from the side.
Yeah, so this is always going to be a drawn in game.
Okay, so if we can get a close-up of the board, we can see what is going on.
That's exactly what's going on.
That is what
That's exactly what's going on, and they're going to agree to a draw. The game is pretty much dead.
So this game could have been done like 4 hours ago when they had the repetition, yet here we are.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, he's going to be very upset about not winning a position where I think he had many chances, not only in the end game, but let's remember that middle game was completely winning.
With the knight h5 move, which I find it very surprising getting fine. And I feel like this whole game, Nicholas played way too fast. Like at critical points, like taking on a2, that knight h5 thing, like it just feels like he was... Like his opponent was playing very slow, as I feel like certain players do in this tournament, but he just, instead of finding critical moves, he played... maybe you have to... No.
Yeah, and then
he played like, he kept up with his opponent.
Yeah, so we have a draw between Mika Bratton and Nicholas Cheka, an important result for Caden Trofe as he retains a full point advantage over his closest rival, still a Wonder Liang, and Nicholas Cheka now joined by also Akshat Chandra, who are all three of them 1 point behind Caden.
So who's going to stop Caden?
It's going to be up to Nicholas.
So he has a chance.
Nicholas is going to be the one that has a big chance. I think they play tomorrow, but I might be wrong about that. It's a very important game for the standings. If Caden manages to beat Nicholas, I think that's the end of the tournament. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, because he played Akshat and...
He played Akshat.
I mean, he would need to, like...
lose 2 in a row or something like that.
There's so many things have to happen at the same time, and that just the probability is so low.
And he placed the lowest seed in the last 2 rounds.
Joshua and Bobby.
Yeah. Bobby and Mika Brattain.
No, Joshua.
Joshua Kolos and Bobby. So... that's quite an accessible 2 rounds for Trough.
I think he has to be very happy with this tournament situation, but also a great day for Akshita Gordy in the girls section. I mean, she wins with Black, one of her closest competitors, and the other 2 close competitors draw their game, they split the point. Now she finds herself a full point ahead of the rest of the event. She finishes with 2 whites out of 3 in the last 3 with the last 3 games. So she puts herself in an excellent position. I mean, she still has that crucial game against Maggie Feng, but if she survives that one, she finds herself in a great position.
And I think they're the only players who haven't lost any games.
Yeah, I think so. I think that sounds right.
Right.
I think that sounds about right.
And actually, I think Akshita has been far more impressive in this tournament than Maggie.
I think she's been more willing to take risks also. Even though Akshita is a solid player, Maggie has been way too solid in this event to really vie for the first place. For second, perhaps. But for first, you sometimes need to grab some positions and say, hey, I'm going to play them out and just risk.
I think today she could have played on for a little longer. I feel like that game ended in a draw way too quickly.
No, the end game is just a dead draw.
No, not before you get to end game. But in the middle game when she had the bishop, it felt like Black should have had something there.
She put some pressure. Put some pressure, and she wasn't able to really make her opponent uncomfortable.
Make like nothing of something, like a Carlsen thing too, right? There's like a little something there, and then all of a sudden you're just much better.
And it's a real key of grandmasters that you can see even the hintest chance of doing something, and they convert it into a powerful initiative. And we're just waiting for some of these players to come downstairs because I'm really curious on what Nicholas Cheka's feelings are right now after a game which I'm sure he knew he had in the bag, and he let go not once, but at least
so many
twice.
times. And I do think he's like the opposite of the Akshat issue. Like he played way too fast in this game.
Way too fast, yeah. The opposite of Akshat.
In the critical moments.
Yeah, absolutely. What a moved round we had today. Some very crucial results. Caden played super solid chess to maintain his lead against the Wonder Liang, but he still retains it by a full point.
Yeah, and the last round, the closer you get to the finish line, at one point becoming more meaningful than it is after like 3 rounds or 4 rounds. So it's becoming more and more meaningful. So those games, Maggie Fang versus Akshita is going to be very important, and the Nicholas Cheka game versus Caden. And Caden actually should be better for him. He did finish his game quite quickly, so he had a lot of time to prepare, relax today. Yeah,
and the pressure's on. The pressure's on Nicholas to prove that he can win after today. It's just one of those games that you have everything was given to you to win the game, and you still weren't able to convert.
And in the worst position too.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, Caden, he doesn't feel the pressure yet, because even if he loses, this is the worst case scenario for him, he still has the more accessible road going into the last 2 rounds. So if he manages to draw, his chances increase dramatically. The closer he gets to the finish line, the better it's going to be for him. And I don't think he feels the pressure yet. Cheka is definitely going to feel the pressure tomorrow.
And we're finally getting the moves. Okay, so we're waiting for Nicholas to come down, so we definitely want to hear his thoughts and how he feels about tomorrow's game and everything. But before that, we can actually take a look at the standings and see exactly where we are. So in the junior section, we do have Caden Truff still with 5 points, but now he's being chased with several players, 3 players with 4 points. So we have Awander Liang, Akshat Chandra, and Nicholas Cheka with 4 points. Rufeng Li finally at +1 with 3.5.
Finally.
Michael Brown, Andrew Tang, and Mika Bretan at 2.5. Bobby Liu at 2, and Joshua Collas is still with 0 points. And in the girls section, we have Akshita Gordy again with 5 points, being chased by Maggie Feng and Emily Nguyen, just like before the start of the round, except now they're chasing her by full point. Apurva Verkat, Rachel Ulrich, and Annie Wang at 50% with 3 points. Talia Cervantes with 2.5, Ashrita and Agata with 2 points, and Chrissy after finally winning her game today, first win of the round with 1.5 points.
She's still last. Definitely, and we were talking about that accessible road. I was noticing that in the standings that you were giving me, that Caden Truff is playing against the 2 lowest scoring players of the tournament so far, Bobby Liu and Josh Collas, and while Nicholas Cheka, who is one of the closest competitors, is going to be playing 2 other grandmasters in the final 2 rounds in Rufeng Li and Akshat Chandra. So definitely 2 very different roads towards the end here.
Yeah, but I've been in a situation where I had the easy road, and again, things didn't work out for me. So
sometimes that happens.
Right, and we do have Nicholas with us in the studio with Christian to talk about his game today.
With one of the chasers behind Caden Truff, Nicholas Cheka. Nicholas, once again, you played a very, very nice game, but then at the end it seemed like you lost some of your precisions. Take us through the critical moments of the game, in your opinion.
In my opinion, I think, I'm not sure how good his position was, but he seemed to be very well prepared, and I got into just optically didn't look too good with my king uncastled.
There are very few games here. I think 2 games, quite recent, 2017. Vashier is one of the main proponents of this line. But yeah, black definitely has the difficult side.
Yeah, so I felt like right after he declined to repeat, he started to drift and played he played rook e1, then proceeded to put it on c1. I feel like if you're going to go rook e1, he needs to go e4, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. And he let me develop an initiative on the king side.
And after b4, knight g5, bishop takes g3, this position is just crushing. You are cruising to a victory, and then after bishop f2, which is still good, knight takes h3, queen to f4, queen to c8. You guys were blasting these moves. You guys were like blitzing them out. B takes c6, b takes c6, knight to c5. What else did you consider besides rook to h5?
I considered a lot of things. I was considering g5 at some point, trying to just sack the pawn to open up the 6th rank. I also looked at knight h5, but I was unsure how to proceed after queen g5. I guess I just take this way. Yeah, this was probably, I mean, this is winning. But, yeah, the purpose of rook h5 was to bring the queen in and support it behind, but he was able in time to bring his rook around to defend.
Altogether this idea of him bringing the rooks on the second rank?
I was under the impression that once he brought his rook over, he kind of forfeited the idea of going rook b8 in a lot of lines, which isn't the case.
You are still maintaining the pressure. Here you decided to get out of the repetition with g5, and you guys entered this interesting endgame. I want to know, how did you assess this endgame? Did you feel like you have the better side of things?
I felt that I was better, but I was fairly confident that he should be able to hold with accurate play. But he started to, play some, kind of didn't make any progress, and I thought I was developing initiative, and maybe I could have converted, I don't know. But
in this position, you played this move f5, allowing him to retreat the bishop back to d4. Did you consider anything else besides that?
Well, I wanted to go a3, but then he has rook d3, which is a problem. It would work if the king was on the second rank, but it doesn't here. I guess rook e4 is best, but
right. But okay, f5, you played f5. This kind of seemed like you're allowing him back into the game. Objectively, is a draw, but definitely, from a practical point of view, white is still under the pressure. So rook b1 was played, rook b2, and once again, you guys reached this moment in the game.
Well, first of all, I think instead of rook d6, rook f6 would be a draw.
In this position,
yeah,
rook
f6? Yeah.
King d4?
And then c6.
Ah. And if he takes...
Then you take.
You just take.
King d3, c7.
e2, c8. c8.
And then after queen a6, I think my king can't go to c3. It has to go to d2, otherwise he takes this with check. And then queen a5, and
everything comes with
check. And yeah,
king d1 is forced to defend the queen on a1. Queen takes a4, and this should be just a draw. He was thinking at this moment, at this juncture, he was considering rook d6, and I was actually saying that rook f6 might be on his radar, but I completely missed c6. I was just considering rook takes f3, which is completely losing. But rook d6, good move, and you played king to e4, bishop to c3. This came as a shock for us, because we were just expecting bishop takes c3, king takes c3, rook takes d5, and sign the score sheets in a draw. But bishop c3 allowed you to go rook f2, king to g3, and now you played this very quick move, rook to c2. Did you consider taking the pawn?
My logic of bishop rook c2 was that it was going to force his bishop. He had to defend this pawn and force him off controlling d4, which allows my pawns to push. But bishop a5 is a strong move and gives him a lot of ideas with bishop b6 to really stop my pawns.
So you missed the move bishop a5.
Right, I was anticipating bishop b4 and then d4.
Which was very precise by him, the only move that kept the balance. How do you feel about the result, and what are you going to do to try to catch up with the leader?
Well, I'm playing Caden tomorrow, so that's an opportunity. But even if I do win, I think he has a just based on the ratings, an easier path afterwards. So, I'm just going to try to do my best.
Good luck in the rest of your games. Guys, Nicolas, check out. Well, Nicola's not the only one that would look forward to a victory against Caden, as we do have two other players that are trailing Caden by a point, both a wonder and Akshad, who would have a chance to make a four-way tie potentially at the very top. But that's a very big burden now on Nicola's shoulders. He needs to win to really keep his chance at winning this tournament.
Yeah, and I think what's funny, if you keep looking at the standings, it's like Caden, with like the games tell a completely different story, right? Because we could have, if Nicolas won this game, it could have been a completely different tournament. And if you just look at the standing, they don't tell the whole story of the tournament and all the drama that happened.
Especially for Michael Brown, who I saw very low in the standings. He could be way, way higher. He's
at least 2 points higher.
At least 2 points higher, and knocking off Caden off his current pedestal. So that could have been a different tournament. But this is what we have right now. Caden sits in a very pretty position going into the last 3 rounds.
So actually, we do have the pairings for tomorrow, and I just want to take a look at who are the leaders playing, because that is going to be more crucial. So in the junior section, we have a Wander versus Rufengli, which is going to be very important.
That's
so
extremely important.
Cheka versus Trough, and let's see.
It's an important game for Akshat, because Akshat is playing with the black pieces
Right.
against the lowest rated player in the tournament, who's Bovelu.
He's also not doing too well in the tournament. He's in.
I mean,
Just
for
2
his
points.
rating, he's doing okay, but it's such a strong event.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, he is the Grandmaster. He is playing against a national master. He is, even with the black piece, is supposed to win.
Right, so those 3 games are going to be very crucial for tomorrow. And in the
Yeah.
girls section, we have Maggie Fang versus Annie Wang, so that's not what we're expecting. So we have Akshita Gordy with Agata Bakov, so if Akshita manages to win again,
No, that's
which
huge.
I think she's in a very good position to do so, that's going to increase her lead. And Emily, who is a point behind, is going to be playing Apurva. So I'm guessing the run after, I think Akshita is playing Maggie.
We'll have
Oh,
to
they have
see,
to play
but-
eventually. So there's like 3 rounds left, so they have to play eventually.
Yeah, the leaders are not really playing each other. We're going to have to see how they fare against players that haven't really excelled so far in the tournament. It's going to be very important for Maggie to win the game tomorrow.
Right.
Keep that pressure, keep herself within striking distance of Akshita, because if she doesn't win and Akshita wins, the game between Maggie Fang and Akshita Gordy might not even matter.
Well, yeah, but I still think Akshita wants to win tomorrow. I mean, you want to get as many points as possible, because if before you play the one who's chasing you, because if in case you stumble, you want to be so ahead of them that it doesn't matter. So yeah, those games are going to be very interesting tomorrow. And tomorrow, I mean, it's going to be a very big day for for our standings, and
especially in the junior section.
yeah. So tomorrow might just determine the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely.
If Caden wins, then it's pretty much
I think that's
over.
it, yeah.
Because yeah, he needs to lose. Like Akshat needs to win everything. He needs to lose, and I mean, too many things.
Too many things,
Yeah,
yeah.
too many things happen. Okay, so we're getting so close to the finish line. So Christian, final thoughts.
What a competitive and unpredictable round we had today in store for you guys. Nicholas, he must be disappointed. He had the win in his hand. He would have been half a point behind the leader with a clear shot at actually taking the lead tomorrow if he would be the victor in the game against Caden Trough. Caden took the very, very practical decision to make a quick draw against the Wanderer, not take any risks, and right now he's in clear lead and in a very, very positive position going into the last 3 rounds. This is going to be a very, very exciting last 3 rounds, and I'm looking forward to call all the action here from the St. Louis Chess Club, guys.
Yeah, very, very exciting round. Very long round, but every second of it was worth it, I believe, because we were on the edge of our seats until the end, because this game and the most important game was the last one to finish. So I think these guys are just giving everything they have. I really cannot wait for tomorrow. So make sure you're tuning in tomorrow at the same time, same place. Round 7 is going to be such a crucial round for our tournament. So please make sure you're on US Chess Champs tomorrow watching our coverage of round 7.